Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 181, Whaletail Island 1. Each agreement reached by the council meant they were one step closer to finishing the new slavery laws. Angela's patience was tried and tested by how slow the process was, for the mid-morning meetings in her father's throne room were never as fruitful as she wanted them to be due to all the protests and doubts put forward by the Fire Lord's most trusted advisors. Even so, Angela had found answers to every possible argument against her laws, presenting them with the right words each time, without contradicting herself. Without revealing her true purpose and interest in helping slaves for their own sakes, rather than doing it for the Fire Nation's advancement. So far, she had convinced them to approve of most the contents of her proposed legislation. Nearly every meeting had ended in full agreement by the council, though when it came to the punishments for mistreatment of slaves she had no choice but to relent and allow the unified council to have their way. Instead of proper prison sentences, any slave master who was deemed unfit to own slaves would simply be barred from buying any. Only if they were found breaking said law, by owning slaves without permission, would they be sentenced to prison. Angela had known Sokka would be outraged to know that the worst penance for breaking the new laws would hardly be a slap in the wrist, but after 3 days of arguing over the same subject and finding one too many generals with unbending wills when it came to this matter, Angela had no choice but to comply. Clearly, they didn't wish to ever face dire consequences for their own mistreatment of slaves. Not that it would matter if they had mistreated their slaves before the laws were official, though, another thing Angela had no choice but to give in with as well. While her heart knew how wrong it was to let amateur arena handlers get away with all the murders they were responsible for, the new legislation couldn't hold people accountable for crimes committed when said legislation didn't exist yet. It was a point she had ceded far more easily over sheer logic, but no less begrudgingly. Outside of those two regards, she had swayed the council every time, and in the process, it seemed she had earned even more respect from them than she had commanded before. Where they had been wary of her initial proposals when Oze had first announced the creation of these laws, nowadays they seemed much more accepting of the new restrictions on slavery. Angela's schedule had been quite busy outside of these meetings, though, other than her duties to her father, she would check on the rehabilitated homeless people at least once a week to ensure their progress continued smoothly. And nowadays she had yet another group to supervise, aside from them. She had rushed to Xian Long's refuge as soon as today's council meeting ended. Xian Long groaned as a greeting, and Angela merely patted his head gently before leaping onto his saddle. "Yes, we're always in a hurry lately." "I'm sorry, Xian," said Angela, as the dragon set off through the nearest open gate. "We're checking on Hien today." Xian Long seemed pleased. He rather enjoyed it when Angela allowed him to frolic in the city's streets. Visiting Hien meant he could sit outside the house, waiting for his rider to be done with her business while the passers-by admired him with their typical fascination. Angela snorted and shook her head upon sensing her dragon's thoughts. "You know, I'd think you'd grow weary of it after all this time," she said. "You've been basking in everyone's attention for plenty of years now, and you still relish in it without fail. It feels like your true vocation in life isn't setting things on fire, but being at the center of attention." Xian Long waved his mane in midair happily, quite pleased to acknowledge Angela was right. He thrived in the awestruck faces of all humans who gazed upon him. Never was he bored of it. "Well, then, do enjoy their fawning over you while you can, but keep in mind my visit shouldn't take long," Angela said. Xian Long groaned in disapproval. I know, but I have to check on the enforcers' recruits, remember?" Of course he remembered, she did that every day now. It wasn't like Xian Long didn't enjoy longer journeys with his rider, but as things stood, she spent more time with her enforcers than at her gladiator's house lately, didn't she? "I know, but that will change today," Angela said, steering Xian Long in the right direction towards Hien's house, "or, well, at least it should after we stop by the dome, so." "The dome?" Xian Long spared a glance at Angela over his shoulder, even if that disrupted his flight direction. Angela rolled her eyes and made him turn forward again, but Xian Long's tail waved circularly, as he remained confused by her latest claim. "Sokka had no fights today, did he?" "We haven't scheduled any lately, no. I've been too busy the past month," Angela admitted, gritting her teeth, "which is why we're going today." Sokka made enough progress, and it's not right for it to go to waste when he's only just become the top non-bender and breached the top 100, so. Xianlong seemed to understand now, and he dove towards Hien's house. A fresh air current enveloped Angela as they moved downwards. The wind played with her hair gently until they finally were on solid ground again. Releasing a deep breath, the princess heaved herself off the saddle with a smooth motion. And after that, we'll take Sokka home, Angela said, patting her dragon's neck, so by then we can go back to old routines, if just briefly. Xianlong seemed to snicker at her before turning to study the street with interest. Already, a couple of teenagers watched him with gaping mouths. Angela smirked and shook her head. Well, please try not to fry your fans just to impress them, if you'd be so kind, she said. I'll be back shortly. Xianlong nodded before taking his seat in as fancy a manner as he could, playing the aloof dragon to his admirers. Angela couldn't help but laugh as she made for the door. To find two young women standing at either side of it, wearing a red and gold scale armor with matching helmets, all of it over black clothes. Their stance was steady, though their expressions betrayed how nervous they were. Angela raised her eyebrows as she assessed them quickly. The two of you were assigned guard duty today, I take it? She asked. Both girls nodded. We were. We arrived as. Their attempt to talk at the same time resulted in the two of them falling silent, freezing in place with wary grimaces on their faces. Despite her attempt to remain stern for discipline's sake, Angela couldn't help but smile a little. One at a time, if you would, she said. We arrived as early as possible, said the one to the right, lowering her gaze as her cheeks flushed, as Captain Mason commanded. Good to know, Angela said, as the other readied herself to talk. We've already reported to Lady Hien, as we were told to, the girl said. Angela nodded. Then carry on. You may rejoin your fellow recruits when the next shift arrives, she said. I'll be heading inside shortly. Of course. Said the first girl, moving to open the door in a hurry. Angela raised her eyebrows. No need to be in such a rush, it's not very professional to be hasty about fulfilling your duties, she said. The blush on the girl's face only grew more pronounced. I'm sorry. I will do better, she said. Angela smiled. You've only been leading this life for 1 month, it's hardly like you were born into it. Nonetheless, staying calm and level-headed will be essential for your future duties. Keep that in mind. Yes, Princess, said the girl. Angela nodded and finally made her way inside the building. The enforcers had been recruited over the past month, and already they were deployed for small missions, such as keeping guard at Hien's social rehabilitation center. It had taken Angela longer than it should have to finally settle on a name, and it had wound up being a straightforward and simple enough one at that. Either way, as Hien continued to make progress with readapting her charges to normal lives, the enforcers would stand guard outside the building unless they were required for any tasks inside. Granted, it wasn't considered a fun mission, but for women who only had 1 month of soldier training so far, it was a good starting point, so that they could uphold their upcoming, far more serious duties as their roles would require them to. Hien had been eager to help Angela in any way she might need it, so she had agreed quickly to the princess's request for her rehabilitation center to serve as the first location the enforcers would be deployed to. It was a simple mission, even more tedious than patrolling the palace grounds, it seemed to Angela, but so far no one had complained to her about it. They ought to enjoy the simplicity while it lasted. If anything, as soon as the new slavery laws were officially issued, they were bound to miss the easy vigilance duties they'd handled so well up to date. Matters inside the rehabilitation center seemed to be moving along quite smoothly too, something Angela could only be grateful for. She stepped inside to find a far more orderly and decorated house than it had been before, with bookshelves, ornate vases, even small plants and flowers. You, the youngest of the group, had taken to designing floral arrangements, and he often practiced at home what he was learning from his mentor. Each of the residents had been honing new skills so they could eventually begin careers of their own, as Angela had intended for them all along. It pleased her to know they were on the right path to building better lives for themselves by now. Hien. She called out loudly into the house, for there was no one in sight so far. Within moments she heard the sound of movement upstairs. She waited, a keen eye on the stairs, until Hien's tall frame appeared at the upper floor, rushing towards her at haste. Princess. I had thought you might arrive a little later, with all your council meetings," said Hien, smiling as she made her way towards Angela. "Is everything well?" "Well enough, so far," Angela said, nodding. "It seems the council's debate is near its completion by now, which only means I'll be busier yet in the coming months, but I hope I'll be able to make time to drop by once in a while. If it's too difficult for you to check on us, I can write reports for you, send them through Messenger Hawk, perhaps," said Hien. "You know things are moving along smoothly here, so it might be best if you focus on your new endeavors." "It might, but I'd rather involve myself with everything, even if just slightly." Angela smiled. "So, how smoothly, if I may ask?" "I was under the impression Zan's apprenticeship was near its end by now." "It is, and she's done well enough that her master has already offered to hire her in full," said Hien, smiling. "She always says it's not the most difficult of jobs, but there seems to be plenty to deal with in managing stores, from my understanding." "That's good to hear," said Angela, nodding. "And the others? Still hard at work?" "Lee has had some trouble keeping up with other apprentices at the Royal Smith, but he's still doing his best. Min worries me slightly. I thought he was on the right path at last, but he's decided education isn't his thing and... Angela said, raising her eyebrows. "Well, he's fallen back on helping me around the house again, as he did back when he first got here," said Hien, biting her lip. "He fashions himself as my assistant, or so. I can't say I mind, it's nice to have help, but I don't know if it's the best he can hope for." "From what you've mentioned, he appeared unlikely to pursue any traditional professions," Angela said, raising an eyebrow. "Either he just lacks any such ambitions, or his actual vocation is to be found here, and I can't say I mind if that's the case. As long as he's helpful and not a burden for you, all should be well." "I thought so too, but I figured they should try to take their chances to have better lives, right?" said Hien. "Kun has had a steady job for 3 months now. He's even talking about finding his own house to live in once he's saved up enough. It seems unfair that Min wouldn't have a similar opportunity." "Well, his fortune may yet change." "It's too soon to tell so far," Angela said, shrugging. "Either way, I'd give him time to decide what he hopes to make of himself. Try not to worry about it too much." "Very well, then. I'll try," said Hien, with a weak grin. "At any rate, here's your allotted money for the coming month," Angela said, offering a bag to Hien. "You've managed your finances successfully, but, as ever, if anything comes up, I'd let you know for sure, but I think we'll be fine," said Hien, smiling. "Thank you, Princess, as always." "I take it your husband is busy at work too?" Angela asked. "If he were home, he would have likely already talked my ear off about whatever nonsensical story he wants to write next." "Oh, yes," Hien smiled fondly. "It seems there was a good lineup of fighters at the Dome today. He's quite pleased. It seems his articles are doing well, and his boss is finally trusting his judgment better." "Well, considering his articles may just have breathed life into the dying league after that catastrophe earlier this year, it's only fitting," Angela said, breathing deeply. "Greet him for me when he returns, I suppose." "Of course," said Hien, bowing her head and smiling as Angela made her way to the door again. "Like I said, it's fine if you can't make time to come next week, but if you can, I'll see you then." "Indeed, you shall," said Angela, grinning back and opening the door. "Have a good day, Hien." "You too, Princess. Thanks for your visit." Angela acknowledged the 2 enforcers outside once more before striding up to Xin Long. The dragon was busy fluffing up his mane before his many new admirers now, a satisfied grin on his face, his eyes closed. Angela rolled her eyes and stepped up, arms crossed. Upon her arrival, the many onlookers bowed and scurried away quickly, without the dragon's awareness. By the time Xin Long opened his eyes again, he found he was alone, save for his skeptical, judgmental rider. His gasp was comical enough, easily shattering Angela's resolve to remain stoic. The dragon glared at her accusingly, quick to determine it was her fault that his many fans had vanished. "Yes, that's quite right, they saw me and fled," Angela smiled. "I'm just that terrifying." Xin Long grumbled that she was nowhere near as scary as she pretended to be, but Angela had climbed on his saddle by then and spurred him to take to the skies once more. "That's the secret to success, though, Xin Long. You ought to know as much, she said. Intimidation is ever a helpful tool, even if it requires a bit of exaggeration and a lot of acting. Xin Long snickered, acknowledging he had learned quite a bit about her philosophies of intimidation over the years. He made his way through the skies as he agreed with her, admitting it was a lot of fun to play with people's perceptions and misconceptions, as they both often did. The Enforcer's compound had been erected well outside the capital's crater, to the north. Construction had been taken care of within a short time, an advantage only available nowadays, since earthbending builders sped up processes that could easily take the Fire Nation half a year without any earthbending involved. The compound was wide rather than tall, consisting of a large building with several inner courtyards equipped for different kinds of training. Firebenders, non-benders and even 2 earthbenders had enlisted when the recruitment call had been issued, and there were areas enabled for the practicing of each art. Regardless of bending skills, though, everyone was required to learn non-bending forms of combat, as commanded by Agila. Unsurprisingly, the benders were less used to fighting with weapons, but within a month of training they had adapted well enough to new fighting styles. At least, that was what the Enforcer's sword master had told Agila, the last they'd spoken of the matter. She smiled immediately upon glimpsing him in his courtyard, even at a distance. He stood at the front of a group of 60 women as they progressed through a routine of katas they had been rehearsing since last week. Their footwork had improved considerably, and by now they were far more confident in the handling of their blades. All in all, it was obvious Sokka was proud of his progress with these soldiers. He watched them intently, his eyes trained to find each flaw in their movements, but by now there were far less mistakes than correct stances, and he considered that a victory. Merely 2 months ago, most these women wouldn't have expected to pick up a sword in their lifetimes. Parry, dodge and stab. Sokka finally commanded, and with the respective war cries, each woman followed his orders until they were pointing their wooden blades forward, their bodies lunging carefully enough, maintaining balance while stretching to meet an invisible enemy with their weapons. Sokka smiled and nodded, raising an arm to signal the end of their drill. As they had been taught by the armed forces instructors, the Enforcers fell into a perfectly rehearsed position of ease, their hands behind their backs, their legs separated on the same level as their shoulders. Not bad at all. You're getting the hang of things by now, Sokka declared. Most of you have it already, but Yazoo, more power into those thrusts. Xiaolin, you lost balance at the 3rd stance, be more careful next time. Xin Long landed carefully at the rooftop that surrounded the courtyard. Agila smirked as she listened to Sokka's recommendations to the Enforcers, amused by how serious he was with his instructions. After all the grief Agila had given him when he first taught her the basics of sword fighting, she had no doubt he was rather pleased that his newest students were far more dutiful and eager to listen to him than she had been. Agila wasn't the only spectator of the lesson, though. Not far behind the group of recruits stood a woman at least 20 years Agila's senior. She hadn't risen above the position of lieutenant in the domestic forces. As soon as Oze's announcement about the formation of the Enforcers had become public, Mei Sun had come forward to request a transfer into the new squad, where she had been promoted immediately into the position of captain. She seemed quite satisfied with the group so far, ever obedient and awaiting Agila's orders and updates regarding the new slavery laws. She wasn't the only new face Agila had grown accustomed to over the past month. 3 male officers had joined the Enforcers as well, one of them a recently retired commander who hadn't adapted to life outside the military world as well as he had hoped to. He was tasked with administrative duties, whereas the 2 others, a captain and a sergeant of the domestic forces, were handling the thorough military instruction along with Mei Sun. They took care of the Urikal lessons, such as history, geography, and strategy, as well as the discipline and military procedures the recruits had been learning through the month. It wasn't an easy process, let alone could it be any easier when they were working against the clock as it was. Agila's plans required the Enforcers to be ready to uphold the new laws as soon as possible, and as promising as everything looked so far, the thought of failure was never too far from her mind. If the people, the nobility in particular, didn't take the Enforcers seriously, things could take an ugly turn for their service even before it began. But it would do her no good to trouble herself with such thoughts right now. It was better to focus on how smooth the process had been up to date, on her efficiency at juggling her duties to near perfection so far, and that she had gotten along fairly well with all her newly appointed leaders for the Enforcers. As long as everything continued along this path, success would stop looking like a wishful dream and it would shift into a much more solid possibility. And your legs don't need to be so far apart, you're more likely to lose your footing that way. Anyways, I think we're done for today. Really? Can't we try the routine at least once more? Asked one of the recruits at the front rows, looking at Sokka with hopeful eyes. He snorted. I'm glad you're enjoying it so much, but save it for tomorrow. Or, practice it by yourselves later, why not? He said, smiling, you're making great progress, though, so take pride on that. Not too much pride, mind you, Captain Mason declared, as she watched the recruits smiling excitedly at each other. Their expressions froze upon hearing their leader's voice. You have yet to be truly tested in battle, remember? Stay level-headed. Duty comes before pride. Sokka's eyebrow twitched at Mason's words, though he had no idea how to counter them. Unsurprisingly, the recruits seemed to agree with the captain, and he decided to let himself lose that fight rather than defend his words. Mason was probably right, after all. Well, be that as it may, class dismissed. He said, waving one hand carelessly as he sheathed space sword with the other. Xian Long decided to announce himself then, groaning before leaping down into the courtyard, right between Sokka and his recruits. The gladiator and sword master to the enforcers smiled blissfully at the sight of the dragon, but most of all, at the rider on his back. As much discipline as the recruits had been taught, they ever were awed in Xian Long's presence. So, once again, the dragon puffed his chest and waved his mane proudly before yet another crowd of admirers that gathered around him. Azula rolled her eyes. I think the one who needs to learn from Captain Mason's lessons the most is you, obnoxious dragon, she said, pushing herself off the saddle and landing hard on the dirt courtyard. Azula! Sokka exclaimed, beaming happily as he rushed towards her. I thought I'd heard him land on the roof tiles, but I didn't know for sure. Huh, you weren't sure, then? Azula smirked. So, if Xian Long had decided to pounce on you, you would have had your guard down. Maybe. I mean, I wouldn't expect him to do me any real harm, right? Sokka said, with a clumsy smile. Of course, said Azula, raising her eyebrows. If that's the kind of example you'll set for the enforcers, perhaps I really should have looked for another sword master. Yeah, say what you will, you'd have to pay another sword master if you hired one, and it's just so much cheaper and effective to have me train them. Sokka smirked knowingly. Azula sighed in defeat, trying not to smile at being cornered by her gladiator's accurate enough assessment. As soon as she had brought up matters of instructing the enforcers, he had offered his services as freely as she could have expected of him, and she had known there was no better swordsman for the job either way. As it was, the enforcers were competent enough fighters on par with senior students in the military academy, something unthinkable for soldiers who had spent only a month at work. As much as Azula believed many of the recruits were talented, she knew a lot of that progress came from the quality of their instructors, and Sokka was, without a doubt, one of the best amongst the four of them. Welcome again, Princess, said Mason, smiling as she stepped through the group of recruits on her way to where Azula stood. Thank you, Captain Mason, Azula said, nodding in her direction. I take it you've been hard at work since early in the morning. Indeed, the soldiers are used to their routine by now, said Mason. Will you offer them a new firebending lesson today? Or are you busy, perhaps? I wouldn't say I'm too busy anymore, but I do have one pending matter to deal with, said Azula, glancing at Sokka. He had been silent through the women's conversation, and he held his tongue even when the princess's attention was on him. I have no doubt he enjoys teaching swordsmanship over fighting in arenas, but we've been away from the Gladiator League for far longer than we should have been. Oh? We're going to schedule a new fight? Sokka asked. Unless you'd like to risk dropping out at this point. Yes, Azula said. Sokka shuddered. After all these years, dropping out now? He said, yeah, I'd much rather not. I understand, said Mason, nodding solemnly. Then I wish you the best of luck with that, Princess, Instructor Sokka. You could just call me Sokka. He mumbled, despite knowing Mason was ever proper and never seemed to drop the title when addressing him, regardless of how many times he had asked her to. I'll stop by tomorrow again, probably for a longer visit, Azula said, returning to Xian Long's saddle, The dragon was annoyed now because his admirers had decided to stick to protocol and not be distracted by him even if he was, indeed, magnificent. Keep up the good work with the recruits in the meantime. We shall, for sure, said Maysun, bowing her head as Azula climbed on Xian Long's saddle and offered Sokka a hand so he would climb after her. Do pass on my regards to the other commanding officers, said Azula, smiling a little. Until tomorrow, then, Captain Maysun. Of course, Princess, said Maysun. Farewell. Sokka waved at his students, who watched him with wide eyes, unable to contain their amazement now. The princess always took off with her gladiator, but the recruits generally didn't get to see it directly, busy as they often were with other duties. This time around they were treated to the whole spectacle of the dragon flying with his rider and passenger, and it made for quite the impressive sight. Well, what are you all looking at? Head indoors for lunchtime right away or you'll go hungry for the rest of the day, Maysun declared, interrupting the girls' contemplation, and they scrambled quickly to the dining hall, in a not yet orderly fashion. They still had plenty of work left in regards of discipline, but they would learn it before long, Maysun hoped. It was hard to blame them for being distracted by the princess and her gladiator, though. The flight of a dragon was ever a fascinating sight, and it didn't matter how many times she might watch it happen, even Maysun couldn't hold back from admiring the graceful creature from afar. Xian Long didn't act half as gracefully when he was alone with Azula and Sokka, though. As easy as his flight was, he kept snorting and complaining about how dead-like the recruits were and how boring it was to visit them these days. Azula could only laugh and roll her eyes, relaxing against Sokka as soon as they were far enough from the enforcer's compound that not even the sharpest eye of any recruit would be able to discern their closeness. Setting aside Xian Long's lust for fame for now, you seem to be handling your class better and better every day, Sokka, said Azula, her face against her gladiator's neck. Well done. I'm just happy I can help you out somehow, Sokka said, a goofy grin on his face. In a sense, this whole matter of the laws and the enforcers didn't feel all that real when you first told me about it, but now things are looking a little more promising, at least. Azula asked, her voice small. Sokka smiled at her and kissed her brow. Yeah, they are. We're making good progress, too, or at least, I assume we still are. Everything went okay with today's meeting. Generally, yes. Though in regards of retribution there's no longer anything I can do at this point, she sighed. Sokka grimaced and shook his head. Wretched slaveholders, one day they'll really pay. He grumbled. Azula smiled weakly. Even I shall, I suppose. She asked. Sokka's eyes widened. You know, I've thought about it. If these laws were to hold me accountable for what I've done to you over the past years, and I were punished fairly Oh, come on. That's not. I would surely be sentenced to at least 10 years in prison. And that's being generous, Azula laughed. Not true. You're the best sponsor and I love you. Sokka roared, hugging her tightly. Azula couldn't seem to stop laughing. Come on, I've set you on fire, I called you all sorts of insulting names, I've gotten you hurt so many more times than I can count. That doesn't matter, I would have gotten hurt for you even if you hadn't asked. Sokka pouted. Ah. But the setting you on fire part, and the name calling, does count, right? No, it doesn't, because. And this is exactly why you shall never be a man of law, Azula laughed. You are biased, terribly so. Shame on you, Sokka. Ugh, fine, I accept the wretched council's terms, he grumbled, dropping his head on her shoulder. But it's not fair for slaves who actually had it bad, way worse than me, and we both know it. That's what we'll remediate later on, I suppose, Azula said, biting her lip. This is bound to be a long process, but if we succeed at these early stages of enforcing the new laws we should have opportunities to change things for the better in the future too. I hope so, Sokka pouted before sighing and hugging her tightly. Say, though, we'll schedule a bunch of fights and then we'll go home. I suppose, unless you have something else in mind. Azula asked, with a smirk. Perhaps we could run more errands, though Xian Long will probably have a fit of rage and make us walk places instead of flying with us if we overwork him. He's not in the best of moods today. Oh, come on, buddy, Sokka said, patting Xian Long's flank. The dragon huffed, his tail swaying side to side. We believe you're magnificent and wonderful. You should stick with us rather than running off with complete strangers. Xianlong disagreed, especially as he knew the pair on his back were far more likely to forget all about him and devote themselves to each other completely, with their naked body coupling and whatnot. He wasn't about to bother expecting otherwise from them, not at all. Agela's blush told Sokka the dragon's response to his words had likely been inappropriate, so he smiled weakly and decided against convincing Xianlong of anything. It wasn't like Sokka wanted to keep on flying all day long, anyhow. Then again, I actually don't want to run errands. I don't know why I was trying to convince him to do it with us, Sokka said. Agela laughed softly. So, we'll have more than 10 minutes of privacy for once in, well, a month. Sounds like it. But we do have to go to the dome first of all, Agela said, raising her eyebrows, so try to put all naughty thoughts out of your mind until we're on our way to your house, at the very least. You aren't exactly good at concealing that you're having dirty thoughts. Oh, please, how would you know? Sokka smirked. It's not like you can tell when I'm imagining whatever I might have a chance to do to you later. So you'd think, but that goofy smile on your face and dazed eyes sure speak for themselves, Agela said. Sokka's grin vanished immediately, replaced by nervousness. Yes, you get so immersed in your fantasies you literally lose control of your facial expressions. It's actually pretty funny. And no, it's not. Agela. He squeaked, blushing as she laughed against his chest. Ah, some days I just can't take how much I love you, she said, shaking her head as he remained flustered behind her. The words had appeased his outburst, though his heart still beat wildly upon hearing her say that. Heh. Some days, you said. He smiled, embracing her again. Damn it, princess. You can deny it all you want, but you keep on proving you're a true romantic at heart. I'm hardly as bad as you are. Sure, only because you're so much worse. We've been through this, he snickered, pressing his lips to her cheek. Agela scoffed playfully, reaching to clasp the neck of his shirt before pulling him in for a deeper kiss. They parted once Xianlong alerted Agela that they were near the dome already. Erasing the evidence of their crime was an easy routine by now, but pleasant warmth gathered in Agela's lower belly upon knowing this kiss was merely a first taste of what they would enjoy for the rest of their day. Ever since the slave executions and everything that came afterwards, both Agela and Sokka had been far too caught up with their duties to spend time together as they wished to, and needed to. Finally, things were poised to change. Or so Agela hoped as they landed on the street, where Xianlong's ego was stroked again by the many passers-by who gazed at him in wonder. It really baffles me how he just won't grow out of it, Agela was telling Sokka as they climbed the stairs to the building. I can barely tolerate it when people bow to me for too long anymore, but as far as he's concerned, everyone should be singing praises to him non-stop. He's becoming real needy lately, said Sokka, though his smile weakened quickly. I suppose it could be that he's lonely, last of his kind and all. I know I should probably have given up all hope by now, Agela said, sighing, but there's no reason to assume there's no dragons left altogether. I'd like to think we just need to look harder. Yeah, I hope you're right, Sokka said, sighing, though it does feel like we're way too busy lately to help him, huh. All things considered, we may be able to take breaks soon, Agela said. I don't think it'll take over another week of debates with the council before the laws are finished. You should continue to train the recruits, but they've progressed enough that Mason could take over for you, if need be. And then we could just travel the Earth Kingdom to find more dragons. Sokka asked, amused. You know, we did tour the Earth Kingdom long ago to find rhinos, so. Agela said, smirking, it might make Xianlong happy if we do that, who knows. He should definitely have more fun if he travels with us, Sokka said, smiling approvingly. Of course, this is all pretty vague, but it'd be great to do it one day. One day. Like so many pending things we still have to do, said Agela, with a shrug. Well, Piandao wanted me to learn patience ages ago. If anything, I guess I've learned some, after all this time, Sokka said. I suppose Xianlong has had no choice but to learn some, too, Agela admitted with a sigh, as they finally reached Shoji's counter. The young man had been busy stashing away newly filed challenges when he sensed two shadows towering over him. He was on edge immediately, fearing it would be an intimidating sponsor or two, and his face broke into a smile wider than Sokka's own as soon as he identified his favorite gladiator and sponsor combination. Princess. Blue Wolf. He exclaimed happily, "Oh, I'm so glad you came back. Have you recovered from the poison, then?" "Oh, yeah, actually," said Sokka, with a crooked grin. "At this point I'd damn near forgotten about it." "Seriously? After all the trouble it gave you, you forgot about it?" Azula snorted, rolling her eyes. "No sense of self-preservation, I could swear." "It's great you're here, though," said Shoji, beaming. "I'd been wondering if it was right to send your challenges to the palace, but it seemed a bad idea at the time." "Well, you could do that." "I've been busier than usual lately," Azula admitted. Shoji smiled with unease. "You sure?" "Because, it's a lot of challenges," he said, standing up and biting his lip. "Much more than your usual amount." You want to see them, I suppose." "Of course. That's what we came here for," Azula stated, and Shoji nodded nervously. Okay, I'll bring them in a second. Just wait shortly." Azula raised an eyebrow when Shoji didn't walk to his usual cabinets. Instead, he entered the storage room where he had kept Sokka's boomerang safely until Azula could retrieve it, back when he had lost it in his fight against Toph. "You don't think we had so many challenges they no longer fit in a cabinet, do you?" Azula asked Sokka, who snorted and looked at her in disbelief. "That's ridiculous, who could possibly get that many challenges?" Azula couldn't quite answer the question before Shoji reappeared, pushing a two-decker cart with him. A cart with 3 different baskets, all of them full of organized papers. Both Azula and Sokka stared in shock as Shoji smiled awkwardly, stopping the cart right before his counter. On the upper deck were 2 baskets, one so stuffed it looked like the papers barely fit in it, the other still full but not quite as much. The bottom basket was slightly emptier than the others. Shoji breathed deeply, running a hand through his hair as the gladiator and sponsor failed to give their eyes any credit. "Well, if you really wish to know who gets so many challenges, I have a few carts like these, for some gladiators," he said, with a small shrug, "such as Combustion Man, Flammyheart, the Lightning Master." "Huh. And, we're already getting so many challenges you need a cart for us too?" Azula asked, eyebrows raised. Shoji shrugged. "You did defeat the top-ranked non-bender. It's only part of the consequences," he said. "At any rate, I've worked to keep this well sorted, but, it's hard. I think I forgot to put away this week's expired challenges, but I'm still storing them in the bottom basket. I kept them there in case you'd like to fight anyone whose challenge is already past the time limit, if they interest you." So that's the bottom basket?" Sokka asked. "And the top ones are?" Non-benders and benders." Shoji pointed at each basket. "The fuller one, of course, was that of non-benders." "Okay. I guess people want to kick my ass more than ever, huh?" said Sokka, picking up a few challenges from the non-bender basket. "Did I get challenged by every non-bender in the league, by any chance?" "Well, possibly not. But you did get challenged by several of them more than once, so that's also why you have so many challenges," said Shoji. The Dark Rook alone must have sent around 7 challenges, I believe." "Whoa, boy. You don't suppose his sponsor wants to dethrone me, do you?" Sokka asked Azula with a derisive smile. Azula snorted. "He may wish to, but we are free to avoid him for as long as we feel like it," she said. "I think I'd rather have you fight a bender this time, truth be told." "Yeah, I agree," Sokka said, smirking at her. "I do miss beating up firebenders as easily as I ever do." "Oh, no doubt you do," she asked, raising her eyebrows and glaring at him meaningfully. Sokka chuckled, "Seeing as the only firebender you've been fighting lately is me, and I defeat you thoroughly every time." "Every time? Now that's an overstatement, princess, really." "You're incorrigible," Azula said, rolling her eyes but smiling. "Come on, stop talking nonsense and help me choose someone." "As you wish." "A firebender it is," he snickered. Azula lightly elbowed his ribs, only prompting him to laugh more. Shoji smiled as he watched them split the pile of bender challenges evenly. It was ever fun to watch them work together, for it was easy to see just why they comprised such a great team. Their camaraderie came easily to them, and it was something that Shoji had seldom seen in most other gladiators and sponsors. It seemed odd that the princess of the Fire Nation would appear less stuck up than other sponsors, but Shoji remembered she had been colder before. She had grown far more responsive to her gladiator's nonsense over time, and it seemed to Shoji she was much happier for it. "So, who's this Solaris girl?" Sokka asked, bringing Shoji out of his thoughts momentarily. "Oh, she's around the 300th spot, I doubt you're interested in fighting her." "Well, no. That's too low, might not be entertaining enough," Sokka continued, ever letting his eyes shift towards Azula, looking for a reaction from his secret lover. Her narrow glare was just enough to make him chuckle again. "Bonfire?" asked Azula. "Somewhere near the 250s, Shoji said, nodding. Azula sighed. "Backbone breaker? Sounds like someone who's pretty full of himself, huh?" said Sokka, "but it's an earthbender, so never mind. And, the mist. Also around the 250th, but she's a waterbender," said Shoji, biting his lip. "Before you ask, I don't know her story. She's never come here. She only fights in the Southern Colosseum." Azula hadn't paid much attention to Shoji as he offered details about this new fighter, but what he revealed gave her pause once she processed it. She frowned, glancing at the young man with uncertainty, and he stared back at her with clear eyes. No doubt he didn't make the connection, of course he couldn't, Shoji didn't know better. But Sokka. She tried not to panic, she really did. And yet her stomach sank so hard she nearly lost her footing upon seeing the expression on Sokka's face. His reaction upon recognizing Ronin the ranking had been nothing compared to this. Even when he had asked Shoji about Kyoshi's heir he had been more level-headed. This time, his jaw had dropped, all jokes about defeating firebenders long forgotten. His eyes were wide, and he was trembling as he held the challenge in his hands. No doubt he had to be experiencing even worse vertigo than Azula was. Azula," he said, his voice trembling as much as his body did, soft and unusually high-pitched this. "Sokka. Did you hear what he just said?" "Azula, this could be." "Sokka, I don't want to. I don't really like being the voice of reason here," said Azula, tentatively, "but, maybe it's not her." "What? How could it not be?" Sokka exclaimed, his eyes out of orbit as he waved the challenge around in a frenzy. A female waterbender. In the Southern Colosseum. Where exactly in the south is that, Shoji? The Southern Colosseum is located in Whaletail Island, said Shoji, blinking blankly and glancing between the pair. His answer only seemed to make the blue wolf more frantic. He even squeaked, dropping the paper, and walking in circles as he grabbed his head with both hands. Azula breathed deeply and rubbed the bridge of her nose with her fingertips. "So much for a peaceful, happy afternoon, huh? Sokka. It's her. It might be her. It could be her." Sokka exclaimed, rushing back to Azula to look at her desperately. "Sokka, I understand. I think it's worth checking out too, if you do," she said, surprising Shoji when she grabbed Sokka's forearms as though to stabilize him, "but, as much as the odds are in your favor, if it's not her, you're not going to fall apart on me, are you?" "I don't know. I would try not to," Sokka said, swallowing hard. Azula sighed and shook her head, but it could be Katara. "Azula, please. I know that, but..." Azula said, letting go of him and huffing. Her true reservations were best not spoken, let alone spoken when they had company. She knew her personal fears were no reason to keep Sokka away from people he loved. And yet amongst said fears was the thought that this could be a trap of some sort. What if it was a White Lotus agent, some northern waterbender posing as his sister just to lure him into their grasp? She was no stranger to manipulating challenges to trick an enemy, she had done it the moment she had stepped into the gladiator business. But that was unimportant for Sokka. He'd rather be tricked and trapped than not find out if it was his sister or not. "You'll never forgive yourself, or me, if we don't do this, right?" Azula finally said. By then, Sokka had yanked his hair enough that most of it had fallen out of his wolf's tail. Instead of looking graceful, as he often did with his hair down, he looked like he'd been struck by lightning. No doubt, he had to be feeling as though that had just happened to him, too. Well, I don't know if I'd go that far, but... he said, calming down enough for moments just to look at Angela pleadingly. It could be my sister, Angela. I can't just, not do this. You understand that, right? Angela sighed again and grimaced. Shoji's jaw had now dropped at Sokka's last revelation. So far, he had been conjuring all sorts of explanations, such as that they spoke of the Blue Wolf's waterbending wife whom he hadn't seen in years, but that it could be his sister only impressed the young man further. He stared at Angela intently, wondering now if the princess would comply. Understand? Angela repeated. I can't say I'm remotely as desperate to see my brother as you are to see your sister, but I guess I do understand, to some degree. So, we'll do it? Yes. Sokka asked, eyes glowing with hope. Angela swallowed hard. What are the odds that it's her? She asked. I mean it, for real. I understand the location is good, and the Gladiator's description fits, but why would your sister leave the South Pole, and why would she join the Gladiator League if she did? Good point, said Sokka, blinking blankly, but it means she knows I'm in it too. I mean, a waterbender near the 250th position, challenging the Blue Wolf out of nowhere? Isn't it, well, likely that it was done on purpose? I suppose, said Angela. Sokka breathed deeply, despair now gleaming in his eyes. I need to know, Angela. I know things are busy, so if we can't go right away, I get it, but at least can we challenge her for a fight in a few months? Something like that, I don't know. Anything, really, so I can see if it's her. Angela gritted her teeth, but she knew she had been defeated anyhow. When had it really been a question whether she'd agree to this or not? She was incapable of denying this to Sokka. She knew how much his family meant to him, and after years of encouraging him to meet them, how dreadful would it be of her to take this opportunity away from him. And if it wasn't his family, she'd be on her guard. If this was yet another ploy by the White Lotus, or some other enemy, well, perhaps it wouldn't even be a terrible thing. They had discussed joining forces with them to take down her father. They might have an opportunity to establish a truce of sorts with them, as long as they played their hand carefully, and as long as the White Lotus was involved at all, in the first place, and at this point she couldn't be sure that they were. She breathed deeply, but instead of speaking, she nodded. Sokka's eyes lit up, his face breaking into the largest grin it had sported in weeks. It had been a longer blizzard this time. They huddled together under the thick and heavy blankets, waiting it out while hoping to save their energies. Their food supply had decreased through the week, unsurprisingly, finding prey had been difficult lately, and even fishing hadn't led to better results than the occasional small catch. Even so, Zuko tried to remain optimistic. He had told Mari stories, he had talked with Suki about what they should do once the blizzard ended, promised he'd work extra hard at finding solutions for their food shortage. That Suki seemed reassured relieved him, although he had no idea how he would go about fulfilling any of those promises. It had been fine for one day. On the second day, Mari had started complaining about wanting to go out. Within 5 days she was nothing but frustration, her energy finding no other outlet aside from tantrums and racing around the igloo recklessly. It didn't matter how much she complained, her parents were adamant about how dangerous it was to leave the igloo. By the 7th day, the three were lying across the large sleeping bag, staring up at the ceiling with uncertainty. Gruff was lying down at their feet, napping as though he knew this would be yet another day without enough food to go around, and not much action to speak of. It would have seemed ridiculous to imagine they might spend the rest of their lives locked inside the igloo, but after 7 days it was difficult to think otherwise. I want to be out, Mari pouted, for the 1000th time. Suki sighed and stroked her daughter's hair. So do I, dear, but if we leave now we'll end up buried in snow. And you don't want that, do you? I burn it, she declared, furrowed brow and arms crossed over her chest. Zuko smiled. As far as I know, snow can't burn, but I suppose if someone could set it on fire it's you, he said. Mari grinned proudly. Daddy says I'm the best firebender, she said, and Suki smiled warmly at her daughter's claim. Zuko and Aang had taken to bringing Mari to their training sessions on occasion, sometimes focusing on teaching her rather than Aang. The young firebender was, perhaps, too young, but Zuko knew it was better to teach her how to control her fire properly as soon as possible. He had once admitted to his sister that he feared his own fire. To some extent, her response to that had prompted him to believe it was best to teach Mari to love her fire, to cherish it, to consider it a gift rather than a curse. There was, no doubt, much about fire that needed to be handled with caution, but that was what the training was for, anyhow. "No doubt your daddy is right," said Suki, smirking at Zuko. "He's the second best firebender, after all, so he should know just what he's talking about." Zuko chuckled, but Suki's words confused Mari. She blinked blankly and looked at Zuko. "But Daddy," she said, "he is the best too." "Oh, now, I'm sure he disagrees," Suki taunted Zuko, who chuckled and nodded. "Absolutely. No way I'm better than the smartest, cutest, and strongest firebender ever," he said, leaning close to kiss Mari's brow. She giggled, wagging her small feet under the blankets. Her ankle grazed Suki's prominent womb. "Can I be out now?" she asked again, and the pleasant mood diffused once more. "No, love, not until we're told it's safe," said Suki, sighing. "Though, how will anyone know if it is when they're all in their houses?" Zuko asked. "How does Hakata know when this stuff's over, anyhow?" "He lives with a waterbender who can keep the snow out of their house whenever he opens the door to check what's going on outside," Suki theorized. Zuko bit his lip and shrugged. "Well, makes enough sense, I suppose, though I suspect Mari would be able to burn the snow if we open the door, too." "Well, of course she would, wonderful bender she is," said Suki, chuckling as Mari sat up, pushing down the covers when she did. Doing so exposed Suki's body, as well as Zuko's. They were both thinner than when they'd arrived in the South Pole, even if they were also happier. Precisely because of how thin she was, Suki's newest pregnancy had been apparent even at its earliest stages. Now, 5 months in, she tired easier and needed more and better sustenance, despite she constantly claimed otherwise. It fell to Zuko often to remind her that she needed to eat well for their baby's sake as well as her own, for she often tried to take smaller rations to make sure Zuko and Mari had more to eat than she did. Zuko had wanted this second child, but he hadn't expected life in the South Pole to take such a harsh turn throughout Suki's pregnancy. This wasn't their first blizzard in the last 6 months, even if it had been the longest. Finding food had become difficult, many igloos had collapsed, and their occupants were forced to take refuge in other people's houses instead. The community was tighter than ever, but it took more than good bonds with other people to survive in these circumstances. The more he thought about the future, the more Zuko worried. It was the light period, and thus, the ideal time to hunt and fish. The unforgiving weather conditions were generally bearable during the dark period, as long as they'd had a bountiful 6 months before it started, but if the light period was already so difficult, the dark one would be even worse. How were they going to ensure their survival at this rate? It tormented him to ponder such things, but Zuko's uncertainties only seemed more justified with each day they spent locked inside, with each time he laid eyes upon his wife's growing belly, ever wondering if they would be able to feed another child if they were already struggling so much with the first one. In a sense, he wished now that they had waited. But at the same time, he already loved and treasured the next baby as much as he loved Mari. He only hoped he could guarantee it a decent life, much better than what they were undergoing right now. "I want a cookie," Mari declared. Suki sighed and shook her head. "We don't have any, dear," she said. "As it is, we're left with jerky." No jerky," Mari pouted. "Hey, Mari." Zuko called her. "You haven't talked to Mommy's belly today. Want to give it a try?" "Oh. The baby talks today?" she asked, excitedly, putting thoughts of food out of her mind. How it pained Zuko to find himself looking for any means to distract his daughter from hunger rather than offering her food. While on some days he felt he had done right by his growing family, some days he wished he were stronger, more capable, more decisive. His daughter certainly deserved better than living like this. And yet he wasn't sure how to provide a better life to her, outside of leaving the South Pole. And that, for the time being, seemed a terrible idea to him. The living was difficult, and the people could be harsh and set in their ways, but Zuko had never experienced genuine feelings of belonging before settling down in the South Pole. He was happy, if just for the small details in his daily life, and he could take pride in working to sustain his family. Once he had dreamt of being Fire Lord, the strongest man in the world, basking in his power, pride, and riches. Nowadays, he found the humble life of a commoner had become far more appealing for him. That life would vanish if he left the tribe. Outside of the South Pole he wasn't a refugee, he was an outlaw, or he would be considered one, for he had already spent over half a year helping Hecate plan a small-scale incursion into Fire Nation territories. There wasn't meant to be a place for the Fire Lord's discarded son in a world where the freezing poles were the only lands free from his father's tyranny. Going anywhere else could be dangerous, and he wouldn't know for sure if he could provide for his family elsewhere. Even Kyoshi Island had lost some of its original appeal. If there were Fire Nation soldiers stationed there, as Suki had mentioned, there was a chance they might capture him and ship him off to the capital before long, albeit so his father could lock him up someplace dark and distant, where he would no longer pose a threat, even if a minuscule one, for his plans for the world. So the South Pole looked like the only alternative. And with the shortages they were experiencing, it seemed that their family's one opportunity for survival could also mean their doom. Suki's insistent gaze upon him brought Zuko out of his ruminations. Mari was rambling at her mother's womb, her hands gently on her belly as she tried to feel the baby within. Zuko smiled nervously, knowing Suki had noticed he had been on a daze, and not of the good kind. "What is it?" she asked, softly. Zuko sighed and shook his head. "Nothing. Everything. Being cooped up in here makes me think too much about stuff I probably shouldn't be so worried about," he said, leaning closer to her for comfort. "One thing at a time, right?" "Right," said Suki, reaching out for his hand with her own, "and for now, what matters is that we're safe and sound at home. We'll be out of here before you know it." "Let's hope so," he sighed, biting his lip. "I'm going to have to ask Hecate about better hunting areas, though. If I'm going to bulk up our reserves." "One thing at a time, Zuko," said Suki, smiling fondly at him. "Just relax, for the time being at least. Maybe this is the last blizzard and all the prey will come right out of their hiding places and—" "Mommy, too noisy!" Mari exclaimed, startling her parents. "I don't hear the baby." "Oh. Sorry," said Suki, grimacing. "Are you hearing anything, though?" Zuko asked, amused. Mari huffed. "No. Mommy's tummy is noisy too," she said. "Mommy wants cookies." Suki sighed and dropped her head back in defeat. Their attempt to change the subject had failed, and their daughter still couldn't seem to feel her sibling kicking or shifting or doing anything that could hold her attention for longer than 2 minutes. "There aren't any cookies, Mari," Suki repeated. "I'll prepare lunch in a bit, so until then." "What do we lunch?" Mari asked, crawling up over the sleeping bag so she could be level with her parents' heads. "It's going to have to be stew again," said Suki. Mari grimaced. "Prune stew. It's all we have left." "Prunes are gross," Mari exclaimed, burying her face in her father's chest, as though hoping he'd protect her from the prunes. Zuko chuckled. "Imagine they're cookies." "No," Mari insisted, pouting and groaning. "Prunes are gross, gross, gross." The girl repeated the word more times than Zuko could count, but his attention was grabbed by another sound he'd heard, under his daughter's cries. He bit his lip, hoping he wasn't hallucinating. "Mari, love, can you be quiet for a moment?" he asked her. Mari pouted as Zuko hoisted her off his chest and sat up. "Daddy?" she asked, as he scrambled out of the room. "Zuko? Is something the matter?" Suki called. Zuko was already halfway to the igloo's front door. A harsh knock brought a wide grin to his face. And as both Suki and Mari had heard it this time, they beamed brightly too. Zuko opened the door at haste, finding a man clad in a blue parka outside. The snowfall had been so harsh that Katara and Aang were currently busy using their bending to shovel off mounds of snow off some rooftops past Zuko's home. Going by the look of his igloo's entrance, they'd had to clear it too before Hecate could knock on it. "Ah, I was wondering if you were asleep," Hecate said, smiling. "All good in here?" "Yeah. Well, other than desperate to leave, I guess," said Zuko, grinning as he heard the hasty footsteps of his daughter racing over the wooden floor, along with those of Gruff. The wolf dog had woken upon hearing the creaking sound of the door, and he seemed pleased to know he finally would be free to go out into the snow again. "Hecate." "Hi, Hecate," Mari exclaimed, beaming too as she reached the door. "Can we be out and play?" "I suppose you can," If your father and mother approve, said Hakata, smiling gently, though make sure to wear your boots and coat, Mari. It's very cold out here. Yeah. Mari exclaimed, racing back inside to look for better clothing. Zuko sighed and rolled his eyes. As far as she's concerned, you're a bigger authority than either of her parents, said Zuko, looking at Hakata matter-of-factly. If we told her no, she'd still run out because you said it was okay. Huh. Sorry about that, said Hakata, grimacing. Parents should be the higher authority in their household, no doubt. Well, hopefully Mari will learn that one day. Zuko smiled. Everything okay so far? Anyone ran out of supplies? Kino and Aang did. Hakata smirked only because Kino started stress eating over the 5th day. Aang had to teach him meditative air nomad techniques so he'd calm down, and I don't think he succeeded. Kino, meditating? Sounds unreal, said Zuko, with a small grin. By then, Mari had already put on her parka, drawn her hood over her head and tucked her small feet inside her comfy boots. Zuko watched her silently as she ran to the door, and she stopped only for a moment to glance up at him. Gruff and I are going out now, she said. Zuko raised his eyebrows questioningly. With whose permission? He asked. Hakata said we could be out. Mari declared proudly. Zuko sighed and shook his head. Stay close by, all right? Or at least near Katara and Aang, you hear me? Yeah. Without further ado, the toddler raced out into the snow, kicking it excitedly as she jumped and laughed, rejoicing in her regained freedom, with her father's wolf dog trailing after her. Gruff wasn't as likely to play as he was to protect her, serious and fierce as he ever had been. Zuko watched the pair with a small smile, hoping Mari would know to stay away from the igloos Katara and Aang were currently digging out of their respective snow-ins. She's so light on her feet, said Zuko, proudly. She certainly is, chuckled Hakata. At any rate, is Suki well? She's hungry, said Zuko, biting his lip truthfully. We were running out of supplies by now, too. Are you guys any better off? Not quite, but, said Hakata, before shaking his head. No worries, Zuko. It looks like the worst of the storm is gone by now. We can have an outdoors meal, the whole tribe, and that way we can put together all we have left to help each other. Thank you, said Zuko, relief surging inside him. I'll probably not eat too much anyhow, but Suki really needs it. Pregnant women are always given priority in the tribe. Don't worry, said Hakata, patting Zuko's shoulder. Nevertheless, we'll send out the hunting parties as soon as everyone's accounted for. Things are getting pretty dire for everyone. Yeah, that's what it looks like, said Zuko, sighing. What do you guys do with harsh winters? I mean, this isn't exactly winter, but it makes you wonder, huh? If it's this bad in summer, winter will be a nightmare, said Hakata, shaking his head. The tribes have endured bad seasons, we will survive these as well. But I'd be lying if I said it's easy. Not everyone lives to see the coming year. Zuko's heart sank upon hearing those words. Hakata didn't mean to scare him, only to prepare him for what might come in the future, but it was a terrifying prospect nonetheless. He swallowed hard, nodding as his jaw remained set, tense, his fists clenched. Hakata! Suki called from inside the igloo. Just from her voice tone, Zuko could tell she was smiling. How are you? Did Katara and Kunna handle the blizzard well? Well enough, said Hakata, smiling. My mother doesn't often leave the house these days either way. She seemed happy enough for the company. She's strong, always has been, Suki said, climbing out of the igloo, fully dressed in her coat and boots. She surprised Zuko when she clad his shoulders with his own parka. It wasn't until she'd done it that he realized just how cold he was, standing at his igloo's threshold without the proper outerwear for it. He smiled gratefully at his wife, who grinned back at him before squeezing his shoulder gently. That she is, Hakata said, smiling and nodding. Either way, I hope you're feeling well. Better now that this mess of a blizzard is over, said Suki, grimacing. How much damage was there this time? We're not sure yet, said Hakata. Aang and Katara wanted to unearth you guys as quickly as possible, though. Well, Katara unearthed Aang and Kino first, then she and Aang came to your door, but they're busy digging everyone out, so we shouldn't distract them yet, I take it, said Suki, smiling with understanding. Not even to thank them, they're working so hard to help everyone out. Cat cat. Cat cat. Mari's nickname for Katara broke through the mostly silent tribe. Her parents, so relaxed a moment ago, were now grimacing with uncertainty. So much for no distractions, sighed Zuko, helping Suki out into the snow as they set out to fetch his reckless daughter. The little girl had raced happily through the snow until she had found her very favorite tribe member. Katara and Aang were brushing off the snow piled on an igloo when the girl's voice reached them. "Ah, Mari," Katara said, beaming as she greeted the red-haired girl. "You're looking as cute as ever, aren't you?" Mari stopped right before Katara. Gruff, always tailing her, had slowed down as Aang offered to pet his head. The Avatar had a way with animals, having charmed the generally stern Gruff with the ease expected from him. "I'm glad you're okay, Mari, Gruff," he said, smiling at them both. "We are hungry," said Mari, grinning. "Do you have a cookie, Cat Cat?" "Not right now, dear," said Katara, smiling sympathetically. "I'm helping the rest of the tribe, you see." "They're hungry too," said Aang, with a sad smile. Mari bit her lip and looked down at the snow. "Everyone needs cookies," she said. Katara smiled and nodded. "Everyone should have cookies together, yes. Even your parents, who are storming their way towards us right now, quite awkwardly, too." Aang chuckled at the sight of Zuko stomping through the thick layers of snow that Mari had raced over so easily. The banished prince grimaced with annoyance, clearing the way so Suki could follow him far more easily through the snow he had already shifted. "Mari," Zuko called the girl, who turned and looked at him with innocent and confused eyes. "I said you could stay near them, but they're working, okay? Don't hinder them." "What's hinder?" Mari asked, the word foreign to her still-growing vocabulary. Zuko grimaced. "It means don't be a bother," Katara said, curtly, before wrapping her arms around the little girl. "What your goofy father doesn't know is you're never a bother, little one." "I'm not a hinder. I don't hinder Cat Cat," Mari declared, proudly. Zuko scowled at Katara. "Well, fine. If you can't finish unearthing everyone today because you're distracted with Mari, that'll weigh on your conscience, not mine," he grunted. Katara laughed and shook her head. "Nonsense. Mari will help us," she said, lifting Mari carefully. "She's the best firebender in the world, isn't she?" "Yeah," Mari exclaimed. "She can help by melting the snow," Katara said, poking the little girl's nose with her fingertip. Mari giggled as Zuko raised an eyebrow. "That sounds like a good training exercise, to some degree," he acknowledged. Behind him, Suki laughed. "Thanks for helping us out earlier," said Suki. "Let us know if you need us to take Mari out of your hair later." "I'm not in Cat Cat's hair," Mari exclaimed, and Katara laughed while nodding. "Thank you. I'm sure it'll be fine," she said, before glancing at Aang. "Ready for the next one?" Aang nodded and grinned, patting Gruff's head gently again. "Go back to your family, buddy. I'll play with you later," he said. Gruff panted happily as Aang turned to the nearest igloo and set himself to work on bending away the snow before it, with Katara's help. Mari seemed to rejoice in melting the snow with her small plums of fire, and Zuko was left to sigh as Gruff returned to him, ever dutiful and protective of his masters. "At least she's being helpful." "It could be worse," said Suki, sliding a hand into Zuko's. He grinned. "Yeah. I have to say, though, she really loves involving herself with just about everything that's happening, huh?" "I don't think that's always a terrible thing," said Suki, watching as Mari finished melting a batch of snow at Aang's request. "But I guess she'll learn her place better as she ages, right?" "Hopefully," said Zuko, glancing behind himself now. Hakata was knocking on other unearthed igloos' doors, checking on their residents to ensure they were okay. The families who had the bigger igloos had taken in those who only lived in tents, offering them better protection than a few furs ever could. Hakata himself had taken in a few of them, seeing as he even had a room to spare, aside from the space in his living room. Once it was clear the dangers were truly behind them, they would all return to their tents and everything would go back to normal, or at least, that was how it had been over the course of the previous blizzards. "So, one thing at a time indeed," said Suki, noticing Zuko's daze once more. He bit his lip. "I guess the first thing's done. Now, what do we do about food?" Hakata said he'll call for an outdoors meal, for everyone to share the food they have left. He explained he said he'd arrange for hunting parties to take off soon, too. So. Right, said Suki, biting her lip, and I suppose you absolutely must go along, huh? Well, I wouldn't quite say absolutely, but I'd like to, Zuko said, frowning. I need to do my part too, both for our family and for the tribe. Right, said Suki, smiling fondly and gazing up at him. Well, I'm certainly glad you're so committed to helping everyone out. Who knew we'd feel so attached to this icy, forsaken tundra as we are now? I certainly didn't, said Zuko, with a weak grin. Either way, I'll try to go out hunting more often. All the planning for that crazy rescue mission has been more time-consuming than it should have been, anyone would agree on that. Well, you've all been working hard on building and strengthening the new ships, too, said Suki, with a shrug. And after the blizzard they're probably a mess now, Zuko sighed, shaking his head. All that hard work, gone to waste. Not to waste. It's only a setback, I suspect, said Suki, patting his chest gently. You've done well, Zuko. Don't punish yourself for not being able to stand against literal forces of nature, of all things. Zuko chuckled a little, the teasing smile on his wife's lips too inviting not to steal a kiss from them. It was easy to forget the hunger, the struggles and even the coldness that often chilled them to the bone when she smiled at him that way. She grounded him so easily it was uncanny. He belonged by her side, he had no doubt about it, and he would ever welcome her wisdom when she offered it. There you are, you guys. Unsurprisingly, their kiss was interrupted by the usual source of interruptions in the tribe. Zuko held back from rolling his eyes at the sound of his voice, and Suki smiled despite knowing Zuko was as exasperated by Kinno's bad timing as ever. Though when they both glanced at him it was hard not to laugh at the sight of the shivering man, shifting in the snow with difficulty due to the multiple layers of parkas, coats, and furs he had wrapped around his body. Even like that, his teeth chattered under the cool breeze. Wow! I had never seen a talking pile of laundry in my life. That's new, Zuko said, earning himself a playful slap to the shoulder, courtesy of his amused wife. I know this is very undignified, but it's bloody cold. Kinno whined. I mean, it tends to be cold, but that blizzard was just too much and I just ate all your igloo's food supply, from what Hakata told me, Zuko said. Suki's eyes widened as Kinno grimaced guiltily. Oh, Kinno. That's so reckless. I was anxious. It was, well, stress eating. It wasn't even that much food. He pouted. I'm just glad you weren't hosting anyone else at your igloo, Suki sighed, shaking her head. You need to think things through when facing emergencies, Kinno. You should know that. I guess I should. I mean, I was a soldier and all. Kinno sighed. But it's just so hard. I think it's because I've been living like this for too long. The sunlight doesn't warm, I can't eat fire flakes. Yet you can go fishing, just as you always dreamed to, Zuko said, with a crooked grin. Actually you should go again soon, I suppose, unless you'd rather join the hunting party. Ugh, no. I suck at hunting. And at fishing too, admittedly, Kinno said, scratching his head, but at least with fishing I can just sit and wait for the fish to do the work rather than sneak around like some creepy predator, right? That's what I am, then. A creepy predator? Zuko asked, an eyebrow twitching as Kinno looked at him in terror. And no. I wasn't trying to insult. Well, I'd much rather describe you as a handsome and skilled warrior, Suki said, smirking, and wrapping an arm around Zuko's waist. He smiled at her, but to each their own. Oh, why do I always say the wrong thing? Kinno sighed, shaking his head even though it was clear neither Zuko nor Suki held his bad choice in wording against him, chuckling as they were. Hakata had finished his checkups in most igloos near Aang's area, and he walked back towards where Kinno, Zuko, and Suki stood, only to find the married pair visibly enjoying themselves at Kinno's expenses. The sight brought a smile to his face as he moved past them and made his way towards one of the latest igloos Katara and Aang had cleared. It was the most recent one in the village. Iroh had worked hard on it, and it had stayed strong through the blizzards so far. All the same, their circumstances were worrisome. Iroh's wife, Siku, had given birth to their son merely a week before this blizzard started. As such, they were, presumably, one of the more defenseless households in the face of the crisis they'd just dealt with. Iroh was a smart and cautious young man, though. Chances were he had stacked up on supplies, that he would have helped his wife and son to bear with the harsh conditions of the blizzard. With such hopes in mind, Heikata knocked on the door and waited for a response. It came within moments, the door swinging open hastily. And there stood Yuro, eyes red and puffy, his body trembling for reasons other than the cold. Heikata froze at the sight, not realizing Yuro was mouthing something, even if his voice didn't seem to accompany the movement of his lips right away. Only after a moment did Heikata understand what Yuro wanted. "Katara, please, Katara. Just, wait a moment." "Wait," Yuro said Heikata, gritting his teeth before rushing through the snow. The blur of blue that was Heikata's racing shape caught Zuko's eye. He frowned, following him with his gaze as Heikata dashed to his daughter's current location, many igloos away already, with Mari still in her arms. "What just?" said Suki, eyeing Heikata with uncertainty too. By the time Katara handed Mari over to Aang and ran back to Yuro's igloo with Heikata, Zuko and Suki had seen Yuro. He stood like a ghoul before his door, eyes wide and unfocused, body swaying gently as though a slightly stronger breeze might knock him over. The horror across his features spoke for itself. "Zuko," said Suki, all good humor and relief forgotten by now. Even Kino, ever inappropriate and clumsy, was staring at Yuro in silent shock, uncertain of what to do or say. Katara reached Yuro, who reacted by pulling her inside the igloo quickly. Heikata seemed hesitant to follow at first, but he did as much before long. After that, there was nothing but silence. Absolute silence. That should have spoken for itself. Few 2-week-old babies were silent in the water tribe. It took Zuko longer to reach that conclusion than it took Suki, who covered her mouth with her hands as realization dawned upon her. "Guys," said Aang, approaching them with Mari in his arms, "did you see anything? Is Yuro alright, or?" "We don't know," said Kino, biting his lip. "He just stood there, waiting for Katara, I guess. But we don't really know what's going on." Suki reached out to pick up her daughter, who seemed delighted to be taken into her mother's arms now. And yet Suki's frantic embrace wasn't merely an attempt to alleviate Aang from having to look after the little girl, nor was it meant to appease a child who didn't understand the gravity of the situation, of the tragedies that could take place in such merciless living conditions. Suki's behavior alarmed Zuko, whose eyes widened as he finally inferred what was wrong with Yuro. The blood seemed to chill inside his body as he stared at the open door of the igloo, waiting for good news, dreading that they might not receive any. A woman's cry pierced through the silence suddenly. An anguished wail, carrying with it the unequivocal quality of grief. Aang's stomach sank. Kino gasped. Suki pressed her face to her daughter's shoulder, hiding the tears that were already pooling in her eyes. And Zuko's hands tightened into fists, his teeth clenched. It was Heikata who climbed out of the igloo again, sorrow plain across his weary features. He had lost more than enough throughout his life, and he was no stranger to death, but it hurt all the same. He raised his eyes to look at the group, and with just that glance, he confirmed Zuko's fears. The tribe had lost one member that day. And now, the fear in both Heikata and Zuko's minds had shifted into even darker thoughts. How many more people would they lose by the time the merciless winter arrived? Chapter 182, Whaletail Island 2. The burial ceremony was quick. The preparations for it were far more complicated than the rite itself. The severe food shortage would have remained everyone's priority if only they hadn't lost the youngest member of the tribe. The baby's corpse was bundled in furs, those his mother had sewed as blankets and clothes for him while she waited for his birth. The 2 toys his father had bequeathed for him had been tucked inside the furs too, as well as a small dagger, meant to protect him from the dangers he might face during his passage into the spirit world. 3 wooden ships, the ones in better shape after the dreadful blizzard had coursed over them, set sail towards a nearby island, where the tribe often traveled to find bamboo trees they relied on for their buildings and constructions. The other reason why they would ever visit said island, though, was to bury their fallen. The ritual was old, and it hinged on easing the dead's passage into whatever awaited them in the afterlife. By burying them near the many others who had passed away, it was believed their spirits would serve to guide the newly deceased soul into the spirit world, or into their next life. It was a rite meant to offer some comfort, but there was none to be found in it for Yuro and Siku, parents of the lost baby. Siku was devastated, to the point where Hakata hadn't been certain she would be able to partake in the funerary rites, but she had climbed aboard the ship with her husband and joined those who had traveled to the funeral in saying their farewells to their still nameless child. Most women had stayed behind, to prepare the morning feast, but some had opted to board the ships and offer their support to the young couple in such trying times. Many men had chosen not to attend the funeral either, instead taking off on emergency hunts in hopes to find food, anything that could fill the bellies of the famished villagers and prevent another untimely death like the one they were grief-ridden by. Sparse words were spoken during the rite. Both Siku and Yuro cried as they laid the child's body in the small tomb that they had dug for their son. As the burial was finished, Aang softly sang an elegy of his people, bidding farewell to the child's spirit as it crossed into a new world. Zuko stood beside him as he sang, and although Aang's voice was pleasant to hear, the exiled prince's heart was being clenched, squished by a cruel force. Anxiety, sadness, despair, all of them clawed at him as he tried not to be selfish. As he tried to be there for Yuro, his friend and neighbor, rather than to fear for his own family's safety. Even after all this time, there was a part of Zuko, violent and instinctive, that would drive him to do the unthinkable, to jump into impossible quests, to devote himself to tasks that seemed doomed even before he had begun them. And that part of Zuko was speaking loudly inside him now, demanding that he take action to save his family and the whole tribe before he found himself losing the only place where he had ever felt at peace, at home. He was silent as he boarded the ship back to the pole, uncertain of what to do. Hunting, fishing, all of it would seem futile if he couldn't haul at least twice as much game as he had the last year. The way things had gone so far, it didn't seem likely. He couldn't help but miss the ease with which food could be found in the Fire Nation or the Earth Kingdom, where farms, crops, shops would be available nearly anywhere. If not, there were trees, fruit, so many other possibilities, but in the Water Tribe there was no easy solution. Food was something he had taken for granted for so long, even when he had been traveling to find the Avatar, as his uncle always had money somehow and could afford their expenses, but money wouldn't save them here. The punishment for failure in the Water Tribe was more extreme than any he had experienced before. Because this time it wasn't his father, punishing him for his apparent disrespect by setting his face on fire. It wasn't Zhao, rubbing in that he would never find, let alone catch, the Avatar. It wasn't his father's military leaders, scoffing at the sight of him and denying him passage through their held territories or rivers merely because he was the exiled prince, and they expected to gain further favor with the Fire Lord by pestering his banished son. This time it was the land itself that was unforgiving, that seemed to take pleasure in tormenting the Water Tribe. It was as though they weren't welcome in their own home, unwanted, for nature itself seemed to wish to purge the pole from all living things. The villagers were kind, loving, ever generous and supportive of each other. How could they possibly deserve to suffer in this way, when the vile monsters of his father's court dined in luxuries every day, surely deprecating the most opulent meals out of whims, without facing any consequences for their cruelty and the harm they had brought on the entire world? It wasn't fair. The world he had been forced to live in was a harsh, cruel place, unbalanced and unhinged. Nothing made sense. And as it was trying so very hard to kill them all, it was up to Zuko to figure out a way to fight back before he lost the community he had grown to cherish, and the family that meant everything to him now. He didn't know what solution he'd come up with, but it pained him to think a baby's death had been the final push to force him into taking action. How he wished he had acted on their nefarious circumstances sooner, to prevent the loss of Yuro's child. The trip to the island had taken around 4 hours of sailing. Their empty stomachs pained them when they were on their way back, and although they were better accustomed to periods of shortages than most people were, the hunger took a toll on anyone. Even Aang, who always ate very little, seemed gaunt today, whether because of how devastated he was over the funeral or because of how badly he needed to eat something. "You all right?" Zuko asked him as they were disembarking on the pole again. The tribe's warriors knew their ships best, and they took to docking them while the rest of the passengers returned to the village. "I'm fine," Aang said, with a weak grin, just hoping everyone else is okay. Katara, well, she was really sad about this. "Everyone is," Zuko whispered, as the two of them followed the first group that had started the long walk to the village. It isn't right. I know they've been through harsh winters before, but being so powerless against forces of nature? How messed up is that?" Nature isn't just a silent companion for human life. Aang sighed. It can't be ruled, it can't be tamed, and as much as we live alongside it, as much as some of us can bend its elements, it's much more powerful than any of us could be. Things would be easier if we lived elsewhere, no doubt, but, for as long as we're here, this will always be a risk for the tribe. Then maybe the tribe ought to relocate, Zuko grumbled. Aang raised an eyebrow. Where to? He asked. I can't imagine the tribe living anywhere else, but if you do have an idea. Nah, I really don't, Zuko admitted, sighing and shaking his head. I know it will sound stupid and selfish, but I can't let the first real home I've known get wiped out mercilessly by bad weather and famine. Why would it be selfish? Asked Aang, with a weak grin. Your attachment to the tribe isn't a selfish thing, Zuko. It's good that you care about it. If anything, that you're so worried about keeping everyone alive and healthy is selfless. Well, I suppose it is, in some ways, said Zuko, biting his lip, but I guess I feel selfish for saying that since this is about much more than just me losing my home. Isn't this tribe, this lifestyle, the only thing most of them even know? It is. Aang nodded. And that you've thought about that proves, again, that you're not being selfish. We all have our reasons to fight, to live, to love. Having a motivation to act doesn't make someone inherently selfish, you know. Zuko smiled a little and nodded. Aang grinned and patted his back gently. Sometimes I feel like the Saifu instead of you, Zuko, Aang taunted him. The grin on Zuko's face vanished as he glared at Aang, who laughed carelessly. The ease of their smiles and conversation died out barely half an hour later. As much as talking to Aang could raise Zuko's spirits sometimes, seeing the village as downcast as it was right now, even during an outdoors feast, proved to be a devastating blow to his mood all over again. He hurried to where Suki was sitting before the fire, with Mari nestled on her lap, napping. You're back, Suki said, with a weak grin. Zuko nodded and knelt beside her, pressing a soft kiss to her cheek. Are you both all right? He asked. Did you get something to eat? Kunna made us some soup, Suki said. It was nice to have something warm to eat, and Mari felt better afterwards. Better enough to take a nap, I see, Zuko smiled, stroking the little girl's hair gently. The hunters came back, Suki said. Zuko tensed up. They didn't hunt much, but they could find dead animals, so, it's something. Oh. Well, yeah. That's a relief, said Zuko, sighing as he sat down next to Suki. Though most of them say this won't be enough, Suki admitted. It might serve for a week or two, but if things don't get any better. One thing at a time? Zuko asked. Suki smiled and nodded. Yeah, she said. Zuko breathed deeply. I'll make sure to join the next hunting party, he said. I don't know how much help I'll be, but you'll be much more help than you think. You're getting better and better at it every day. Hakata said so, Suki smiled, though the grin faded moments later. How are Yuro and Siku? As you'd expect, Zuko sighed, devastated, sad. They need as much support as we can offer them. I wish there was more we could do, said Suki, dropping her head on Zuko's shoulder. They've always been such nice neighbors, and this kind of loss it's irreparable. I don't think I'd ever get over it if... No. Don't even think it, Zuko said, squeezing her shoulder and pulling her closer. Please, Suki. She nodded and pressed her head to his neck, the fur that lined the borders of his parka soft and even ticklish under her nose. Zuko held her gently, reassuring her with his warmth, without speaking another word, that he would never let their family suffer a loss like the one their friends had endured. He had been sitting with Suki briefly when he spotted Kino. The former soldier was carrying bones and spare wood for the fire. He rushed towards them right after setting down the kindling, and only then did Zuko realize he was still covered up to his neck with several layers of outerwear. Zuko. It's good you're back, he said, releasing a trembling breath. Did everything go well? As well as it could have, considering what it was, Zuko sighed. You caught any fish? Well, just a small one, Kino sighed. I had hoped to stay behind just to make sure we could all eat, but a small one's already better than everything I've caught in the last 3 weeks, Zuko said. That's just because you like hunting better than fishing, Kino declared proudly. Zuko smiled and shook his head. When I said everything I've caught, I was including hunting as well as fishing, he said. Kino grimaced, so, thanks for the tiny fish, I guess. Well, it's small, not tiny, there's a difference. Kino mumbled, before glancing about himself with uncertainty. Aang's back too. He's off looking for Katara, Zuko explained. Kino bit his lip. She's taking it the hardest, Kino said, softly. What, does she think she should have braved the blizzard alone and made her way to their igloo to check on the baby? Zuko asked, raising his eyebrows. Yeah. Pretty much, said Kino. Zuko scoffed. The thing is, she's saying the baby was weak and not as healthy as he should have been ever since he was born, Suki explained, so, well, she thinks if she'd worked harder to keep him healthy before the blizzard hit, she could have saved him. Or he might have died anyways, Zuko mumbled. I'm not trying to be a jerk, but, she can't be sure she could have helped any more than she did. It's not her fault. Well, maybe you should tell her that yourself, said Suki, smiling a little. Maybe hearing it from you, of all people, will finally drive the message across. But for now, she's just scurrying around every household, checking on the ill and hungry and helping them however she can. It's not good for her to overwork herself that way, Kino whispered, but she's not listening to reason. In a sense I can't blame her, Zuko sighed. If I thought there's anything I can do to help, I'd do it. But short of spending all my time trying to find something to eat. Makes you miss the times when things were easier, huh? Said Suki, rubbing Zuko's hand gently in hers, though I guess we've all had hardships of different kinds, but this one's new for the three of us, at least. Is it, though? Zuko said, frowning before glancing at Kino. Did you guys never get shortages like this while you were in the settlement? You mean the regiment I used to be in? Kino asked, blinking blankly. Well, no. If things got rough, we'd just send word to our allies back in Whaletail Island and they'd send more food or whatever we needed. Well, I say we, but that's just a general, collective we. It was the captain who did it, I never got to do it. It's not like we can send word to Whaletail Island anyhow, no one there would help us, Suki sighed. But it makes sense that would be the solution. Things work very differently in the Fire Nation. They do, said Zuko, his frown gaining a different quality now, but, that could help us anyhow. What could? Said Suki, looking at him with confusion. The Fire Nation. I know it sounds insane, but... said Zuko, glancing at his wife with uncertainty. Maybe we could go to Whaletail Island. Maybe we could buy all we need, and... with whose money? Asked Kino, raising an eyebrow. If things are as I remember them, they're not going to let us just grab whatever we want freely. They'd put us in the pokey. We could take up temporary jobs, daily jobs at docks or so. There are ways to make quick money, Zuko said, looking at Kino with earnest eyes. There were members of my crew who would do that if we were docked for too long. That way they didn't have to depend only on whatever my uncle paid them, and they could blow their winnings on drinks or whatever they wanted to buy. Huh. So, really? Said Kino, eyes widening. Do you think we could just skip over to Whaletail Island and, well, fix things? I doubt it'd be as easy as that, said Suki, sitting upright again and looking at Zuko with curiosity. It might take several trips for you to gather enough food, but if there's hunters still working hard to find food here, it wouldn't be like we'd depend only on achieving success at Whaletail Island, right? And if it's done on several trips, said Kino, maybe more people could go on later trips, you know? And with more people working, there'd be more money and it'd be possible to buy more stuff. Oh, boy. What sort of outlandish ideas are you making up now, Kino? The young man jumped and glanced over his shoulder at Aang, who was smiling at him fondly. Behind him stood Katara, weary and downcast like they'd never seen her before. Despite all he argued with the girl, Zuko couldn't help feeling sympathetic towards her right now. It wasn't me. It was Zuko. Kino blurted out, nervously. Zuko rolled his eyes as Aang and Katara raised their eyes towards him now, surprised and confused. Is this just one of Kino's typical attempts to deflect his responsibility in nonsense, or is he telling the truth? Katara asked. Zuko folded his arms over his chest. For once, he's not just joking around. I had, an idea, he said, biting his lip, but I'm honestly not sure how successful I might be. If I manage to do it, I could help the tribe pull through this mess, but if I don't, If you explained what you have in mind, we might be able to help, if just a bit, Aang said, grinning weakly and taking his seat next to Kino. Katara sat beside him moments later, clearly preferring to discuss whatever Zuko had in mind than talk about the tragedy that had unfolded on that very long and difficult day. I thought that going to Whaletail Island to find temporary jobs could help me make enough money to buy food there and bring it here, Zuko said, in a single breath. Aang and Katara stared at him in surprise. It's crazy, I guess, but maybe it could be done, why not? The tribe's ships are pretty good at breaking the currents, so... You're serious? Katara asked, eyes wide. Do you think if we do this, we'll be able to feed everyone? Wait, we? Zuko said, blinking blankly. I don't know about we. I figured I'd go, at least for starters, but... You, alone? Katara asked, skeptical. No offense, Prince Zuko, but the last time you braved those waters without anyone more experienced in sailing to assist you, you wound up, here, said Kino, with a sad smile. Zuko scowled. Like I said, the water tribe's ships are versatile and strong. They're better equipped to fight the currents, Zuko declared. So, let's see, said Aang, tapping his chin with a finger. You plan on going to an island that's become a Fire Nation colony, with a water tribe ship? Won't that raise a lot of suspicions? Not to mention, aren't you a wanted man or something, Fire Lord's son? Katara asked, raising an eyebrow. You say you should go, but frankly, wouldn't you stand out a lot anyhow? You think you'd blend in better? Blue eyes don't pass as Fire Nation, no matter where you go, Zuko huffed. Alright, then not me either, but you're not exactly the greatest choice even if you did have the idea. Katara said. It should be me? Kino exclaimed, beaming. The entire group stared at him in disbelief. Hey, I've always been so inconspicuous no one even noticed me in my regiment, and I look perfectly Fire Nation, don't I? He's not wrong, said Suki, with a crooked smile. Maybe not, but he can't do this alone. Zuko said, grimacing at Kino. Hey. What does that mean? You're the same guy who ate all his igloo's provisions days before the blizzard ended, Zuko said, matter-of-factly. Kino blushed. Excuse me if I'm not giddy about entrusting an entire operation to help feed the tribe to you alone. Then I could go with him, Aang suggested. I wouldn't cause any trouble, for sure. And as much as I don't look that much like I'm Fire Nation, I also don't look too different, I'd say. And you'll go around the entire town calling people hotmen, so you're definitely not going to call attention to yourself. Sure thing, Zuko said, rolling his eyes. Okay, then it looks like the mission's over before it even begins because we're all unfit for it, one way or another. Katara said, with a sarcastic smile. Zuko grimaced. Really, though, this isn't a terrible idea. We might just make this work, but from what I can tell, none of us can do it alone. So, how about we all go instead? Wait, all of us? Kino asked, a slow smile spreading over his face, like a real, awesome undercover mission of the sorts I always dreamed of. Yeah, I suppose, said Katara, shrugging but grinning a little too. It's just. I have joined a few hunting parties here and there, but I haven't been able to help much. None of us has been much use at helping find food, have we? So, why not try this? At the very least. Well, I guess going as a group might work, said Zuko, biting his lip before glancing at Suki, who had been largely quiet so far. Though, could you make the trip? Me? Suki said, raising her eyebrows. Did you already forget what happened the last time I was pregnant while on a ship? Well, yeah, Zuko said, grimacing. Damn. I had thought it'd be better if you could come along, is all. I'd like to go, believe me. It might even be a nice change of pace to see some colors other than white once in a while. Suki laughed. But I shouldn't be careless when I'm pregnant, and Mari needs to be looked after, too. So. I guess that even if you convince Hakata that this trip is worth it, I'd still have to stay behind. That's. It makes sense, but traveling with just these guys? Katara asked, looking at Suki with despair in her eyes. Suki laughed while both Kino and Aang gasped in indignation. What's that supposed to mean? Kino exclaimed. You wouldn't want to travel with me? But you've already done it before. Aang pouted. You're fine, Aang. Only you, though, Kino? Zuko? Ugh. Said Katara, rolling her eyes. Zuko smiled. That's okay, we feel the same way about traveling with you, he returned the jibe. Katara smirked. Nice to know we're on the same page on something, huh? She answered, sarcastically. Wait, I'm not on the same page. I thought this would be fun. Hey. Kino squeaked. The rest of the group laughed at his confused interjection. It was scary, Zuko couldn't deny it. But something in his gut told him this was the right idea, even if he hated not being able to bring Suki with them. He guessed it would be a powerful motivator so he would come home as soon as possible, but he needed to make sure there'd be a trip at all, in the first place. And the only way to do that was to ask the chief for his permission, and he surely had plenty of problems to worry about without adding a trip to Whaletail Island to the list. Zuko had hoped to speak to Hakata alone, assuming the man would be more receptive that way, but, unsurprisingly, his three would-be traveling companions were so determined to join him on his new quest that he couldn't shake them off for the remainder of the day, let alone could he convince them to let him talk to Hakata on his own terms. Busy as Hakata was, though, they wouldn't have a chance to speak with him until the next day. Zuko was resigned by then to accept that he'd have to bring the whole group with him to his meeting with the chief. Hakata had been downcast all night, and his mood didn't improve the next morning. His daughter could only watch him with concern over breakfast. The wrinkles around his eyes seemed more prominent, and the graying hair was no longer limited to his temples. Even his trimmed beard was accentuated by some white hairs. Normally Katara could ignore the marks of age over her father's weary body, but today it seemed far more difficult to do that. This anguished, grief-ridden life was consuming him. Say, Dad. Katara whispered, the boys want to talk to you about, well, something. The boys? Hakata asked, raising his eyebrows. You mean Aang, Kino, and Zuko, I assume? Yeah, it seems Zuko has a bit of an idea. Well, I'm not sure if it was Zuko alone who came up with it, really, said Katara, biting her lower lip. At any rate, do you think you can listen to them today, or? What is this about? Hakata asked, before setting down his bowl. It hadn't even been half full today. He would have to try his hardest to ignore the promised churning of his stomach by mid-morning, one way or another. The food crisis, Katara said. Hakata sighed. Well, it's on all our minds, I suppose. He admitted, I have to sharpen my spears, I can hear them out while I do that. Great, said Katara, smiling encouragingly, I really think it's a good idea, but I don't know if you'll agree, so. You know what they want to talk about. Hakata asked. You ought to tell me yourself, then. Spare them the bother. I don't think I'd be too convincing on my own, Katara admitted, lowering her head. Hakata snorted. After all these years of fighting with me over anything and everything, now you're backing down on a challenge this easily, Katara? He asked, amused. That's very much unlike you. I know, but, really, it's better if they're the ones to tell you, she said, smiling. It won't feel right for me to take credit for their grand idea. Fine, said Hakata, shrugging before standing up. I'll check on your grandmother, and I'll go sharpen my weapons outside afterwards. Great, said Katara, smiling and nodding. Thanks, Dad. Kunna had taken to sleeping more than she used to, even if she was still strong and lively whenever she woke up. Katara hoped, deeply, that it was only a matter of how little food they were eating lately, and not the effects of decay and old age, but even if her hopes turned out to be true, there would be nothing she could do to help her grandmother for the time being. Not unless Hakata relented in allowing them to travel to Whaletail Island, anyhow. She didn't want to endure it again. She had already lost her brother, her mother, and the baby boy from yesterday had only been yet another scar across Katara's battered heart. She hadn't been ready to face that kind of loss either, not when she was certain she could have done something to save him. Not when she feared that Uro and Siku would never be the same after what had happened with their son. There was nothing she could do to fix it now, and it hurt to acknowledge that harsh truth. But if she didn't try to set at least one thing right, Katara didn't think she would ever forgive herself. She had taken up her brother's mantle once he had been taken away, turning into the leader of her tribe's warriors. If she truly wanted to consider herself a leader, she had to act the part and no bigger challenge required her to do that than this one. Aang, Kino, and Zuko had been waiting by Zuko's igloo. Katara gestured at them to follow her to her own home as soon as she caught sight of them, and they did as much without further ado, nervous expectation clear across all their faces. "So, the way we're going to do this is," said Kino, eyes shifting side to side. "Leave it to Aang," Zuko said. Aang tensed up. "What? You don't want to do it?" I'm not sure I'll be convincing enough," the Avatar said, scratching the top of his head. Zuko scoffed. "Aren't you supposed to be the Avatar, bridge between the spirits and humans, protector of balance and harmony in the entire world?" he asked. "Have you seen me practicing those disciplines much?" Aang pouted. "Yeah, didn't think so. Maybe I'm expected to be a good speaker, but..." Heikeda's igloo came into view by then, and the chief was climbing the entrance's stairs, spears in his arms, when he noticed the 4 young adults coming his way. He sighed and took his seat to the side, picking up his whetstone and pressing it to the tip of his weapons. He had already gotten started with sharpening the first spear when the 4 of them stopped before him. All right, what's this big idea of yours?" he asked. The 3 men flinched. "I should have mentioned I already told him you guys wanted to talk with him about an idea you had," Katara said, with an uneasy grin. "Might as well have told him everything, then," said Zuko, before shaking his head and stepping forward. "All right, the thing is, after talking with Kino yesterday I started thinking, maybe we could go find food elsewhere, seeing how harsh things are in the pole right now." "Elsewhere?" Heikeda repeated, skeptical. "What exactly do you mean by elsewhere?" "I mean, in Whaletail Island," Zuko said. Heikeda dropped the whetstone only to look at him in wary disbelief. "Are you asking for permission to assault a Fire Nation colony?" he asked. No. I thought we could get jobs, temporary jobs," Zuko explained, as the others stifled laughs. He scowled at them. "Well, if you thought you could do a better job of explaining this, you should have done it yourselves. The thing is, well, the 4 of us might be able to make enough money to buy food and feed the whole village," said Aang. "That's what Zuko thinks, anyhow. It might be crazy, I guess, but isn't it worth a shot?" Heikeda huffed, picking up his whetstone again and focusing on his spears. "The 4 of us, you said? You want to go too, Aang?" he asked. The Avatar blushed. "I do. Both you and Zuko are as good as wanted criminals for the Fire Nation, aren't you?" Heikeda said. "Can you be sure you won't be recognized if you reach the island?" "I'd like to think so," whispered Aang. Kino was the one to step forward now, to everyone's surprise. "Maybe no one else thought of disguises yet, but I did," he exclaimed. "I still have my soldier's uniform, and I'm pretty sure some other clothes must have been left behind at the settlement somewhere. If they wear those, no one will know who they are. And why would soldiers need jobs?" Heikeda sighed. Kino froze. "You'll need other kinds of clothes, not uniforms. You'd need casual Fire Nation wear instead." "I have some myself," Zuko said, frowning. "From back when I first got here. Some of those clothes must still be in my packs somewhere." "I suppose that's better," Heikeda said. "And you hope to get there, how?" "The tribe's ships." "None of you know how to sail them properly," Heikeda said. "But maybe we could learn." Katara said. "I have some idea, and I'm sure it can't be that difficult." "You'll stand out immediately as invaders in Fire Nation-controlled waters," Heikeda said. "You can't take any of our ships if you hope to keep a low profile, and keeping a low profile will already be difficult with a Water Tribe girl, a man whose face is scarred exactly like Prince Zuko's, and another man with arrow patterns visible on his hands and forehead." "Well, then, we could take Appa," Aang suggested, with a weak grin. Heikeda sighed and shook his head. "Even worse," he said, "the settlement's soldiers were relocated to Whaletail Island. If they recognize him, they'll know you're there right away." "So, what? Are you saying it's impossible?" Katara asked, looking at him in despair. "Dad, if we don't do this now, thaw Zuko's tiny ship." Katara's rant stopped cold upon Heikeda's sudden suggestion. Zuko's eyes widened as Aang and Kino glanced at each other, confused but pleasantly surprised all the same. It's a Fire Nation make, Hakata explained. You and Aang are waterbenders, you can aid its passage through the worst of the currents. If you reach Whaletail Island in a small ship that doesn't stand out in the least, you'd have a better chance at remaining unnoticed. That's brilliant, said Aang, before smiling brightly. So you're saying, we can go? Hakata sighed, his eyes sullen. All four travelers were taken aback by the defeated expression their chief offered them. I'm not sure how many of us will survive this winter, he confessed. I am willing to do whatever may be necessary to make it through. If this is a possible solution, I'm willing to try it, provided you four swear to me you won't take unnecessary risks and you'll protect yourselves properly. Oh, said Aang. Well, we will, of course. I don't think any of us want to be caught by the Fire Nation, right? Absolutely not, said Zuko, frowning and trying not to imagine what might happen to his family if he was imprisoned by the Fire Nation. Don't worry, Dad. We'll stay safe and we'll come back as soon as we have enough food to fill that tiny boat of Zuko's, said Katara, smiling at Hakata, who sighed and shrugged. Something tells me I'm having a leave of my senses, he whispered. Of all people, you four are the last ones I want undertaking these sorts of missions. Because you like us best? Kino asked, with a dorky grin. Everyone glared at him skeptically. Okay, I'll shut up. Because you'll be in far more danger than I want any of you in, said Hakata, shaking his head. The worst part is, there are just as many reasons for you four not to go as there are reasons for you to be the ones to do it, if anyone should. That ship isn't well equipped to sail around these waters, so you need benders to help you sail it. You three, Aang, Kino and Zuko, are the only ones amongst the tribe who don't look like us, so you may yet manage to go unnoticed as long as you don't bring much attention to yourselves. And Zuko and Kino are the ones who know how the Fire Nation works these days, so their knowledge on that front is definitely necessary. And this could help me and Aang get a better grasp of how the Fire Nation behaves, Katara suggested. I know the plan to rescue Sokka isn't our top priority right now because of the blizzards and all, but maybe we can learn more about how to blend in at the capital if we can blend in at Whaletail Island. Right. Frankly, I hadn't even thought about that, but it's true enough, said Hakata, sighing and nodding. All right, then. I guess I'll give you leave to do this. I'm trusting you four not to make a mess of this opportunity, and I'm doing it because I really don't think we have any better alternatives as things stand. No other option looks promising, so, maybe you'll end up saving the tribe with this crazy trip of yours, who knows? The four glanced at one another with pleased smiles now. Hakata's agreement felt like resignation rather than approval, but it was far better than the blunt refusal they had feared they'd receive. It took them a few days to prepare fully for their trip. By the time they had gathered the right sets of clothing, a mix of Zuko and Suki's old clothes, along with a few less formal clothes Kino had scavenged out of the empty settlement, the entire tribe was aware of what they were doing, and there were just as many curious eyes gazing at them, as they worked to assemble what they'd need, as there were disapproving frowns. Not a lot of people saw the sense in finding any help or food in colonies that were controlled by the enemy, and most of them had already taken for granted that the four would be captured before long. Zuko was, indeed, an exiled prince, and he would be a traitor in his father's eyes if it was known he was loyal to the Water Tribe now. Kino was a traitor in his own right, for he had deserted the Fire Nation army. Katara was the waterbender who had fought against the settlement for years, and Aang was the Avatar, no less. There were more than enough reasons to fear for their safety, and to think their endeavor was folly, to say the least. Regardless of the understandable apprehension from the tribe's most cautious members, all preparations were going well enough, though Zuko's anxiety only seemed to increase because of that. Suki smiled and reassured him as much as she could the night before the trip, but the firebender was far too tense and uneasy about leaving his family for longer than a single afternoon. I know you won't be alone, Hakata will check on you all the time. Zuko sighed, sitting before their house's small fire, with Gruff's head resting on his lap. But I can't help but worry. If anything happens and I'm not here. Nothing will, Zuko, Suki said, reaching out to take his hand in hers. We'll take care of ourselves, and before you know it, you'll be home, aglow with triumph. Heh. With my track record, chances are I'll come home sulking in failure instead, Zuko said, with a small smile. Suki huffed. Really, now? As far as I can tell, ever since we started living here, things have been improving constantly for the two of us. Suki said. It's not that you shouldn't worry, love, but give yourself some credit, at the very least. We have a home that you built for us, a community that welcomes us, friends who care about us, even a dog who's stoked to see you every day when you come home from hunts or meetings or whatnot, and of course, the loveliest daughter we could have dreamed of. How is any of that a failure, huh? See, that's the thing, it's all been too smooth and easy. Zuko smiled. I haven't messed up anything important in too long, and that's just not normal, is it? You're impossible, said Suki, smiling and kissing his cheek. Anyways, are you fully stacked up on provisions for the journey? As much as I can be. Yeah, Zuko said, reaching for his pack to show Suki its contents. I'm bringing my old Deo swords with me, just in case. I figure maybe someone might want to hire extra protection for a day or two. I don't know. That would be helpful, said Suki, smiling as Zuko opened the pack. So, I've got. He started, but his eyes widened upon finding that there was one unexpected stowaway atop the few bundles of food he'd placed inside his bags. Mari had few toys, but none quite as beloved as the poorly stitched doll that sat inside Zuko's bag right now. His lips parted as he pulled it out, staring at it in confusion. I didn't put this in here, if that's what you're thinking, he told Suki, raising his eyebrows. Mari. Suki called the little girl, who was in her room right now. It took a moment for the child to emerge, her large gold eyes gleaming as she crawled over the bamboo floor. She was still wearing her parka, even if she had been indoors for a few hours now. Your friend here snuck into my bag, Zuko said, showing Mari the doll. The little girl pushed herself up to her feet and ran towards her father. But instead of taking the doll possessively, as she often did whenever anyone else touched it, she pushed it to her father instead. Daddy puts away clothes. I put away my doll, she said, with certainty. I'm going on a short trip, Mari, Zuko said, turning to hug her. Gruff grunted when he shifted, his head dropping off his master's lap. That's why I was putting stuff away. You don't have to put away your toys. Trip? Daddy bringing food? She asked, her head tilted sideways. Yeah, but not the way I usually do, Zuko explained. This time I'm not just going hunting, I'll travel across the ocean and I'll visit an island. There might be food there, and I hope to bring some here. Food, cookies? Mari asked, with a wild smile. Zuko chuckled and shrugged. If I can make it so, yeah. Mari goes too. She declared, beaming. Zuko sighed and shook his head, kissing her brow softly. No, dear. You have to stay here with your mommy, or she'll be very lonely. Mommy goes too. Mommy is pregnant and can't travel because of that, said Zuko, caressing her hair. Believe me, if I could I'd bring the both of you, I would, but it's better if you stay. Then. Dolly goes with you, Mari said. Zuko frowned. She's your favorite toy, Mari. You shouldn't. Dolly is your friend, said Mari, smiling. She will make you not be lonely. Oh. I see, said Zuko, with a sad grin. Then, well, as long as you promise you won't miss her too much, I'll bring her with me. But she'll miss you lots, you know that, right? Dolly wants to be with Daddy. I asked, Mari declared, casually, as though the doll's wishes were factual rather than a matter of make-believe. Zuko smiled and shrugged. All right, then. All right, he said, shaking his head and hugging her gently. You're a wonderful little girl, you know. Mari giggled as she was swept into her father's embrace. She waved at Suki, as though to beckon her to join them, even though Suki couldn't quite do so, with her large belly in the way. She smiled warmly at the sight of them, though, ever delighted to see the bond between her husband and daughter was tighter every day. Everything was set for their journey to begin on the next day. Katara and Aang had taken off ahead of Zuko to thaw the ship, and Kino had tagged along with them. They had said their goodbyes to Hakata and Kunna already, leaving Zuko to do as much by himself in the morning. Please, take care of yourself, and those three, Hakata nearly pleaded with him, and Zuko smiled sympathetically. I know it's quite a lot to ask, but you know why I'm asking. I'd be too embarrassed to let Aang wander Whaletail Island calling everyone Hotman, so don't worry, I'll do my best to keep them in check, he said. I know this is a pretty crazy idea, and there are a lot of things that could go wrong, but we'll do our best to return safely, with all the food we can carry. That would be wonderful, but the safe return must be the first priority, Kunna said, smiling at Zuko. She had woken earlier today to see her granddaughter off, and she sat by her house's small fire, gazing at the firebender. You are all valuable members of this tribe, after all. Even if you failed to achieve what you set out to do, you would still be welcome and loved as you always have been. You're all too generous and forgiving if that's so, Zuko said, but I guess that shouldn't surprise me anymore. Not after I've been here for over 2 years now, huh? Yeah. You should be used to it, said Hakata, clapping Zuko's shoulder gently. Go, then. Protect the tribe in your own way, Zuko. He nodded and offered his hand to Hakata, who clasped his forearm in the respectful gesture of the water tribe. The two men exchanged one more grin before Zuko ducked out of the igloo, making his way to the village wall. Suki, Mari, and Gruff were waiting there, Zuko's pack sitting at their feet. He smiled upon reaching them, and he leaned down to caress Mari's hair as she latched onto his leg with a tight hug. Good luck, Daddy, she said. Zuko knelt and kissed her cheek, with one last embrace for the time being. Be good to your mom, Mari. And to the baby, and to Gruff he smiled. I'm sure you can do it if you make up your mind. I'll try. Mari said, with an unusually shy grin. Zuko smiled and stroked her hair gently once more before moving to the next one in line. All right, Gruff. You're tasked with keeping discipline in this house while I'm gone, Zuko declared. Gruff sat before him, his chest puffed out proudly, tail twitching with hardly repressed joy upon being addressed by his master. And of course, you'll have to protect both Suki and Mari, all right? Gruff whimpered a little, as though desperate for some affection. Zuko chuckled and reached out to stroke the dog's fur, scratching him behind the ears. You're always a good boy, that you are. Take care of them, and of yourself too, of course, he added, with a small smile before pushing himself up to his full height once more. Despite she had seemed so resolute about all this before, Suki was uneasy by now. She was smiling, but it seemed the realization that Zuko would be away for a week at best was starting to dawn upon her. Don't take too long if you can help it, said Suki, with a sad smile, and don't lose your patience even if those three are a handful. If I could go with you, I'd probably manage to keep you all contained, but I'll try to behave myself, Zuko smirked, though if Aang starts blurting out his outdated slang, and Kino says ridiculous things, and Katara picks fights with me. Even so, you're to be the bigger person here and not rise up to their ridiculousness, Suki smiled. Zuko sighed. Well, I can't see why it should be me. Technically, Aang is the oldest amongst us. How old is he now, 127? Or is it 28? I've lost track at this point. Suki laughed and shook her head, leaning in for a gentle hug. Zuko didn't joke often, she had learned that long ago, but the happier he became, the likelier he was to try his hand at goofing around. Ever since Mari was born, he had started doing it more often. It was ever a sign that their family was the brightest thing in his life, and that he was finding purpose and joy with them, just as Suki had. I love you, Zuko, she said. His hold around her tightened briefly, and soon he lifted her chin to kiss her lips softly. I'll be back before you know it, Zuko said, with a reassuring grin. Stay strong and healthy while I'm gone, okay? I'll try, Suki said, her brow against his. I love you too, he sighed. The next time I travel to Whaletail Island like this, you'll be coming with me. Curses, I hope so, said Suki, with a soft laugh before Zuko kissed her once more, with far more intensity this time. It was over too soon for Suki, though, for her husband picked up his bag after a few moments and walked away, waving at them as his silhouette faded in the horizon. Her chest hurt upon watching him leave, knowing she'd sleep alone for several nights was, somehow, terrifying. Her panic attacks had grown infrequent by now, but Zuko's presence always helped her feel safer. His absence would be tolerable, she knew as much, but she also knew she wasn't going to enjoy their distance, not in the least. She glanced down at Mari, who was still waving at her father's shrinking shape. With a sad smile, Suki knelt down carefully and hugged her to her chest, knowing full well that the little girl wouldn't understand her mother's plights or inner struggles, but the warmth and light that emanated from her was sure to chase away Suki's darkest shadows, just as Zuko's own always did. Thawing the ship wasn't difficult, especially with Aang's help. Within moments, Katara, Kino, and the Avatar had already placed their packs inside the cabin and were in the process of warming up the extremely cold contraption, with Aang lighting up the engine and using his fire bending to chase away the frost that clung to the inside of the ship. It's on the small side, it can't be denied, but that should make it easier for the two of us to boost it with our bending, Aang said, studying the ship carefully. Katara nodded and smiled at Aang. This may just be a quick mission, but if we succeed at it, Dad might be more encouraged to go forward with our other actual mission, said Katara. Aang blinked and glanced at her. We had to stop all our planning because of the blizzards, but things were moving along in the right direction for it. Yeah, said Aang, nodding. I doubt Hekata will be eager to let us take off to the Fire Nation capital until the tribe is in better shape, though. That's just further motivation to pull this off, isn't it? Said Katara, smiling proudly. I don't know about you, Aang, but I have a pretty great feeling about Whaletail Island. I'm glad you do, said Aang, grinning too. I'm starting to feel the same way. By the time Zuko appeared, the ship was as good as ready to go. Kino waved at him as Zuko jumped aboard, relieved to find the vessel hadn't been damaged permanently despite it had been frozen in the water for over 2 years. All right then, he said, stepping inside the cabin to find the engine was already running. It's time to go. You guys ready? Katara and Aang nodded and stepped outside. As he was the only one who had sailed this ship before, even if not too successfully, Zuko was tasked with steering. Kino would be their navigator, even if he didn't seem too confident about fulfilling such an important role, and Aang and Katara would take on the heavier duties of using their bending to bolster the ship's progress across the strong currents and dangers of the ocean. Pushing their ship all the way to Whaletail Island was an exhausting undertaking, beyond any of their expectations. As they were nearly out of coal, Zuko eventually found himself fire-bending directly into the engine to generate the combustion needed to power the ship. Katara and Aang were bending tirelessly. At times both worked at parting the waters, and at other times Katara had to handle the currents alone while Aang bent the powerful winds away from the small ship. At the first sight of land, they docked and took a well-deserved break, only to take to the water again within the hour. The islands where air nomads had once lived would have been far more fascinating to look at, had they not been in a rush to reach Whaletail Island as quickly as possible. Time was vital for the tribe's survival. They had to avoid wasting any of it. It was by dusk of the third day that Zuko finally recognized the island. He released a relieved breath and eased on his bending, knowing the waters near Whaletail Island weren't as unforgiving as the ones they'd braved further down south. That's it, you guys. Kino exclaimed, shaking the map in his hand. We've made it. Katara nearly collapsed of exhaustion, her chest heaving as she finally lowered her worn-out arms. Spending 3 days bending almost without rest wasn't remotely as fun as she might have dreamt it could be. Aang wasn't in much better shape, but at least he had it in him to rejoice at the sight of land too. It's already too late to get started today, Zuko announced, but that's fine. We'll rest for tonight and start looking for jobs tomorrow. You said we might find jobs at the docks, right? Aang asked. Zuko nodded. There are 2 ports in Whaletail Island, 2, he said. If, by any chance, either port is full up, we can go to the other one. This one's probably better, said Kino, shrugging. The northern one is open for commerce with the colonies and the Fire Nation, so it might be the southern port isn't as well attended, right? We'll stand out less here. Or maybe the excess of activity in the northern one makes it a better option for finding jobs. I wouldn't know, Zuko said, shaking his head. At any rate, we'll have to get ready for tomorrow. Though I know you guys won't like it, but I think it might be better if Kino and I go first while Aang and Katara wait on the ship. What? Why? Aang asked, raising his eyebrows. Zuko grimaced. Because I'd rather do some scouting first, he said, to figure out what jobs might be safest for you to undertake, where you might be less likely to be discovered as the Avatar. The same goes for you, for that matter, said Katara, raising her eyebrows. I suppose it's unlikely people will assume outright that you're Prince Zuko, but there's a chance they might think you're him, what with your scar and all. And yet that's not less worrisome than arrows tattooed on someone's whole body, said Zuko. We could go check if there are any wanted posters, Kino suggested. I know Zuko's been real treasonous and all, but do we know for a fact that the Fire Lord's trying to capture him? Actually, no, said Zuko. Then we'll check if there are posters. Kino declared, smiling, and we can figure out what are the places with the most soldiers. I already have some idea on where they might be patrolling, but I don't know for sure. Anyways, once we do figure that out, we'll know how to move across town and what places might be safe for us to look for jobs at. Exactly, said Zuko, nodding promptly. That's the best plan I can think of right now, if anything. Well, fine, Katara said, surprising the three men with her compliance. What? I can't come up with a safer plan anyhow, so you might as well do that. If Zuko does get caught though, you're the one who's going to answer to Suki for it. All right, Kino. Yeah. I suppose, he said, with an awkward grin. But for now, Aang said, stretching and yawning, we should just dock in and call it a day. The others nodded in agreement, and together they got back to work, guiding the ship further towards the southern port of Whaletail Island. Not many ships were traveling around these waters, and as Kino had predicted, there wasn't much activity in the southern port. Once they found an empty pier, Kino took to tying up the ship securely before all four of them spread out their sleeping bags and rested as much as they could, in preparation for the next day. The town appeared placid from where they had docked, but it was more active than it often was. In particular, the northern port was bustling with activity, preemptively so. News had reached the island a week ago about the visit of a very important guest, and the appointed authorities of the island's colony were frantic and eager to ensure their small city provided the crown princess with the glorious welcome she deserved. The barge was still around half a day away from Whaletail Island, even if its passage through the southern waters was smooth and steady. Their arrival had been scheduled for one day before the Blue Wolf's appointed fight against the Mist, and as they'd had no setbacks so far, it appeared everything would go according to plan. It wouldn't be a long visit to the island, for Azula had very little time to spare these days. She had left the enforcers in good shape, and the slavery laws had been finalized and would be issued out through the Fire Nation in the coming days. Soon enough they would be making sure that the citizens would abide by the laws indeed. The first official operations of the enforcers would be crucial, which was why Azula had decided to keep them on hold for the next month. It would offer one more month of preparation and training for their newly assembled forces, and a month to allow the citizens to readjust their lives with the new regulations. If they failed to adjust at all, the enforcers would strike. That was the plan, and Azula was certain it would work perfectly. She felt unexpectedly confident about a complicated, massive endeavor such as enforcing the new slavery laws, yet her heart had been heavy, and her nerves twisted with every traveled league that brought them closer to Whaletail Island. She knew she had no right to complain. She had agreed to this trip after all, but she couldn't imagine any possible favorable outcome for this venture, at least, not for herself. For, if the Mist wasn't Katara, Sokka would be devastated. She doubted he was truly over what had happened with the executed slaves, and setting himself up for yet another massive disappointment was a terrible idea, as far as Azula could tell. But Sokka's self-preservation skills hadn't improved in the least, it appeared, and he was ever ready to be hurt and broken-hearted. Sometimes Azula wondered whether that was inherent to his nature or if it was learned behavior. She genuinely hoped the latter was the truth, for he could unlearn a bad habit just the same, but whenever she saw his anxious, nervous smiles, she dreaded it was the former. He couldn't help but hope, even if he had been let down so many times so far. And if he had to sacrifice himself for a cause he considered worthy, be it whatever it might be, he would do it without fail. Of course, finding his sister was a worthy cause. What's more, Azula wasn't sure what she dreaded most, a failure or a success. For if it was Katara, she wanted to believe Sokka's promises. She always had wanted to, but she never had been able to, not completely. Every time he had claimed he would choose her over anyone else, Azula had always assumed his tribe wasn't part of that equation. His fear of having disappointed and displeased his father had kept him from running away from Azula ever since they first started working together, but if his father were willing to welcome him with open arms, why wouldn't he want to run right back to his people? As much as he loved Azula, she knew he loved his tribe too. He loved his family. And it wasn't her place to keep him from them, no matter how badly she wished to remain by Sokka's side. Her mind kept racing to the worst possibilities, to imagining a life without him. He would be happy with his people, she was sure of it, and she was horribly busy lately, that couldn't be denied. This trip on her barge had been their first opportunity to spend proper time together in over a month, and yet Angela felt distant from him anyhow, knowing even as they sparred on deck that his thoughts were elsewhere, just like hers, imagining every possible outcome for his fight with the mist. It wasn't often that she felt something coming between them, not these days at least. Their conflicts had driven them apart in the past, but this time it was something subtler, something she knew she had no right to fight against. Something she feared might steal away the partnership she had grown to cherish above all else over the last few years. The distance, she knew, was there because she had erected it in the first place. Because she had wanted Sokka to focus only on his future, to think only of his family, to not worry about pleasing her or reassuring her that he'd stay by her side. Whenever they spoke about the matter, Angela had successfully kept her reservations and concerns hidden, only ever warning Sokka to not hope too much, to keep in mind that the mist might not be who he hoped she was. Outside of that, she had been as supportive as she knew he needed her to be. She had sabotaged more than enough things in his life in the past, and if this truly were his sister, Angela was determined not to get in the way this time, no matter if the idea of him choosing to go back to his family was absolutely depressing. It was dark at night when she spotted the first lights, far in the horizon. She had been sitting in her room, pondering how to schedule the raids she would launch with the enforcers upon returning to the Fire Nation, but a glance through the window told her they had reached their destination. She shivered involuntarily, and not merely because the weather was chilly compared to the Fire Nations. She gritted her teeth, the schedule forgotten as she left it on her desk and walked to the nearest window. It was a small glimmer in the horizon, no doubt, but they were too close to Whaletail Island for it to be anything else by now. How she had wished to never undergo the same plight Ty Lee had over Haru back in the Earth Kingdom. She knew, just so, that Sokka might stay true to all his promises, that he might surprise her the same way Haru had surprised Ty Lee, but just as it was better for Sokka to be prepared in case the mist turned out to be someone other than his sister, it was better for Angela to consider that maybe she would have to let him go. That even the greatest of partnerships couldn't possibly last forever. She stood there for a few moments, regulating her breathing quite consciously, to prevent herself from overreacting to her dark thoughts. Just as she was in the middle of doing that, there was a knock on her door. She cast a wary glance towards her cabin's entrance, her heart racing despite her best efforts to remain calm. Of course it was him, it wasn't like it could be anyone else, not at such late hour, and yet she wasn't sure about crossing the room and welcoming him as she ever did. The constant, morbid thoughts that this trip might be some of their last shared moments had a paralyzing effect on her. It wasn't about her, she knew, not this time. It wasn't her place to act out, to make demands from him, so why was she so inconsolable? Why couldn't she just be selfless? The more this went on, the more unworthy she felt of him. The more she grew convinced that leaving might wind up being for the best for Sokka. "Hey, you still working?" His voice drifted from the other side of the door, so soft she nearly missed it, but the sounds of the ocean weren't loud enough in the top level of her barge's tower to muffle out his words. "I'm asking because I saw your lights, so I figured I'd drop by to make sure you're not going overboard." "It's past midnight, Angela." She sighed, unable to hold back a small smile. Maybe that wasn't the only reason he'd come, but it was a reason true to his character either way. He never seemed to stop worrying about her, looking after her with more care than anyone else who had been part of her life so far. At times like these, it wasn't all that difficult to grasp why she was so selfish, why she was so hung up on staying with him. She could always be at her best whenever he stood beside her. He didn't jump on her as soon as she opened the door, though Angela hadn't quite expected him to. He merely looked at her with that gentle smile of his, eyebrows raised as he studied her with uncertainty. "I wasn't trying to go overboard with work, let alone trying to worry you," she said, with a shrug. Sokka chuckled. "And yet it appears you succeeded at both things, huh?" he said playfully. Angela smirked. "That's the burden of being me. I'm awfully efficient at stuff, even when I don't intend to be," she said, stepping out of the way so he could come inside. "I wasn't expecting you tonight, honestly. I figured Renkai might be patrolling. Ruishi said he traded patrols with him, so the way was clear for me to sneak up to your cabin." Sokka smiled, "and amongst other stuff Ruishi told me earlier, well, he says we'll arrive at Whaletail at some point tonight, huh? If you must know," Angela said, gesturing at her window. Sokka glanced in the direction she pointed it, and his eyes widened when he saw the lights. His mouth ran dry, and a sudden shiver rushed through his body. His reaction was visible, yet not quite as euphoric as Azula had expected it to be. "Something wrong?" she asked, as he made his way to the window, his feet slow. "I guess not." "Not really," he whispered, "at least, not aside from the fact that I should be more prepared for this than I am, right? But I guess I overestimated myself, or something." "What's that supposed to mean?" Azula asked, with a crooked grin. Sokka sighed and walked backwards, taking his seat on her bed and burying his face in his hands. Azula stopped beside him, studying him intently. "You remember how I didn't want to go home because I thought they'd think I was a traitor and all that stuff?" "Yeah," said Azula. "So, well, if it really were my sister, don't you think maybe?" Azula sighed and shook her head before sitting beside him. Sokka leaned forward, his hands over the back of his neck now, anxiety eating away at him. "You should know by now that overthinking is my area of expertise, and of all my vices, that's one of the worst you could have picked up," Azula said, leering at him. Sokka glanced at her, pouting a little. "Not like I haven't done my own share of overthinking since we met," he mumbled. "None as bad as I have," said Azula, smiling a little. "Either way, Sokka, there's a chance it's not your sister. There's a chance that, if it is her, she's just desperate to know if you're okay, and that might be the true reason behind the challenge. There are more than enough valid and plausible possibilities, therefore, there are many potential outcomes for this crazy fight we've signed up for." "It is crazy, though," said Sokka, releasing a trembling breath. "I keep thinking now that I'm not ready. That maybe I should have waited a little longer, or not done it at all. And you would have forgiven yourself for that." "There's plenty of stuff I won't forgive myself for as it is." "What's one more?" Sokka said, groaning, and dropping on the mattress. "Now besides, you had plenty of stuff to do in the Fire Nation. Dragging you away from it all, well, it's really wrong of me to have done that, isn't it? I adjusted my plans so that this trip could happen without any real cost to the slavery laws," Azula said, turning on the bed to look at him. "You know I did. The laws will be in place for a whole month before the enforcers strike their first blow, as intended." "Yeah, well, I still think it's shitty that the crimes committed before the laws were issued out will just go unpunished," Sokka muttered, "but I know it's the best you could do so far. I can't complain, all in all." "You can complain all you want," Azula said, with a playful smile. "I'm afraid I can't do anything but listen, though. I pushed my father's counsel as hard as I could, after all. Either way, it's all so delicate and serious. I'm sure you'd rather deal with that than, well, sail halfway across the world just for a gladiator fight." Sokka mumbled again, his voice shrinking with every new word he said. Azula smiled fondly at him and dropped beside him on the bed. "Sounds like you underestimate just how much I missed spending time with you, even if we haven't spent that much time together anyhow," she said. "Still, at least we sparred a lot through this trip. I did miss setting you on fire." "Heh. Always so funny," Sokka smirked as Azula laughed softly. "I figured with how busy we've both been with the enforcers, we hardly had time to even miss each other. By the time the laws are fully functional and everything's working, we'll have to." Azula started, but she stopped halfway through the sentence. Sokka raised his eyebrows. "We'll have to, what?" he asked, noticing the sudden, vacant expression on her eyes. Azula jumped at the sound of his voice. "Just take a proper break and spend time together as we want to. In fact, your birthday is looming closer by now," Azula said, with a nervous smile. "Not going to botch it up this time, absolutely not." "Ah, you'll be hosting that parade, then, won't you?" Sokka taunted her. Azula raised her eyebrows. "Is that a challenge I hear in your voice? Because I could do it, you know, I really could." "Please, don't," Sokka laughed, rolling onto his side and wrapping an arm around her waist. Azula smiled and caressed his cheek. "The play, then. I'm sure you want to see that," she teased him. His laughter only grew stronger, but he shook his head before long. "I don't think anyone should ever even try to enact the kind of stuff we do to each other in bed. Thank you very much," he smiled, kissing her brow softly. Azula smiled. Admittedly, it must be a lot more disturbing to watch it rather than to be involved in it, she said. Sokka chuckled. Oh, well. I guess the feast it is, then. That I have no reservations towards. Please do, Sokka said, and the singing lessons. From the best teacher, of course. For the peasant you are, you sure have annoying high standards, Azula sighed. I'll have to look through music academies, then, and... Don't be silly, Sokka smiled, hugging her tighter. I mean you, Azula. Oh, you only say that because you haven't heard proper music in your life, Azula smiled. All you know about is drums and dancing by jumping around as though you'd eaten too many fire flakes while walking on red-hot coals. Hey, now, who's the one who kept up with me the last time I danced like that, eh? Sokka asked, smirking. That's right, it's you. A very dignified princess you are, dancing on par with the goofy water tribe savage, huh? Perhaps there's more dignity to goofy water tribe savages than we thought, Azula said, or, there's less of it to pretentious princesses like myself. Who knows which it is? Sokka laughed again and shook his head, kissing her lips softly now. Azula's fingertips trailed over his cheek and the soft hairs on his chin, acutely aware of the warmth of his skin. By the time he pulled away, she wanted nothing but to kiss him anew. What are you really planning, huh? He asked, prodding her nose with his own. Azula smiled enigmatically. With how hectic things had been with the enforcers so far, she hadn't had much time to plan for Sokka's birthday yet. But she intended to. This time around, she absolutely intended to. Still, she'd do best not to reveal that to her lover. Well, what are you willing to do to find out? She teased him, biting her lip. He raised his eyebrows knowingly. Now, are you implying what I think you're implying? He smirked. Azula blinked innocently. Why, I wouldn't know whatever you mean. I'm only saying, that kind of classified information might come at a price. She said, shrugging. Sokka laughed and shook his head, rolling over on the bed until he was atop her, still smiling warmly. You're far too clever for your own good, he whispered. Am I? Azula smiled. As far as I can tell, you mainly come up here for one thing, so, how do I know you didn't just manipulate me through the whole conversation to guide us to this exact point? Oh, because I'm supposed to be that much of a mastermind, huh? Sokka asked, skeptical. Azula shrugged. If we have similar levels of dignity, or lack thereof, she said, prompting him to laugh, maybe we also have similar levels of intellect, despite it kills my pride to admit it. Heh. I was so sure I was an idiot, Sokka smirked. You never do tire of reminding me that I am one. Ah, but I mean it affectionately, not genuinely, Azula declared, patting his cheek gently, though in truth, you're just smart for some things, quite daft for others. Am I, now, Lady Overthinker? Sokka taunted her. Azula chuckled. So, I take it the same statement applies to you. Maybe so, who knows? She said evasively. Sokka shook his head and smirked. Daft, you say? Well, this daft jerk manipulated you into wanting to fuck him, apparently, because he's just that daft, he whispered into a kiss. Azula couldn't seem to stop laughing. Here I figured you'd have higher standards than being with someone who's daft, but I guess you're just lowering them these days, eh? I have lowered nothing, Azula declared, undoing his ponytail and smiling. I had no need to after I met you. Sokka was startled by her earnest response, the color rushing to his cheeks. But her trademark smirk came back to her lips before long. A handsome, daft warrior? That's just what I've been looking for all my life, no doubt, she declared. Sokka growled before jumping in for a spree of kisses, amidst Azula's relentless laughter. For most the trip they had been worrying about their own problems, their conversations often versing over the upcoming fight against the mist and whatever might happen whether she was Katara or not. Azula herself had chosen to erect some distance with Sokka upon realizing most their exchanges would be related to that topic, for she was unwilling to let him see just how uneasy she was about the matter, how badly she dreaded that he might not stay true to his many promises. Tonight she had wanted no conflicts, no arguments, she only wanted this. She only wished to bask in his playful teasing, where his hands and lips provided her with no end of pleasure and bliss, his words often coaxing out further laughter from her. Her fears would not be dispelled until the moment of truth arrived. Until Sokka proved he wouldn't turn his back on her upon finding an opportunity to go back to his family. If those fears turned out to be baseless, she didn't want to risk angering him for not having trusted him, when the truth was quite the opposite. She understood just how much his family meant to him. She would never begrudge him for it, let alone would she assume he did not love her at all, if he eventually chose them over her. As it was, her heart belonged to him, no matter what his decisions might be. All she truly wanted was for him to be happy, and if it seemed that his family might make him happier than she did, what right would she have to keep him locked down, held back, by her side? If that were the case, if he truly did leave, she wanted to be prepared. She wanted to ease herself into an imminent separation, whether a permanent or a temporary one. That was the purpose, truly, of the distance she had intended to raise between them these days. And yet, in a single night, he had pulled her back inside that whirlwind of blissful joy she had only ever experienced with him. All the banter, the affection, the burst of gold fire in her chest, everything seemed to indicate that he was the only man she would ever come to love this deeply, that she belonged with him, just as much as he belonged with her. How could she distance herself, willingly, from the greatest thing that had ever happened to her? How could she walk away from a relationship that seemed to be as essential to her very identity as her bending was, or her bond with her dragon? She couldn't imagine a life without him anymore, even if she might be forced to live in such a way in the future. He had changed her world, just as she had changed his. Every high and low they'd shared had been essential in bringing them this far. Every moment spent together had colored a dour, bleak world where she had found no true happiness until she met him. He had opened her eyes, taught her more than any lessons her father had sought to impart on her, let alone than those she'd learned from Loenli or the Royal Academy for Girls. He had brought her to life in ways no one else had, and there was nothing she could ever do to thank him for it. Just so, he gave himself to her once more, through a night that saw them reaching a destination that might change their lives for good. Was it the last time? How she dreaded that it might be. He thrust it into her. Her nails would dig into his naked back while she kissed him heartily, her moans desperate for reasons other than pleasure. So high she was in her arousal, and yet all she could think was that he didn't know just how much she loved him. No, even now, he had no idea just how deeply those feelings ran through her. He couldn't possibly understand it, she was sure of it, for no words, no gestures, not even the countless nights of love-making, could account for how overpowering her feelings were. A lifetime of showering him with love might not prove enough, even, and perhaps that was what love was meant to be about, wasn't it? An overwhelming, uncontrollable rush of joy that seemed ever-growing and ever-evolving, birthed from cherishing the other person for everything they were, from wanting to help them find and experience that same rush of joy, by whatever means possible. Sacrifices might need to be made, Angela knew it, but a broken heart was meaningless if she could help her soulmate find every bit of happiness she knew he deserved. And as she reached the cusp with him, both climaxing together amidst desperate kisses, she knew she would do anything to provide him that. He had given her more joy than anyone could ever ask for, it was only right for her to return that favor. Sokka was panting heavily atop her, eyes closed as he depleted himself inside her. His lips curled into a smile when he felt her kisses covering his face, the nails over his back relenting only to be replaced by gentle touches. "I love you," she said, her voice fragile. He opened his eyes to look at her, hoping the reasoning behind the trembling of her voice was merely excitement. And yet there were tears streaming down her eyes, tears she seemed unaware of as she carried on kissing and embracing him. He frowned a little before intercepting her lips with his own, hoping to ease her as he had in the past, but the soft sob that shook her shoulders spoke for itself. "Angela," he said, looking at her now, but she merely hugged him tightly and pressed her face to his neck. "I love you," she repeated, clinging to him, unwilling to let him see her tears anymore. Making her cry wasn't quite what he'd had in mind for tonight, that was for certain. He sighed softly and rolled onto his side, but he continued to hold her tightly all the same, hoping she'd understand he had no intentions of letting her go either way. Perhaps by then she'd calm down, he guessed. For, as daft as she seemed to think him, he wasn't as stupid as to not understand what she had been doing as of late. What she had been doing ever since she caved into his pleading and accepted that challenge. Her warnings and her voice of reason had been loud and clear about how deeply she was pondering the possible outcomes for his fight against the mist, and yet she'd kept quiet, unwilling to admit what was it that worried her most. In a sense, he'd always known she didn't believe him completely when he promised he wouldn't leave her. Perhaps within a couple of days she'd finally understand that he had meant it. "I love you too," Sokka whispered, kissing the top of her head, "more than you can imagine, princess." Another gentle sob shook her, but to his relief, she nodded. It seemed she believed him when it came to that, if nothing else. He smiled a little. On some levels Azula hadn't changed much ever since the early days of their partnership. She only had known of extremes, for that was all she had been used to. Either people admired her or they feared her, and until she had heard the words from him, it seemed no one had loved her for good. He hadn't forgotten her reactions to his reckless affection back in Ember Island, as though no one had ever given her any reason to think she could be cherished for who she was until he had done it. She had felt abandoned by so many people she had cared about, even people whom she loved despite never wanting to admit it, such as her mother. The fear of losing Sokka was ever present inside her. He knew as much, and there were plenty of reasons for that, but it broke his heart all the same to realize that she had been hurt so many times that, even after all these years, she feared he might just walk away from her as soon as a better offer came along. As though there was such thing as a better offer than her, to begin with. She repeated her 3 words quite a few times over the night, and Sokka welcomed them each time, responding with his own. By the time the tears and sobs had stopped, Sokka assumed she was fast asleep, and yet it seemed she wasn't as unconscious as it appeared. "Stay," she whispered. "I can't stay all the way until morning, princess," he teased her. "What will the cooks say if they have to send my breakfast up here, huh?" "Stay," she repeated. Sokka sighed, assuming she was as good as sleep-talking by now, closer to asleep than awake. "I've always said I would, silly," he whispered, kissing her brow. "Do you really think you're the only one who can't live without the other anymore, huh?" She sighed and pressed against him. He smiled, running a hand over her flowing hair, brushing it gently with his fingers. "I'm daft, you're silly. What a pair we make, princess," he said softly, before kissing her brow one more time. "I'll always stay with you." "Always, Azula. That's not a promise I intend to break." He didn't expect her to have heard him, but it hardly mattered to him if she had or hadn't. For now, all he wanted was to hold her close, comforting her as he found comfort through her just the same. He'd head downstairs before long, surely, right before the barge docked at Whaletail Island's port, so that he might avoid the working sailors, but for now, he wanted nothing but to remain by his princess's side, hoping that one day she'd finally understand that even if so many others had turned their backs on her, he had no intentions of making a mistake of that magnitude. Hoping that maybe she'd realize she was more than worthy of the unconditional love they had nurtured through their partnership over all these years. Perhaps it'd take a few more years for her to see it. A couple of decades, maybe, or centuries. Or millennia, perhaps. As it was, he was sure their souls would seek each other out for eternity, ever returning to one another in any new form they took, and he'd prove his love to her each time, without fail, in hopes one day she'd finally understand how deep and strong his feelings were. Nothing would tear them apart, he was sure of it. Not even if Katara truly was somewhere on Whaletail Island would he allow anyone, or anything, to pull him away from his princess's side. Their lives might not have been meant to be so entwined all along, but the two of them had chosen to weave their destinies together, and as far as Sokka was concerned, that was how they would remain in the future. And if that would make him an unforgivable traitor in his family's eyes, so be it. Chapter 183, Whaletail Island 3. The knock on the cabin door startled Song just as she was folding her sleepwear. She shouldn't have been so nervous, she knew as much, and yet she couldn't help but dread that at some point, a guard, or a sailor or just anyone would show up to let her know that this cabin wasn't meant for her, and that she had been taking advantage of Azula's hospitality when she had no right to do so. She had feared that might happen ever since the first time they'd brought her on the ship, and then she had expected it to happen again on the second time. This was only the third. Their destination wouldn't be Ba Sing Se for once, and she still was so unused to the luxuries, feeling so unfit for the life of a royal, that she still assumed she would be kicked out of the room at any given moment. But it only was Ruishi at the other side of the door, and he greeted her with a warm smile that only faded from her face once she sighed in relief. "Anything wrong?" he asked, entering the room once Song had stepped out of the way to let him in. "And no, just... Oh. Still at that, are you?" Ruishi smirked, an unusual expression to glimpse on his handsome face. "Is it really that hard to believe you're an honored guest, at this point in time?" "Well, yeah, to some extent," said Song, biting her lip. "I'm not used to all this pampering, I guess. It's so luxurious. I never thought I'd live like this, not even temporarily." "But you don't hate it, do you?" Ruishi asked, raising an eyebrow and reaching to clasp her hands. Song shook her head, a blush over her cheeks. "No, I don't. It just feels excessive," she said, smiling. "I don't know that I deserve this kind of treatment." "If you didn't deserve this kind, it'd be because you deserve better," Ruishi declared, proudly. "You always say those things," Song laughed, letting Ruishi envelop her in a gentle hug. He smiled, patting her back. "I say them because they're true," he said. "I trust you slept well. Even if you couldn't join me." "Yeah," Song sighed, pressing her face into his chest. "Will you have to go work again now?" "I won't, in fact," Ruishi said. "I traded my shifts with Renkai last night. I can spend the whole day with you this way." "You can?" Song asked, surprised. She pulled away to look at him in amazement, and Ruishi smiled proudly. That's wonderful. I thought, unless you wished to do anything else, that we might enjoy exploring Whaletail Island together," he said, with a shrug. "I've never been here before, so I can't quite show you around, but we can still see the sights, if you wish." "We're really free to do that?" Song asked, her eyes aglow. "I requested permission from the princess, and she conceded it," Ruishi declared, before adding, "I asked Fei Li as well, though that hardly counts for anything." "Then she'll allow it?" This sounds wonderful," Ruishi said. Song, beaming. "I'll have to thank Angela when I..." "Angela?" Ruishi repeated, blinking blankly. Song froze. The familiarity with which she had just referred to the princess had slipped past her lips before she knew what she was saying. "That was... It's not like it's a crime to call her by her name, is it?" Song blushed violently now, abashed as she inched away from Ruishi's amused gaze. "It's not, I just had no idea you two were such close friends now," he teased her. "All the more reason why she gives you the fanciest room on the barge, second to her own, of course." "That's not, Ruishi," Song pouted, as he laughed and guided her to the door. "At any rate, we should get going," he said, grinning. "We do have all day to explore Whaletail Island, but we'll see more of it if we start earlier, right?" "Right," said Song, with a small smile. Her fingers tightened around his hand and she allowed him to guide her out of her obnoxiously luxurious room, leaving behind the fancy silk drapes and ornate furniture that seemed to judge her for as long as she was in it. Song wasn't supposed to be too busy through this trip, at least not until the next day. She was expected to be at the ready to heal Sokka, should any harm befall him after his big fight against the Mist. As it was, Song doubted she'd have anything to do at all, for she couldn't quite imagine Sokka's sister would want to hurt him. Nonetheless, she had joined the trip gladly, pleased for the opportunity to travel in the barge rather than staying cooped up at home waiting for everyone's return. Several off-duty guards were on deck, as was Sokka. The Gladiator studied the town and the island nervously, tapping a foot with uncertainty, his back turned towards them. Despite Ruishi had wanted to slip away with Song without being noticed, a voice called to him just before he could lead her to the ship's ramp. "Must be nice, eh? Going on a date with your girlfriend while the rest of us are stuck watching the ship." Fei Li pouted, glaring at the former captain with undisguised envy. Ruishi smiled and shrugged. "If you didn't want me to go, you could have just said no," Ruishi stated, as Song bit her lip. Most eyes had turned towards them after Fei Li's voice had cut through the general silence, including Sokka's. "I could have, I guess, but I had no reason to, I suppose, so, I just want a few leisure days to show my own girlfriend around town," he grumbled. Ruishi raised an eyebrow. "For starters, you need to find one, don't you?" he asked. Fei Li jumped and scowled at him. Well, that's neither here nor there," and none of your business. Now go before I change my mind about letting you go and... Ah, well, if you do, I'll just let the princess know that you're trying to overrule her orders. Ruishi smirked. Fei Li froze, eyes wide. I wasn't. I didn't. Ah, get going already. Fei Li groaned, storming off to the prow and leaving Ruishi to snicker with malice. Despite his triumph against Fei Li, Ruishi wouldn't be able to climb off the ship with Song as quickly as he had hoped to. Sokka approached them once Fei Li had left, and Song answered his smile with a welcoming one of her own. You guys are taking off to see the town, then? Sokka asked, his grin souring, despite he held it in his face all the same must be fun. It's bound to be, yes, said Ruishi, raising his eyebrows, something the matter? And no, nothing, not at all. He mumbled, his foot tapping a little faster now. Song smiled. You just can't help but wonder if your sister is there somewhere, huh? She asked. Sokka flinched, her guess had been spot on, naturally. I guess it's just that obvious, but I don't know. Suddenly it's all feeling so real, too real, and I'm starting to think I just want to run away, for some reason, Sokka said, blinking blankly. Of course, I won't, but, you know. You'd better not. Else coming all this way would have been a waste of time and resources, Ruishi said, matter-of-factly, and Sokka sighed. That's the one reason why I won't, yeah, he said. I think you just need to get your mind off your fight, Song suggested. If anything, it's possible sightseeing might be good for you too, you know. Oh. Sokka said, raising his eyebrows. Well, I admit, I kind of want to see the town, though I can't say that'll help me get my mind off anything, but... If you come with us we can keep you distracted, I'm sure, Song said, giving Ruishi pause. Whoa, with us? Ruishi repeated, glancing at her meaningfully. Song, the idea was for it to be you and me, not, well, you, me and Sokka. I know, said Song, tapping her chin with a finger. Truth be told, I doubt we'd be much use at distracting Sokka, so, said Ruishi, and Song turned to her housemate. So you should go fetch the princess and see if she wants to come along too. She suggested. Sokka's eyes brightened immediately at the suggestion, and he nodded promptly. Ruishi's jaw had dropped, though, and he regarded his girlfriend in sheer horror. Song! He exclaimed, but Sokka ignored him altogether. Now we're talking. That's going to work, for sure. He declared, beaming. All right, then, you guys wait here while I go get her. And no, but... Ruishi groaned, as Sokka dashed off to the barge's tower. Naturally, the Imperial Guard gave Song a begrudging leer, and she only shrugged innocently under it. Why? Why would you? Just, why? He asked, rubbing his forehead with his fingertips. Well, they're our friends, and besides, if it's the two of them, and the two of us, it'll feel more like a double date and they won't be bothering us remotely as much as they'll bother each other, said Song, shrugging. You know what they're like. Yeah, I do know, which is exactly why bringing them along for what I considered a date feels like a serious waste, Ruishi groaned, shaking his head. If they drive me crazy, I'll hold you personally responsible. Oh, now that does sound like a serious crime I'd be committing, Song teased him, chuckling. I wonder just what the penance might be. You'll find out quickly enough, considering that spending an entire day hearing those two bicker is about as terrible a punishment as anything could be, Ruishi growled, glaring at the tower to find Sokka was already dragging Azula out of it, yanking her by the wrist. Going by how she seemed to try to wrestle off his hold, she wasn't all that willing to go along with this wild endeavor. For crying out loud. Azula huffed, as Sokka finally let go of her. Once he reached Ruishi and Song. What did you drag me all this way for? We're going sightseeing. All four of us. Sokka declared, proudly. Azula's eyebrow twitched. Oh. And you couldn't have just said that from the start, now, could you? She asked. Well, no. Had I told you it was something as silly and fun as sightseeing, you would have said you were too busy going over your papers for the umpteenth time in the last weeks, Sokka teased her. For my strategy to pay off, it was vital for you to be removed from the vicinity of those wretched boring documents that seem to consume you so, princess. Those boring documents are supposed to guarantee that I can't torture you when you piss me off, so it's actually advantageous for you that I pore over them as often as I do, Angela said, with a sarcastic smile. Sokka grinned guiltily at those words. Ah, but come on, you can look at them all you want later. We should check out Whaletail Island. It's your first time here, isn't it? It is, but that's hardly a big deal, Angela sighed, rolling her eyes. If you hadn't wanted to spend time checking out whatever Whaletail Island has to offer, you would have scheduled the trip so we wouldn't have any days off, Sokka smirked. Yet we arrived one day before the fight. That must mean, surely, that you always intended to spend the first day exploring the town. What that means, actually, is that I wanted to avoid being tardy by arriving within a safe margin before your big fight, something we've failed to do enough times as it is, and that I'd like to avoid doing in the future, Angela snapped, shaking her head. For crying out loud, you'd think after all these years you'd know I hate being unpunctual. I know you do, just as I know you love visiting new places with me, Sokka smirked, just like when we went to Ba Sing Se for the first time, or when we checked out Fire Fountain City thoroughly because we arrived a whole day before the scavenger hunt, just like this time. There was a purpose to studying Fire Fountain City beforehand, there's no such purpose in doing it this time, Angela huffed, shaking her head. And what little I saw of Ba Sing Se before your fight, I saw without you, remember? Fire Fountain City, huh? That's one place I haven't been to, Song said. Sokka waved a hand in her direction. Not worth visiting, it has this ridiculous statue of the Fire Lord and every time I see it, I just want to tear it down all over a dash. At any rate, Angela said, quite loudly, as to interrupt Sokka from making potentially dangerous and treasonous claims while many of her guards were nearby. I apologize to you both, Ruishi, Song. Had I known he was trying to sabotage your date I wouldn't have let him drag me here as though I had to be shepherded places like a woolly pig or so. He didn't sabotage anything, Song laughed. I suggested we could all go together, but if you'd rather not come along. Hey, now, Sokka said, stepping forward and looking at Angela intently. That's not right. What's not? She said, surprised by the sudden seriousness of his voice. Woolly pigs are kind of ugly, he said, frowning. If you're to be compared to any kind of sheep-related animal, it ought to be something cuter, like a koala sheep. Much better. Ruishi and Song stared at Sokka in disbelief as he grinned proudly upon his declaration. Angela, though, showed him one of her most dangerous smiles before raising her hand, and a burst of blue fire burned in it within moments. Oh, look at that, I have a fireball in my hand. Care to guess who's the unlucky soul I plan to throw it at? She said, eyes widening menacingly as Sokka laughed and ran to hide behind Ruishi. Ruishi gave Song a meaningful look, despair shining through his eyes despite the healer beside him happened to be laughing softly. This is what you've burdened us with for today. I hope you're happy, he said, and Song shrugged. I can't deny it, they're a lot of fun when they're being silly. Which is about all the time, admittedly, Ruishi said, shaking his head. Song laughed before pulling Ruishi towards the ship's ramp. Sokka scrambled there first, though, running away from the threat of Angela's fire blasts. There was no genuine threat to be had, it went without saying. Song's certainties had been proven correct after all. If anyone could get Sokka's mind off his worries and everything he feared about tomorrow, it would be his princess. Their constant bickering and arguing decreased as they progressed through the docks, taking notice of the many humble shops of wooden make, which contrasted with the far more opulent and recent buildings of solid rock and plaster walls. The most recurrent kind of buildings appeared to be taverns, for there were at least 4 within the port's area. Once they entered the main streets of the island, the sights became far more diverse and interesting than they'd been at the bay, with restaurants, bathhouses, marketplaces, and stores of all kinds. Around the same time, the southern port of the island seemed rather placid and uneventful, as opposed to the northern one. Zuko had dressed up in Fire Nation garb for the first time in ages and tied up his long hair in a half knot. He stood on his ship's deck, waiting for Kino to be ready before setting out on their quest for jobs and money. He bit his lip, thumbing the contents of his pocket. He had made certain to bring the few coins he had left from his initial trip with Suki. It wasn't a lot of money, but he hoped it would serve at least to buy a hat and gloves to conceal Aang's identity. All right, Kino finally exclaimed, stumbling out of the cabin in a black and yellow sleeveless tunic, spreading his arms before Zuko. I'm ready. How do I look? Zuko only raised an eyebrow as Kino awaited his answer eagerly. Aang and Katara, both sitting by the ship's railing, seemed just as puzzled by the question and Kino's enthusiasm as Zuko was. You look like you, Zuko determined, and Kino pouted. What difference does it make how you look in your case, Kino? You're the only one who won't stand out in the least. Well, yeah, that's the thing, I actually thought I should make an impression, otherwise, who'd want to hire me? Kino pouted. If we just help with crates and whatnot, I doubt anyone will care if your hair's perfectly tamed or not, Zuko said, smiling weakly as Kino twitched upon noticing his curls were growing unruly, despite his best attempts to placate them. Why, you? He growled at his hair, reaching to flatten his bangs as Aang and Katara stood up. We'll wait here, then, as we agreed, said Aang. I know this won't be easy, so good luck, you two. Try not to drive each other crazy. Zuko doesn't drive me crazy, Kino declared, beaming. Zuko's eyebrow twitched. I wish I could say the same about you, he grumbled, and Kino gasped, indignant. Try to find good jobs, too. Something worth the pay, Katara said. Zuko shrugged. We'll do our best. As long as Kino stops worrying about his appearance, that is, he said, grabbing the man by the shoulder and dragging him to the pier. Come on, then. All right, let's go. Kino exclaimed, waving at the friends he was leaving behind on the ship. The pair climbed onto the wooden dock and trailed across the port. In broad daylight it was apparent that the port wasn't too active. If anything, only the occasional fisherman seemed to dock in the available piers. The thought gave Zuko pause, as he wondered if, in case it was impossible to find actual jobs, they ought to find nets and haul as many fish as they could out here. You don't want to work on a fishing boat, or do you? Kino said, noticing Zuko's attention was on the many small boats. I thought you liked hunting and not fishing, Zio-dash. Hold that thought right now, Zuko said, sternly leveling Kino with a harsh glare that guaranteed he'd fall silent immediately. Stop calling me by my actual name. What do you want me to call you, then? Kino asked. Zuko shrugged as he glanced about himself. Lee? Anything works, as long as we give people less reason to suspect that I'm, well, me. Well, then, Prince Lee. Zuko's deadpan glare prompted Kino to laugh as he waved a hand dismissively. I'm just kidding. Enough nonsense. Focus, all right? I'm pretty sure that guy's in charge here, Zuko said, pointing at a tall, bald man he'd seen talking to a few sailors before. Kino eyed the man with interest. Is he, now? As Zuko sped his way towards the man. The man in question raised his eyebrows upon being approached by the strange two men. They appeared thin and unkempt, despite their best efforts to clean up, so it was easy enough to guess what they'd ask from him. There are no available jobs in this port right now. The words froze Zuko cold just before he could speak, and Kino whimpered slightly behind him, wondering if they'd be shut down this quickly everywhere they went. Well, are you sure? Zuko asked, tentatively. We won't ask for much pay, if you have any jobs to. I said we have none. That's how it is, said the man, raising his eyebrows. If you want a job, head up to the other port in town. That one's bustling right now, you'll find something to do in no time. You're sure? Or are you just trying to get rid of us? Kino asked. Zuko flinched and glared at him. I'm pretty sure, yeah, doesn't mean I don't want to get rid of you, said the man, with a dry smile. Kino smiled uneasily. Well, thanks, I guess, said Zuko, slightly relieved that Kino's indiscreet words hadn't sat ill with the port's caretaker. Do you know of any other place where we might be able to find jobs for the day? Not really. Might be you could wash dishes at some restaurant in town, but I wouldn't know for sure, myself. Said the man, shrugging as he eyed the nearest fishing boat. Really, now? Kino said, biting his lip. Come on, I'm sure you can come up with a better idea for two dashing, handsome young men like us. The man's dismissive attitude finally faded away, but only because he was profoundly amused by Kino's latest words. He eyed them up and down before laughing quite loudly. Well, then, if that's how it is, I'm guessing you ought to go ask if there's openings at the brothel. It's 3 streets down. And no. Absolutely not, that's not what. Kino. Zuko exclaimed, blushing wildly, though Kino's own cheeks were redder yet. I'm pretty sure they take on both male and female entertainers there. You ought to go right on ahead and ask for jobs there, handsome ones. The man continued to laugh, as Zuko grunted under his breath and grabbed his friend by the neck of his shirt. Never mind. Thanks for your help, but we're leaving now. Zuko said, pulling Kino behind him, who, for once, had decided that maybe he should stop talking. The intensity of the man's booming laughter decreased with every step they took. The 2 Fire Nation men made their way to the streets that led out of the port, in direction opposite to the brothel the man had suggested. You're seriously wrong in the head, Kino. I mean it, Zuko growled, only letting go of his friend once they couldn't hear the laughing man anymore. Kino pouted. I didn't really think he'd suggest something like that, I'm sorry. He mumbled. Well, this ought to show you to stop saying that kind of thing, Zuko snapped. None of us is going to end up in a brothel, of all places. I agree. Heikuto would kill us if we did, Kino admitted, with a sad smile. All right, then. We're already leaving the port. Well, yeah. What else can we do? Zuko said, if that guy doesn't have any jobs for us, we should look for them elsewhere. But, weren't we going to check on a wanted posters board first? Kino suggested. His words gave Zuko pause. I mean, this guy probably spends all day in his docks working with his fishermen, but, maybe other people would have seen you on wanted posters if there were any, right? Right, Zuko sighed, nodding. Fine, then. Let's check out your old regiment's headquarters, then. Kino guided Zuko carefully, choosing less crowded streets on his way to the military compound in the island. It wasn't a large building, unlike the ones Zuko remembered at the capital. Even the metal settlement from the South Pole seemed larger and more imposing than the one Kino had brought them to. Okay, wait here, behind this house, Kino told Zuko, as they lurked in a small alley. He took a deep breath and frowned with determination. I'll be back shortly. Try to be careful, all right? Zuko said, I know you claim these people never noticed you, but maybe they realized you were missing just when they got here. I know. There could be a wanted poster for me too, what did you know? Said Kino, with an awkward grin. I'll be back, then. Be careful too and don't let anyone notice you. Zuko sighed and nodded as Kino made his way to the building as casually as possible. There was an announcements board attached to the simple wall that enclosed the military structure, and even from a distance Kino could identify the unequivocal wanted posters, with the Fire Lord's red seal and those stylish depictions of the criminals right next to the text that specified who they were, and what crimes they'd committed. He bit his lip as they finally came into full view. With a quick glance, he confirmed none of the criminals depicted had a scar like Zuko's. That relieved Kino right away, but he read through the content of each poster just to be sure. Hey! Kino flinched. That voice, he'd heard it before. He'd heard it for years, giving out orders to the men in the settlement. That voice belonged to the man who had yelled at the younger soldiers to stop talking about his affair with the lieutenant's wife. He turned his head to the left, confirming with his eyes what his ears had already surmised. His old captain stood beside him, arms crossed, staring at him intently. CCA-. Kino blurted out, terrified. Oh, Zuko would kill him for his carelessness. He'd definitely. You're in my way. Kino froze. He gazed around himself with uncertainty, for it wasn't quite a narrow street, nowhere near as narrow as the alley Zuko was waiting at. Admittedly, he had kept unnecessary distance from the announcement board, but couldn't the captain simply go in front or around him? Despite being completely aware of this, despite his train of thought was quite logical, Kino's answer was the one it ever had been. Why yes, sir. With that, he took 2 steps back, clearing the way for his former commanding officer. And the pretentious captain walked, head high, inside his building, without recognizing one of the very few deserters from the Fire Nation army despite he had been right in front of him. All things considered, though, there wasn't much chance he'd recognize Kino at all. The former soldier read the final poster on the board, smiling awkwardly upon reading his name on it, and upon seeing the picture that accompanied the text was completely different from his actual appearance. Brown, straight hair rather than black curls, with a large nose where Kino's was small, a strong chin where Kino's was slim. Even one of the ideograms for his name had been miswritten. Heh. Heh. I know I'm not as big a deal as Zhang Zhang, but still. Kino pouted, walking away after shooting an envious glare at the deserter's perfect poster. Zuko had witnessed the strange encounter between Kino and the captain from afar, and although he'd been worried at first, he was perplexed when Kino returned, wide-eyed and with a dry grin. "And no wanted posters for you, Prin Dash. I mean, Lee," he confirmed. Zuko raised his eyebrow. "Great, but what happened with that soldier?" Zuko asked. "Did he recognize you, or?" "Nope. Not like he could, anyhow," said Kino, with a dry grin. "Turns out, there's a poster for me, actually." "What?" "It's nothing to worry about, though," Kino said quickly, hoping to appease Zuko's blend of panic and outrage. "They got everything wrong, actually." "They, how? What?" Zuko said, even more confused now. "Well, goes to show my story about them not noticing me was spot on, said Kino, shrugging. "They think I'm some strong-jawed, big-nosed, brown-haired dude, and that my name's spelled with the ideograms for joy and field when it's tree rather than joy, and, basically, I'm not me, officially." "Well, that is, if that makes any sense." Zuko's eyebrow twitched, as Kino shrugged carelessly. "I didn't even expect them to realize I was gone at all, so I should be grateful they noticed," he said, with a weak grin. "And the guy didn't recognize you?" "Not even a little?" Zuko asked. Kino shook his head promptly. "He was just annoyed because I was standing in his way, like he couldn't possibly just go around me and..." Kino rambled, eyes narrow with irritation. If he thought about it, that was just the captain being himself, wasn't it? He always treated him just like that, after all. You know what? It's cold and it sucks in the south for so many reasons, but it's way better than being a nobody over here, you know. "It sounds like it," said Zuko, grimacing. "Well, then. I guess we should get going. There are other places we ought to check out for jobs, right?" "Right. The other port, and the restaurants." "And not the brothel," Zuko declared. Kino smiled uneasily. "Nope. Not the brothel," he agreed, nodding promptly. Whaletail Island's town was larger than Zuko remembered it. It wasn't quite as big as the Fire Nation capital, but at morning hours it was crowded and noisy, with people going about their business without giving others much attention, which the exiled prince could only be grateful for. The town was humble, with small buildings rather than those of opulent grandeur that were often found in the Fire Nation mainland. The gravel streets seemed so casual compared with the solid rock ones in the Fire Nation's major settlements, and often it seemed stray animals and wild plants would pop up unexpectedly, adding colors and beauty to the Fire Nation colony. "All right, then, where to first?" Kino said, glancing at Zuko. "I suggest we go to the port last, since it's at the other end of the island, so for now." Zuko's eyes had drifted towards the restaurants, longingly. Kino stopped talking upon realizing Zuko wasn't listening, and it wasn't until a moment after he fell silent that Zuko noticed he had his friend's insidious stare on him. I am fine, what are you looking at me like that for?" "You were on a daze, I figured I'd make you uncomfortable to snap you out of it," Kino said, earnestly. Zuko's eyebrow twitched and he had to hold back the urge to slap the back of Kino's head. "I was just asking where we should go first, but you were looking at the shops here like they mean the world to you, or so." "I was just remembering that, well, the last time I came here, I brought Suki to a restaurant." He smiled. "We had a nice time together, and, well, we were supposed to go to Kyoshi Island after that. Things have turned out very differently since then. Probably for the better, though," Kino exclaimed, grinning. "I mean, yeah, life down south is tough, but you've made good friends there, right?" "Right," said Zuko, as Kino smiled, ecstatic to hear Zuko agree with him like Aang. "And Hakata. And Yuro, and Katon, and..." Kino said, blinking eagerly at him. Zuko opened his mouth, looking at Kino from the corner of his eyes. Enkun-na. She's a very nice old lady. Yep, that's everyone, he said, with a proud grin. Kino whimpered. Why must you torture me so? Why can't you acknowledge that we're free? Zuko was chuckling, though he stopped laughing when he noticed Kino's attention had been drawn away by something else, to the point where he had trailed off in the middle of his complaint. They had been hiking up a small hill inside the island, one that would lead them to the center of the colony. Now, from the top of the hill, they could see what waited below. The biggest building in the entire island so far, and thus, the first one to claim anyone's attention, was shaped as an oval, and even at a distance it was possible to see the open stands and the archways that decorated its exterior. Zuko frowned. He had never seen the town's arena before. No doubt that was what Kino had been staring at. I think Suki said once that it was called the Southern Colosseum, or so, Zuko mumbled. Kino swallowed and nodded. Yeah, I was there, once, he told Zuko. I asked about Sokka, because Katara and Aang wanted to know if he was alive, so I had to gather information about the Blue Wolf for them. Huh, said Zuko, breathing deeply as he eyed the Colosseum with uncertainty. You don't think we could find some sort of job there, do you? Oh? Well. I don't know. Maybe. Kino exclaimed, beaming. Why not, huh? Well, it's just a suggestion, I guess, said Zuko, biting his lip. I remember the Grand Royal Dome had a pretty big staff. Might be they don't offer daily jobs, though. Doesn't hurt to ask, does it? Kino suggested, shrugging. Let's go check it out. Despite his usual apprehension regarding the Gladiator business arose, as it ever did, Zuko found himself genuinely considering the idea of working at this arena, if just briefly. It wouldn't be fun, he knew, but the Grand Royal Dome was known for being a successful venture in terms of money. If the Southern Colosseum was anything like it, they might just pay good wages to anyone who wanted to work for them, if just by cleaning sand and picking up discarded weapons in the fighting pit. The Colosseum wasn't at the center of the island, but it might as well have been. It had multiple entrances, which solved the issue that the Grand Royal Dome often had with its single vestibule, difficult to navigate if any popular gladiators had a fight that day. If there were exits nearly everywhere, people would be free to come and go with further ease. The downside was, of course, that Kino had forgotten where the staff's counters were at. The two men had to walk around the Colosseum almost in its entirety before they found the counter they were looking for, to Kino's mild amusement and Zuko's chagrin. Aha! There it is. I told you it'd be right there, said Kino, beaming as he pointed the counter out to Zuko. And, oh, it's the same girl who was here when I asked about Sokka, too. Do you think it's fate? Don't you think she just works there? Zuko asked, grimacing in distaste. Curses, Kino, do you just have crushes on every available woman you meet? Well, no. I don't have a crush on Katara, Kino declared, proudly. Zuko snorted. Only because she was too violent ever since you first met her, otherwise you would have been asking to sire her children, he said, making his way to the counter. Kino gasped, aghast. How dare you make such an outrageous claim? He said, following Zuko closely. I would never. I have never. Good day to you both. Seems like you're quite the lively pair, said the young woman behind the counter, offering them a welcoming smile. Are you hoping to sign up as a new pair of sponsor and gladiator, by any chance? Whoa, us? Kino asked, blinking blankly. Well, sponsoring him would probably be a huge disappointment, but thanks for the suggestion all the same, Zuko said. Kino pouted. Maybe I'm the one who ought to sponsor you, he said, though his eyes gleamed with the possibilities right away. But, say, if I did want to sponsor him, what exactly would we have to do? You'd have to fill in a few forms and wait until the end of the month for the Grand Royal Dome to confirm you were accepted into the ranking. You'd only be free to participate in any fighting after you receive official clearance for it, the young woman said without losing a beat, still grinning as professionally as possible, unconcerned upon seeing Kino's enthusiasm had crashed and burned immediately. Heh. So much for quick cash, he mumbled. Zuko sighed as the young woman, courteous as she had been, eyed Kino warily now. Quick cash? What are you talking about? she said. Well, we just wanted to ask if there's any job openings here, actually, Zuko finally said. The woman raised her eyebrows. Job openings? Well, gee. I don't know, but what kind of job are you looking for? Temporary ones. Just for a day or two. Kino said, with a hopeful grin. The awkward grimace on the girl's face answered his question all on its own. I'm afraid not, she said. Zuko gritted his teeth. I guess you guys are desperate, but we generally only hire people on the long term, and by we I mean the chairman of the Southern Coliseum and his board. I have nothing to do with it, not really. Heh. I guess we're out of luck, then Kino pouted. The girl eyed them sympathetically. I'm sure there are other places you can go to. Like the docks, for instance. We were at the southern one already. No luck, Zuko said. Well, the northern one is all the rage right now, said the girl, shrugging, for the obvious reasons, I suppose. Obvious? Kino repeated. She blinked at his question, studying him with uncertainty. You guys don't go out much, do you? Not really, no, Zuko said, grimacing. If the girl had assumed they were from Whaletail Island, it'd spare them from having to come up with a cover story about how they got here, at least. Then you seriously haven't heard about tomorrow's fight? She asked, raising her eyebrows. Are you for real? We are, very much so, said Kino, grinning awkwardly. What's going on tomorrow? The unofficial top non-bender of the league will visit us for the first time, said the girl, smiling again. It's going to be a fight to remember. Oh? The unofficial top non-bender. Kino repeated, hands on his waist. Yes. The Blue Wolf. Exclaimed the girl, beaming. He's up against the mist. She's one of Whaletail Island's very best. Are you both okay? Their jaws had dropped, and their eyes had widened, all of it in such perfect sync the girl would have believed it was rehearsed if their reactions hadn't been as honest as they were. She blinked blankly, waiting for them to answer her question until Kino whimpered, as he often did. Did you just say, the blue? The Blue Wolf? He exclaimed, grabbing the counter suddenly. The girl leaned away, wary now. I did, but... What, are you fans of his, or something? If so, how come didn't you guys know he was coming? We're not from around here, Zuko finally admitted, swallowing hard. We've only just traveled here from Kyoshi Island. Oh. I guess that makes some sense, the girl said, though she eyed them warily nonetheless. Their reactions upon hearing the Blue Wolf's name had been too unusual to be explained so easily. But wait just a moment now, Zuko said, with a disbelieving smile. You said unofficial best non-bender of the league? That means he's not exactly the best non-bender yet, right? Well, only on paper, said the girl, shrugging. He defeated the top non-bender around a month and a half ago, if our information is correct. Everyone's been talking about it, really. Most times the top gladiators of each discipline are pretty stable, so that the Mad Alchemist would fall against the Blue Wolf, he must be that extraordinary. I suppose, Zuko said, barely able to give the girl's words any credit. I look forward to watching him fight, the girl admitted, smiling proudly. Won't hurt one bit that people say he's very handsome, but he's got to be such an amazing fighter too. I've already asked a friend to cover for me at the counter tomorrow just so I can watch him. Oh. Hadn't you asked someone else already? We could have done it for you, hee, said Kino, with a sad smile. The girl grinned sympathetically too before Zuko cleared his throat. Well, at any rate, if this is how it is, clearly there's no work for us to do here, right? Zuko said, with a dry grin. Therefore. Oh, you should try the northern port. The girl exclaimed, as Zuko started to drag Kino away. I hear the princess already arrived, so... Zuko froze, but he smiled and nodded at the girl as courteously as he could before dragging Kino away. The former soldier waved goodbye at the woman. Zuko pulled him away so brusquely that she was out of sight quickly. Whoa, Zuko, you didn't even let me say goodbye. Kino complained, and Zuko scoffed. Didn't you hear what she just said? That the princess already re-dash? Oh, damn. My sister. She's in this blasted island. Shit, Kino, shit. Zuko exclaimed. Kino flinched as he failed to keep up with Zuko's brisk pace. He yanked his hand out of his hold instead, forcing Zuko to slow down. Okay, it's bad, I get it. Kino started, as he stopped and rubbed his hand where Zuko had held onto it brusquely. Come to think of it, no, I actually don't. I mean, why is it so? Sokka, Kino. Sokka is in the same island as... Zuko said, exasperated, on the brink of a panic attack. He turned towards Kino, his eyes glaring daggers at his companion. If Katara finds out he's here, Kino, can you imagine what she might do? She'd try to meet up with him. Said Kino. That's what the whole rescue mission thing was about, right? Meet with him, sure, said Zuko, with a skeptical smile. My sister has brought Sokka closer to his tribe than he has been in ages. How likely is it for Katara to decide that our mission for food and better resources to improve our tribe's condition is secondary to kidnapping Sokka, if that's what it takes to drag him home? Kino raised a hand, as though to defend Katara, but he lowered it soon enough, realization dawning in his eyes. Well, I guess that's not beyond her, huh? I mean, she's never been subtle about how she wants to save Sokka and whatnot. And if she does that, if she tries to get Sokka away from my sister, when he's become the apparent best non-bending fighter in the league, just what do you think will happen? Zuko asked, crossing his arms over his chest. Yeah, we'll have an Imperial barge following us across the ocean and to the South Pole, and all the happy freedom the tribe has rejoiced in, without the Fire Nation causing trouble for a couple of years, will be over just like that, while in the middle of the worst case of famine and blizzards in the last decade or so, from my understanding. Zuko's chest was heaving by the time he finished his rant. Kino blinked blankly, at a loss for words. He swallowed hard as he pondered his friend's reasoning, though he shook his head just when Zuko finally seemed to be calming down. But don't you think it'd be great if we could see Sokka? He asked. I mean, if we tell Katara not to do anything stupid. Right, because Katara always listens to reason, especially when it comes to her brother, Zuko huffed. Alright, fine then. Maybe we don't tell Katara, but we tell Aang. If we tell Aang, we might as well tell Katara. He'd never keep that kind of secret to himself. Zuko exclaimed. Kino groaned and shook his head. I really think things would be better if we could see firsthand how he's doing. Kino pouted, and, hey, wouldn't you like to see your sister? Why would I want to see my sister? Zuko said, looking at Kino in disbelief. I mean, sure, things weren't so bad the last time we saw each other, but that doesn't mean I'm going to jeopardize this entire mission just for a chance to say hi to someone who has plenty of stuff to deal with as it is, and who probably forgot she has a brother altogether. That's just cruel, Kino pouted, before sighing and shaking his head. And what do we do if we find work at the northern port? Ugh, they're docked there, Kino. Zuko huffed. If Katara caught sight of either Sokka or Azula, it'd be a disaster. But Zuko. Look, we came here for one thing, and that's what matters, all right. Zuko said, frowning. My family is in the South Pole, waiting for me to come home with enough food for us to get by, and I'm not going to risk this chance to do so just because of a gladiator fight. Am I clear? See crystal clear. I guess, Kino sighed, lowering his gaze. Zuko huffed and shook his head. We're checking out those restaurants. Now. Fine. Kino pouted, dragging his feet as he followed the banished prince. Convincing Kino to keep his mouth shut would take time, Zuko knew as much. The fight would happen tomorrow, and perhaps Azula would leave right after it was done. Once that was over, Kino could blab all he wanted. Though, granted, Katara would be a nightmare if she knew Zuko had kept her from knowing that her brother was in town, but he would put up with her rage and resentment if need be. His family was his priority, and he'd do whatever it took to keep them safe, alive, and well-fed. Sokka was already all those things, as far as he knew. However badly Katara might have wanted to see her brother, his situation was far from urgent. The South Pole was facing a dire crisis, and solving it ought to be what mattered most. It wasn't as though Zuko knew Sokka too well, but he had no doubt Sokka would rather his people were prioritized over himself. Unbeknownst to them, Sokka was currently at the opposite end of the island, hiking through a natural trail that nowadays served as a sightseeing area for the island's visitors. The whole town could be seen from above throughout the trail, the small red tile roofs mixed with wooden buildings, autumn trees coloring the town in a magnificent spectacle of gold, orange, and red. Despite they'd traveled far and wide, and the Fire Nation was not exempt of its own colorful beauty, Sokka found himself marveled at the blooming nature in Whaletail Island. "It's beautiful, eh?" he said, smiling with amazement as he gazed at the city, "though, the more I look around, the more I wonder if there's any remnants of air nomad stuff somewhere in the island." "There might be, but I suppose you'd have to look hard for any of it," Azula replied. "As is Fire Nation tradition, we tear everything down and build stuff atop it, as to pretend nothing existed before us." Sokka grimaced, though he knew well enough that Azula no longer spoke of such practices with pride. The tone of her voice was dark, and her head was bowed slightly as she walked next to him. "Heh, and yet you seem to fail to bury history completely most times." "Things always come up sooner or later," Sokka said, smiling weakly. "I'm sure there has to be something around here somewhere, like that rock, maybe." Azula raised her eyebrows as Sokka made his way to a strange, vertical stone next to the mountainside. It was cylindrical, tall enough to reach his waist, and from afar it already appeared to sport carvings, but it wasn't until Sokka reached it that he could confirm as much. He smiled in disbelief and glanced at Azula over his shoulder. "Well, what do you know? Look at this, Azula." She raised her eyebrows as she approached him as requested. She identified a few carvings on the stone. Most of them were unknown, yet there was a symbol of air amongst them. Azula snorted and glanced at Sokka, whose eyes were wide, accompanied by a proud smile. "A huge island, and you found an air nomad relic of old times within moments," Azula remarked. "Either you're very lucky or you planned this ahead somehow for my benefit." "How could I have planned it? It's the first time I've been here," Sokka chuckled, gazing about himself. Ruishi and Song had left them behind a while ago. It seemed that the best way for their double date to proceed was as though they were on independent dates instead, at least for the most part. As the trail wasn't very crowded, and the other pair was also far away, Azula no longer felt the need to be as aggressive towards Sokka as she'd been earlier on the barge. "This trail feels old, somehow," Sokka said. "It's not like I have any real understanding of spiritual stuff or anything, but the streets down there are gravel. They were fashioned by Fire Nation builders and whatnot. This, though, it's all blended fully with nature, much more than the town down there. I figured, well, if there were any air nomad traces to be found, they'd be here, right?" "And it appears you were right," Azula nodded, smiling. "Smart idea to only bring it up just now to surprise me, then." "Heh, got to impress my princess if I have a chance," Sokka smirked. "Though I bet there are other traces of them here or there. Just, not as much as there would be in the temples, but you know. It's not much, admittedly, but it's better than nothing." Azula sighed. "At least it feels like the land hasn't forgotten about them, even if it's been over 100 years since an air nomad walked these trails, right?" "Yeah, if only we could find those survivors we theorized about ages ago, those 100 years would end pretty quickly." Sokka smiled sadly. "All the same, though. Whaletail Island looks like a nice place, huh? It's pretty, even if I suppose it must have been amazing back in the day too. At least it's not full of huge factories and pollution," Azula said, with a dry grin. "Better than some of the Fire Nation's own islands, huh?" "Sadly so," Sokka said, glancing at Azula. "You ought to cheer up, though, princess. You're starting to make real changes in the world, we both know it. You'll blow everyone's minds soon enough, fixing all the crap your father has been messing up for all these years." "That's a tall order," Azula admitted, and the corner of her mouth twitched. Sokka laughed quietly. "And you know it just as well as I do." "Well, you're extraordinary, goes without saying," he whispered, leaning close to her to kiss her brow softly. Azula tensed up. "So you'll succeed at it without even trying?" "I wish," she said, blushing. "You probably shouldn't do that. Even if we're generally alone right now, it's risky." I know. Sokka sighed dramatically, though he reached out for her hand regardless. Despite her previous warning, Azula couldn't hold back from tightening her grip around his own. "We ought to get going again. Ruishi and Song will abandon us for good at this rate. We can meet up again at the barge, it's not like we'll really lose them," Azula said, keeping up with Sokka as he walked with her. They progressed through the trail, rising higher in the mountains, until the entire town could be seen from a vantage point. Sokka's hand trembled slightly as he took in the scenery, and Azula understood why right away. The largest building was in sight, even if it was at the other end of the island's town. She tensed up as well, gazing at her gladiator. He swallowed hard and shook his head rapidly, forcing himself to focus on their sightseeing trip instead. "You okay?" Azula asked. Sokka shrugged. "I suppose, for my standards, I am." He said, "I guess I'm just anxious." "But that makes enough sense, doesn't it? I have no way of knowing what might happen tomorrow, so." "You should be fine," Azula reassured him, squeezing his hand gently. "I know it's hard to picture a good outcome, but don't be too hard on yourself, okay? Whatever you do tomorrow, you can consider yourself, well, preemptively forgiven by me, whatever it might be." "Ah? So, if I were to beat the mist instead of losing against her, you'd forgive me for it?" Sokka asked her, teasingly. Azula shrugged. "I'd have no choice, now, would I?" she retorted. Sokka laughed and shook his head. They carried on forward, catching only glimpses of Ruishi and Song once in a while, whenever the road took sharp turns that enabled them to see far ahead. Other than a few people who walked in the opposite direction across the trail, they hadn't found a lot of sightseers like themselves so far. The lonely mountain path allowed them to enjoy the silence whenever there was nothing to say, keeping each other company while their minds wandered. And as much as Azula's mind often returned to her reservations and fears about what might happen on the next day, her constant thoughts about Sokka's sister eventually led her to an unexpected realization. She frowned before slowing down and gazing across the island. Sokka slowed too upon noticing the change in her demeanor. "Something wrong?" he asked. "Not quite wrong, but have you realized that you expect to reunite with your sister here, and it's actually my brother's last known location?" Azula mused. Sokka raised his eyebrows. "Oh, heh. You don't think he's still here, do you?" Sokka asked. Azula shrugged. "Doubtful. His crewmen allegedly turned the island upside down looking for him. She said I can't imagine he'd want to stay here for long, anyhow. Why would he settle down in a Fire Nation colony, of all places?" "Who knows?" Sokka shrugged. "Your brother's always been a weird guy. I wouldn't expect all his decisions to make sense." "Well, you're not wrong to think as much," Azula smiled. "Where would you expect him to be, though, if not here?" Sokka asked. "Would be funny if both our siblings were here, somewhere, if you think about it." "Ah, brilliant. Maybe Zuko's sponsoring your sister," Azula suggested, with a sarcastic smile. Sokka snorted and laughed out loud, shaking his head at Azula's absurd idea. She joined his laughter before long. "If that were the case, I sure as hell shouldn't lose, huh?" he said, smirking. "Else you'll never stop giving me grief over making you lose against your brother, huh?" "As a matter of fact, yeah, I think I wouldn't get over it, ever," Azula declared, hoping to sound menacing. Sokka laughed, letting go of her hand only to make a defensive gesture. "You're not going to embarrass me by ruining my lifelong winning streak against my brother, now, will you?" "Oh, come on, it's probably not him," Sokka exclaimed, laughing, and speeding up as though to avoid Azula's playful wrath. "With our luck, it's going to be him for sure, and you're going to make a fool out of me abroad, yes you will," Azula bellowed, chasing Sokka recklessly through the dirt road. He couldn't seem to stop laughing as he fled from her for the second time that day. They only stopped upon reaching a resting site, furnished with a small restaurant that served the tourists on the trail. Ruishi and Song had stopped there, and albeit Ruishi had urged Song to let the other pair continue chasing each other foolishly, Song had insisted on calling them so they could all share lunch together. As far as a last day of normalcy went, it had been quite a smooth one, in Azula's opinion. There was a hint of trepidation permeating the air, as though it was the final chance for free, simple happiness, before something chaotic took place, and for once, they knew exactly what that chaotic thing would be. Both Azula and Sokka were determined to cherish those last hours of simplicity before their upcoming fight, knowing that this impending encounter with the mist might change a lot in their future, or it might change nothing, and that as well would prove devastating, even if, perhaps, easier to handle. The looming threat to their momentary peace seemed to make the day slip past them so much faster than it ever should have. Lunch was rather enjoyable, and the two couples continued to travel on foot across the island afterwards, seeing all the wondrous sights, especially basking in a beautiful sunset once the skies began shifting from cyan to orange, pink, and purple. Ruishi and Song had taken to watching as the sun set in the boundary between the ocean and sky in the horizon, and Sokka smiled, wanting to do the same with Azula, yet his princess's gaze was drawn away, in another direction. Azula. He called her softly, angling his body towards hers. Her eyes were set on the south, and his heart clenched upon noticing that. The southern port was within view right now, but the princess's eyes weren't taking in the shabbier docks of the island or the humble boats and ships tied to the piers, and Sokka knew it. You know. The princess whispered, her voice weak. You just have to say the word. I don't mind taking you there, no matter if it mean the journey back to the Fire Nation would be delayed. I can't do that to you, Sokka said, turning his back on the sunset spectacle to make his way to Azula. I appreciate the offer, but I can't. You can, though. Sokka. Azula said, heart clenched as she spoke. I can do this. For you, I can do anything. The enforcers can wait. Maybe they can, but maybe I don't want them to, Sokka said, reaching out to stroke her hair gently. Her eyes were as good as pleading. Now you have something important to do. This is already a crazy whim of mine, one I'm not even certain of, even on the eve of the fight, so, don't worry anymore, Azula. I'll be fine if it's not her, and I'll also be fine if I don't go back to the water tribe just yet. Azula sighed but nodded in submission. Sokka cupped her cheek now, gently, his body too close to hers. They surely shouldn't be doing this in public, Azula knew as much, but again, she couldn't pull away. The threat of losing him tomorrow ever lingered, no matter how many times he reassured her that he would stay by her side. If you change your mind, just let me know, Azula whispered, as his lips softly grazed her brow. I'll be okay, he said, stroking her cheek with his knuckles. No matter what the outcome is. I know it's hard to believe, but I promise I won't be more trouble than I already have been. Huh, that's definitely hard to believe, Azula smiled, shaking her head. Fine, then. Fine. It's your choice, after all. It is. And I've already told you plenty of times that I choose you, Sokka declared, smiling proudly. Azula's heart tightened, and she huffed in frustration. Well, now you really ought to shut up. Stop making me feel things I can't act on right now, you wretched gladiator. She grumbled, pushing past him unceremoniously and prompting Sokka to chuckle. All right, as you wish, he smiled. We should talk about something else entirely. What's Xian Long up to right now, eh? Oh, lounging around the palace grounds, making servants humor his every demand, Azula smiled, shaking her head. Bringing him with us could have spared us such a long trek through the island, since we could have just flown over it. But he was being a spoiled grump and refused to come along, Sokka finished. Azula shrugged. I can forgive him for it. I have been abusing his flights lately, she smiled. He can sit out some of our trips once in a while, if just so he can have other people stroking his ego. Sokka chuckled and shook his head, asking more questions about the dragon. Azula answered more enthusiastically than before, amused by retelling Xian Long's adventures to her gladiator. Together they walked behind Ruishi and Song, hands grazing each other often, their shared laughs serving as temporary balms for their troubled hearts. The closeness between two lovers was definitely something to behold, Aang thought, as he watched the two couples in the distance shrink out of sight at the top of the mountain. Bored as he was, he'd spent most his day watching people, both the ones in the docks and the ones who were traveling over the mountains in Whaletail Island. There hadn't been too many people in either place, but the last ones he'd seen up in the mountain had been quite moving, even if he didn't understand their circumstances in the least. All the same, it was ever sweet to witness love, in the Avatar's opinion. How he wished he could experience it himself too. Everything okay? Katara's voice snapped Aang out of his thoughts immediately. He smiled as she climbed out of the cabin, stretching and rubbing the back of her neck with her hand. She had been taking a short nap while Aang kept watch, though so far it appeared no one was paying them much, if any, attention. Katara's eyes and skin tone, unusual as they were, had yet to draw any questioning leers towards them or their ship. Well, yeah. Though those two aren't back yet, said Aang, with a shrug. Katara huffed. How long can it take? she asked. Is the town that big? I wouldn't know, Aang admitted, glancing over the edge of the ship at the island once again. Whaletail Island looks nothing like it used to. This was, well, a sanctuary. Katara froze, eyeing Aang with concern. He smiled sadly and shrugged, taking his seat on deck and glancing into the darkening sky. So, this is a bittersweet experience for you, I imagine, Katara said, approaching to sit down beside him too. Aang sighed. I don't know why I didn't think about it before, he whispered. Sometimes, I forget that we're 100 years in the future. Or, well, that some of my mind is still 100 years in the past. Everyone I used to know, everything I used to believe about the world, all of it has changed, and yet every time I see something different, it hurts in places I didn't know were inside me. It's always a sad reminder of everything that's been lost. Katara reached out to clasp his hand in hers, offering what little comfort she could. The gesture startled Aang, but he didn't pull away. If anything, he blushed and seemed shyer than usual now. But still, even if it hurts, there's beauty to change sometimes, too, Aang said, trying not to look at Katara. He was sure he was blushing, and he didn't look forward to addressing that. Is there? Katara sighed. Before meeting you, all changes in my life were, well, they seemed terrible. My mother's death, my father's fruitless attempt to help in the war, my brother's disappearance, it all just devastated me. I know, Aang whispered, stroking her fingers gently with his thumb. I doubt there's any beauty to be found in those things. Just like there's none to be found in all you've lost, Katara whispered. And yet, we found each other, Aang said, smiling gently. Katara's breath hitched. Have you thought about it? Back in the day, before all waterbenders were taken from your tribe, one of them could have found me, thought me out, and then I would have returned years before you even existed. And what if you hadn't found me at all? I'd still be frozen with Appa, and nothing would be any better, Katara said, her grip around his hand tightening. Aang smiled. Yeah, it wouldn't be any better for me either, he said. I'm really glad it was you, Katara. I'm always glad that you were the one who found me. She was the one blushing now as he smiled in that boyish, sweet way in which only Aang could grin. Her heart skipped a beat or several, she could hardly tell anymore. Sometimes she thought her feelings were merely attraction, perhaps an inevitable fascination with the role Aang had to play in saving the world, and with all his outlandish experiences from before his stay in the Water Tribe. But truthfully, she lost herself in him most of all in those moments when she forgot all about him being the Avatar, about his extraordinary bending skills and adventures. It was when she saw his true self, a young man who was a paragon of strength in countless ways, no matter how broken he might be. A man whose light had brought back all the hope she had discarded long ago. It was hard to help that her heart would ache as she gazed at him. She didn't want to put those feelings into words, let alone did she think she'd confess them anytime soon, but her mind only seemed to interpret the strong feelings inside her chest as love, nothing more and nothing less. Well, said Katara, hesitating to convey any of her thoughts, but Aang's warm gaze convinced her to speak. I'm glad to, of course I am. If anything, I wish I could have gotten you out of there sooner. Well, that could have been nice too, said Aang, chuckling. Imagine if you'd gotten me out before your brother was taken. Maybe I could have made sure he wasn't taken at all. Maybe, said Katara, with a sad smile. There are a lot of maybes about it, huh? Yeah, Aang grinned too, relaxing with his head against the ship's railing. Say, it's odd for us to be alone like this lately. I mean, even when we're talking about the plans to find Sokka, there's usually someone else around too. We haven't been alone like this in a while, Katara finished. Aang chuckled. At least since you built your igloo, I guess. Things have been hectic ever since we started getting so many newcomers in the tribe, I suppose. They've made the place livelier, at least, said Aang, and you love Mari, so you can't be all that annoyed about Zuko anymore because he's her dad, right? Oh, don't test me, Katara said, teasingly. Aang laughed. All right, fine, he's more bearable lately. But it's really just Mari's doing, that can't be denied. She's adorable, don't you think? Yeah. Kids are so much fun, Aang grinned, gazing up at the sky. Makes you wonder about what our own kids will be like, doesn't it? Katara blinked a few times, staying silent as she registered his words. Suddenly, it seemed to dawn on Aang that his phrase could have more interpretations than he had originally intended, namely, one more interpretation that he found little issue with, but would Katara feel the same way? Wait, I mean. Ours, as in, you and me as individuals. He exclaimed, breaking off their hands' contact as he inched away, flustered and nervous. Katara only blinked again, though by the time his clarification sank in, she actually looked disappointed. Oh? So, you mean, our kids as in, my kids and your kids, separate entities, because? She said, with a dry grin. Because, you know, I'm not saying you and I would. Or, I mean, it's not that it'd be a terrible idea, but you don't like it anyhow. Got it, Katara determined, bluntly. Aang's eyes widened. No, I didn't mean. Whoa, you guys sure sound like you're having fun. Here I thought you'd be bored to death without me. Kino's interruption was welcome, for once. After enjoying Aang's company so much for most the day, Katara suddenly wished she could be on the other side of the island instead. She schooled her expression as much as she could, though, turning to look at Kino as she pushed herself up to her feet. He was carrying a bag with him, while Zuko had a smaller one in his hands. There was something apprehensive and uneasy about them right now, but Katara couldn't care less for whatever they were so worried about. You guys took forever, she said, unable to hide she wasn't in the best of moods now. Was it that hard to find anywhere to work at? You could say that, Zuko said, shaking his head as it is. Only one restaurant wanted some help with washing dishes, apparently. Everywhere else seemed full up, or so they said, so, one of us can do that tomorrow, the rest of us should try our luck at the northern port, to see if we can get quick jobs there for the time being. Huh. Mind if I take the restaurant job? Katara asked, bluntly. Zuko nearly did a double take at her request. Up until now, he had been wondering just how to convince Katara that washing dishes would be the perfect job for her. He was sure she'd insist on staying with Aang, on working at the port, near water, proving that she was every bit as tough as any guy who could spend all day carrying crates back and forth between ships and docks and warehouses. That she would appear so ready and eager to head to the restaurant was strange, yet it was a big relief too. Convincing Aang to keep his mouth shut about Azula's barge and Sokka's presence in Whaletail Island shouldn't be that hard, if he even realized it was Azula's ship to begin with. Well, yeah, you can do that, Zuko said, nodding. The shift they need help with ends at 3, so you should probably just come back to the ship and wait for us here. Fine, Katara said. Her quick agreement only weirded Zuko out further, and Kino as well. Why, you okay? Kino asked. Are you sick, Katara? Sick? And why would I be sick? Katara asked, eyebrow twitching. Because you're agreeing with Zuko a lot these days? I mean, that's not normal, said Kino, rubbing his chin with uncertainty. Well, it's hardly my fault that Zuko is making sense lately. Katara exclaimed, huffing. So yeah, I'm agreeing with him because it sounds like a decent enough plan. That's all. Oh, okay, then. Kino said, swallowing hard. Aang sighed and lowered his head, knowing Katara's irritation had to be his fault. How could he be such a fool? Telling the girl he liked that he didn't want to have children with her, if he had hoped to have a shot with Katara someday, he certainly had ruined all his chances after this. Well, be that as it may. Zuko sighed. I had a few coins left from my last trip. I've used most of them now, bought us some food for tonight and tomorrow, and... With that, he handed over his small package to Aang. The Avatar's eyes widened, surprised by the apparent gift, and he snorted upon opening it. You found gloves. Fingerless gloves, and a headband too, he said, beaming up at Zuko. Looks like they match, even, Zuko teased him. You should wear that tomorrow, that way no one should ever guess who you are. Great thinking, Saifu Hotman, Aang declared, slipping the gloves into his hands to confirm they covered his arrows perfectly. Zuko's eyebrow twitched at the makeshift title Aang kept bringing up whenever he had a chance to. Don't call me that tomorrow, please. Zuko hissed. Aang chuckled and nodded. They ate dinner together, talking about what they'd do on the next day. The anticipation about their mission was quite thrilling, and yet it seemed everyone was holding back somehow, each of them apprehensive for their own reasons. For, had Aang and Katara been their usual selves, wouldn't they have asked more details about what Kino and Zuko had seen in the island today? Kino found their silence, and their lack of curiosity, slightly distressing. The knowledge that Sokka was somewhere at the other end of the town kept tormenting him, and he couldn't appear to stop thinking about it, probably because Zuko had been so adamant about not telling Katara. Deep down, Kino knew it was wrong to keep this to themselves, for she'd never forgive them, but telling her could be much worse, he knew that too. His nervousness only increased upon seeing Katara act so cold and aloof for most the night, for maybe hearing good news would cheer her up. And yet Zuko's frequent glares silenced him every time. It was more trouble than they could afford. They weren't here for sightseeing. This was a serious, life-or-death mission for the tribe, and they couldn't afford to fail it, not even if it meant Katara would have to endure at least a few more months without seeing her brother directly. He knew all those truths, of course he did. But as he laid down in his sleeping bag later that night, Kino couldn't help but think about how nice it would be if the estranged siblings were to reunite before the princess's barge could set sail back to the Fire Nation. Chapter 184, Whaletail Island 4. Zuko and Kino guided the group through Whaletail Island's streets by morning. Aang remained apprehensive over entering such a changed town, compared to the last he'd seen of the place, but he didn't voice his reservations today. His heart was clenched ever since Katara started giving him the cold shoulder, and that particular problem had risen in the list of his priorities until taking over it entirely. "This is the place, then?" Katara asked, once they stopped at a restaurant that was only opening at the moment. Kino nodded. "Hope you have fun," he said, smiling awkwardly. Katara shot him a cold glare and stepped forward. "I'll see the rest of you later," she grumbled, crossing the threshold, an archway with only a long curtain that served as a door. Aang sighed as she vanished from view, and he inevitably drew Zuko and Kino's questioning stares. "What the hell did you do to her?" Kino asked. "She's usually less mad at me, or at Zuko. What on earth brought this on, for crying out loud?" "I just messed up," Aang groaned. "We were talking, and everything was fine. And then I said I was glad she was the one who found me in the ice." Kino and Zuko were even more perplexed now. Zuko huffed and shook his head. "And that pissed her off?" "She's impossible." "No, it wasn't that." Aang sighed. "It was, well, after that, we talked about Mari and I said it'd be great when we had kids of our own." "Oh, crap," Kino said, eyes wide now. "Why, you finally made your move. And you made it like that, too. Gee, Aang, no wonder it failed." "That's still not what went wrong." "Not entirely," Aang whined. "It was when I tried to clarify that I meant, well, our kids in general. But it came out wrong, and she thought I meant I didn't want kids with her, but of course I'd want kids with her. I'd want everything with her. Who wouldn't? Me." Kino and Zuko said at unison, and Kino grinned brightly at their perfect timing, whereas Zuko grimaced and rolled his eyes. "But I blew it. She'll never talk to me again." Aang groaned, pulling at his hair. "Stop doing that, or your headband will fall off," Zuko growled. Aang sighed but obeyed him, his arms flopping at either side of his body. "I have to figure something out," he mumbled. "Even if I messed up, we should still be friends." "Alright." "Oh, please," Kino huffed, rolling his eyes. "You should stop half-assing things and get a move on with her already. Look at Zuko, he got his act together, and that's why he has a wife and soon-to-be 2 kids. So?" Kino Zuko growled, rubbing the bridge of his nose with his fingertips. "What?" "For one thing, stop calling me that," he hissed, threateningly. Kino flinched. "For another, all of us should get a move on, literally. We'll never make it to the port on time if we stay here until we sort out Aang's love life." Sure," Aang sighed, nodding, and following the other two down the street. Behind the curtain at the restaurant's threshold, Katara couldn't quite contain the smile that played at the corners of her lips. It wasn't good form not to report immediately to the cooks for her first job, she guessed, but she'd had the suspicion she might hear something worthwhile if she spied on Aang and the others, if just for a bit. She wasn't disappointed. If anything, her previous frustration was as good as gone now. Perhaps she shouldn't have been so unforgiving, let alone should she have taken offense over Aang's clumsy words, but irrational fear of not being liked by him had overtaken her heart after his blunder. Was it that bad an idea to have children with her? She had gotten along wonderfully with every kid she had ever met, after all, and she hoped she could be a good mother someday. Hearing him say he'd want kids with her, that he'd want everything with her, oh, she knew she had no right to eavesdrop on him, but her chest was flourishing with bliss right now. Perhaps this had been the reason she had a good feeling about Whaletail Island, rather than anything else. "Oi, you're the new dishwasher." A voice that drifted out of the restaurant's kitchen brought her out of her daze. "Why yeah. I'm on my way," Katara exclaimed, rushing to meet her temporary workmates and to get started on her duties as soon as possible. Aang sulked as they progressed through the streets, with his head hunched as he struggled to keep up with Kino and Zuko. The Avatar's anguish over Katara had taken a backseat for his friends, though, for they had other matters to worry about. "I should have a fake name too. That'd be fun," Kino reasoned, his hands at the back of his head. Zuko snorted. "Didn't we establish yesterday that your wanted poster doesn't even make sense?" "He said you don't need a fake name, Kino. Nobody's likely to even think you could be, well, you. But it's not fair. You think Aang needs one too, and nobody knows Aang the way they knew you," Kino complained. Zuko huffed. "Aang is an uncommon name, it stands out." "So, Aang," Zuko called him, snapping his friend out of his daze momentarily, "can you come up with a fake name for yourself? Or should I do it for you? You Bonzu Pippin Padalaopsicopolis III. Aang mumbles, shrugging. Both Kino and Zuko stopped cold, stunned by his answer, and Aang froze, flustered. "What? Too much. Do you seriously think that sounds Fire Nation at all?" Kino asked, eyes wide. "What's an opsicalop whatever? It's not a word, none of it is," Zuko sighed. "Should I really come up with one for you?" Curses. "And no, it's fine. I think, if we need a Fire Nation sounding name, then maybe I should go by Kuzan," Aang said, with a sad smile. "That's what my old Fire Nation friend was called, so, this way I'll honor him, and it sounds believable, right?" "Well, much better than that weird mouthful of yours," said Kino, smiling proudly. "All right then, it's Lee, Kuzan and Kino, off to work the northern port like the tough guys we are." Zuko raised an eyebrow, dubious of Kino's grand proclamation. He didn't think any of them looked tough, not with how underfed they were, but he refrained from stating as much, guessing perhaps it was a good thing that Kino was in such high spirits right now. Yet tension and questions lingered in the air between Zuko and Kino. The prince eventually noticed the unease of his companion, and as Aang had gone right back to sulking about Katara, he thought it might be safe to speak with Kino in hushed voices. "We're headed to the furthermost end of the port, and we'll stick to working there," Zuko determined. Kino grimaced. "That way, even if those two show up, Aang ought to be too far away and too busy to realize it's them." "Are you still sure about this, Zuko?" Kino whispered. "The tribe trusts us now, you know, and keeping this kind of thing from them might be a mess if they ever find out that we, well, why would they find out in the first place?" Zuko huffed. "Besides, you know this is for the tribe, first of all. We have to focus, and put aside all thoughts of—" He fell silent upon noticing Aang's days seemed to have ended, or at least, it had been interrupted. The Avatar was staring at them with curious eyes now, as though waiting to hear exactly whatever it was that Zuko was trying to stop thinking about. Fortunately, it seemed he hadn't noticed Zuko had said there were people he wanted to avoid. "What aren't we supposed to think about?" Aang asked. "Why, you know, how hungry we are." Kino covered up quickly, grinning with unease. "I mean, sure we ate those sweet buns, but I'm hungry again now, haha." "Huh. Yeah, I guess that's a problem," Aang nodded, hands on his waist. "Come to think of it, the food over here ought to be much better than in the pole. They can even grow vegetables." Aang carried on rambling about fruits and vegetables to whoever might listen, and as he did, Zuko and Kino exchanged an uneasy glance. Keeping the Avatar off Sokka and Azula's trail might be difficult, but as long as Aang carried on being such an airhead, they might succeed at it. They reached the port to find it bustling with activity already, a bad sign, as far as Zuko could tell. Many men were hard at work, carrying crates from warehouses and back to the port, steadily making their way between the ships and docks as they restocked the many vessels waiting in the water. Amongst them, of course, stood a massive ship, with a golden prow and stern, and a tall tower at its center. Most people at the port seemed to have acclimated to its presence, yet several of them still stopped to gaze at it in admiration, muttering amongst themselves before returning to their business. Kino was one of them, for he'd never been this close to a royal barge. Zuko, on the other hand, grimaced and pushed forward, trying to avert his eyes from it altogether. He knew it was irrational of him to begrudge Azula for being here exactly when he was, too, but some part of him couldn't help but wonder how on earth could she complicate his life to such degree without even meaning to. At some point in his life he had assumed his sister was always out to get him, and this time it was virtually impossible for it to be the case, but it was hard to help himself from thinking it, unfair as it might be. Of all times for her to visit Whaletail Island, truly. "Move along, Aang," Zuko called, noticing the Avatar had slowed down to admire the largest ship in the bay. Aang swallowed hard. "That's one heck of a ship, huh? With one like that, we wouldn't have to travel with bending," he said, with a weak grin. "They sure didn't make them like this, back in the day." "Well, they make them like this more often than not these days." "That's just how it is," Zuko grumbled, ushering Aang to follow him. "Come on. This way." Kino sighed, guessing Zuko's attempt to shrug off the royal barge's grandeur would only work temporarily, seeing as no ship in the bay remotely compared to the princess's own. And Aang might just discover who it belonged to if they were assigned to work near the ship, despite their best efforts to the opposite. Well, if he did, there was nothing Aang could possibly do, now, was there? The Blue Wolf's fight would happen today, and by the time they were free to leave the port, it was quite likely that the princess would already be setting sail again. So, even if Aang had wanted to tell Katara, it'd be too late. And as much as Kino knew that would be for the best, in the long run, heaviness choked his chest all the same. He knew already that Katara wouldn't forgive them for this, but now he wasn't entirely sure he would ever forgive himself either. The more they walked through the port, the busier it appeared. Zuko's heart sank until they finally found the overseer he'd spoken to yesterday. He hoped the man would be as favorable to hiring them temporarily as he'd claimed to be, even if he seemed to have hired plenty of other people as it was. Excuse me?" Zuko called the man, who had been busy reading the contents of a report he had received. The overseer raised an eyebrow carefully. He was lean, young, perhaps only a few years older than Zuko. But his eyes were cold today where they hadn't been on their previous encounter. "Heh. You're the one who wanted a job yesterday," he said, simply. Zuko grimaced. "I still want it today. You said you'd hire us, all three of us, right? You should have arrived sooner. If you want to work here, you can't just sleep in and show up whenever you see fit," the man declared. "As you can already see, everyone's hard at work as it is." Zuko grimaced and sighed, rubbing his forehead with his fingertips. Both his companions looked at him with unease, though naturally one of them decided to chime in. "Well, maybe you can hire us in place of those who are already tired?" Aang asked, with an uneasy smile. "I'm sure it's a straining sort of job, so. If you think it'll strain you, maybe you're not fit for it," the man snapped back. "Arrive earlier tomorrow and I'll think about it." "What do you mean, you'll think about it?" Kino repeated, aghast. "Please, we need the money," Zuko said, staring at the man meaningfully. "Even if you can't pay us much, whatever we can do is. Look, at this point I can't do anything for you, okay?" The guy said, cleanly. "You should ask at the ships directly. Could be they need help, I don't know. Princess's barge is pretty huge, they might need help restocking goods for the trip back to the capital, I don't know." "That, heh," said Kino, his voice thin and soft. Zuko closed his eyes tightly, shaking his head. "If not that, I don't know, man, but I have enough to worry about with keeping track of everyone here," the overseer declared, shaking his head. "Get here at dawn tomorrow, and stop asking for scraps when we have none to spare." The man wasted no more of his time with the three newest arrivals and walked away to check on a group that was transporting cargo on a wheelbarrow. Zuko breathed deeply, his jaw set. A mix of hot rage and cold, crippling frustration had taken hold of his body, but his dread outdid both those things. Maybe, if he acted as though he hadn't heard the man's comment about the princess's barge, Aang would pay it no mind either? So, we're doomed, huh? Kino said, with a dry grin. His unwillingness to acknowledge the dangerous subject relieved Zuko slightly. If Kino didn't say anything either, maybe they really could divert Aang's attention. We're not doomed yet. He said we should ask around in the ships. So, if that's all we can do, then we should start with. Zuko replied, but he was interrupted by a trembling voice. The princess's barge. Zuko snarled. So much for diverting his attention. He had always known their chances of keeping Aang in the dark weren't all that good, but he had hoped he'd at least go a few hours without finding out the truth, at the very least. There was no way he would let this slip now. What does that mean, exactly? The Avatar asked, smiling dangerously. Zuko breathed deeply, averting his gaze. You're not trying to tell me that ship there, the only huge one in the port, it's your sister's, isn't it? No. Said Kino, with a nervous grin. There's surely, another princess. Oh, yeah? One who'd travel on a huge ship of Fire Nation make? Aang asked. Zuko huffed and clasped Aang's shoulders, hard. Okay, you got us. Yeah, that's her ship, he said. The expression on Aang's face went from surprise, to disbelief and then to outrage within a single instant, but Zuko didn't let him speak. But we're not going to work for her, or even so much as look in her direction, got it? We are here for a reason and... What? Aang exclaimed, shrugging Zuko's hands off. Are you out of your mind, Zuko? If your sister's here, it changes nothing. Zuko exclaimed, we have a mission to do, and I'm not Zuko, I'm Lee, and I have to. No. Aang said, frowning. If your sister's here, then doesn't that mean maybe? Maybe Sokka is, too. Oh, why would it have to mean that? Kino exclaimed, grinning uneasily. Surely it's just she's sightseeing. She's rich, haha. She can do that. Yeah, and she'd come sightseeing to an island with a gladiator arena and not bring Sokka with her. Aang said, with unusual snark. Kino froze back. When we were only getting to know each other, you had a chance to gather information about him in the arena and this island, remember? Because I do. If she's here, then she's surely here for a fight, and that means Sokka is here too, and... Oh, monkey feathers, Sokka is here. Sokka. His previous disappointment and frustration froze over, overtaken by shock once more. Kino's eyes went between Zuko and Aang warily, dreading this wouldn't end well. Zuko breathed deeply, though, leveling Aang with a stern glare. Yeah, Sokka is here, he said, curtly. Aang's jaw dropped. We know he is. We went to the arena yesterday, asked if there were jobs, and not only did they turn us down, they also told us that we should try our luck in this port since things were hectic ever since the princess arrived to bring her gladiator for a battle. So, yeah, you're right. He has a fight, and you know what else? We have one of our own too. Sure, Sokka is important, but we can't prioritize bringing him and Katara together over the survival of the entire tribe. Whoa, who said we'll just let them die? Aang said, looking at Zuko in disbelief. Talking to Sokka, checking on him, it doesn't have to mean anything that extreme. Zuko, this isn't black and white, we can do both things. Oh, can we? Can we stop Katara from abducting Sokka and making a run for the South Pole, if that's what she has to do to bring him home? Zuko retorted, looking at Aang skeptically. Aang huffed. Because as far as I know, that's exactly what she'll want to do as soon as she hears of this. So maybe before you run to the restaurant to tell her he's here, you should think twice about it. Because the only one amongst us with a real job right now is her, she's the only one who's making any money, and for the time being. Alright then, I'll tell her when her shift is up. Aang said, dryly. Zuko gritted his teeth honestly. Zuko, this is a big deal to her. It's a big deal to everyone. He's part of the tribe, just as much as you are. He's living in luxury and glory by my sister's hand, Aang. Zuko snapped. My wife and child are starving. Aang gritted his teeth, apprehensive. Zuko's fury was understandable enough, and Aang certainly sympathized with helping those in need, but he still wanted to make sure Sokka was fine, one way or another. They had never been closer to him than today, and short of traveling to the Fire Nation as they had planned to, they would never be this close again. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Zuko. Aang said, frowning, wasting it makes no sense. Okay, that's all fine and good, Kyuzin, Lee. Said Kino, breathing in and patting their shoulders gently, but, how about we actually start talking about what we really will do now? We don't have jobs, remember. I'm not sure there's any sense in talking about that now without figuring out what we'll do about this first, Aang said, pointing at the barge. Do you two really expect us to find jobs today when you failed yesterday? As far as I can tell, we should come back earlier to the port tomorrow, and until then. No, Zuko snapped, we're not giving up this easily. Then fine, let's go work at your sister's ship. Aang said, with a sardonic smile. Zuko clenched his fists. Why not? She ought to pay us properly, she's the princess. Why wouldn't this work perfectly for you, huh? You know perfectly well why it doesn't. Zuko huffed, shaking his head and starting his way down the port. Curse it, Aang, why do you have to make this so difficult? Kyuzin, and Lee? Kino repeated, hopelessly, only to go ignored by his friends again. Because you make no sense. Aang exclaimed. What other choice do we have, really? If we can't get hired, we might as well take this chance to at least watch his fight, if you're so determined not to even talk to him. That way we'll know for sure whether he's okay or not. What's so important about checking on his health so much, curse it? Zuko growled. He's bound to be better off than any of us, damn it. We don't need this. But to be fair, Kino chimed in, and this time both Aang and Zuko stopped arguing and listened. For once Aang has a point, you know? What else can we do, if we can't find jobs? We surely can if we try the ships, one by one, and might as well find thread somewhere, weave necklaces and sell them in the streets, Aang grumbled. Kino blinked a few times, tapping his chin as he eyed his friend with curiosity. Huh? Do you know how to do that? He asked, a joyous grin on his face. Yeah? I mean. I learned ages ago, Aang said, shrugging. Zuko did a double take before shaking his head. Are you serious? You want us to be street sellers? Zuko asked. Better that than the brothel. Kino pouted. Aang cringed and Zuko released a dangerous growl. Anything's better than that. Aang said, before shaking his head rapidly. Okay, but then, hear me out. We can buy thread, some thread, and I can make nice necklaces from them, in old air nomad fashion. We can sell them in the streets. And I could weave them while we watch Sokka's fight. Yeah. No. Zuko said, eyes wide in horror upon seeing Aang and Kino had joined forces against him. All of a sudden that's not. No. That's a business. A sound business, too, said Kino, nodding promptly. Aang smirked. You can't deny it, can you? We should do this. Two birds with one stone. Aang declared. You guys just want to watch that fight, for stupid reasons, and you, for stupid reasons, want to stop us. Aang said, look, I get why you're afraid Katara might overreact and do something crazy, but if it's just the three of us you have nothing to fear, or do you? Only if you don't run to Katara with the tail as soon as I drop my guard, Zuko muttered, surprising both Aang and Kino. So, wait, you'd actually let me do this only if I don't tell Katara about it? Aang said, eyes wide. But that's... You can tell her later. After they're gone, Zuko said, making a dismissive gesture at the barge. If she finds out by then, as mad as she might get, she won't be able to derail the mission just for Sokka's sake, or rather, for her own sake. You understand what I'm saying, don't you? Well, yeah. But it's cruel, Aang said, reproachfully. Zuko huffed. What do you want me to do, Aang? My family depends on this. Everyone we know and care about is counting on us. If we fail, we'll doom the tribe, and if we fail and make an enemy out of my sister by getting in her way, we're going to get ourselves killed. Simple as that. You said she's not that bad, though. Kino mumbled. Zuko glared at him. She wasn't that bad because I wasn't detrimental to whatever stuff she was up to, he said, Curtly, if I didn't get in her way, she'd just throw jabs at me here or there and go on her merry way. But getting in her way now? With Sokka being the unofficial top non-bender in the league? She'd tear apart the tribe igloo by igloo if need be to find him again, and if you don't care about that. Okay, stop. I do care, Aang said, breathing deeply. Upon releasing his breath, a potent breeze pushed against Zuko. All the same, the exiled prince stood his ground, even against a frowning avatar. I don't want this to be more trouble than we can handle, it's true. But you have to understand, this is important too. I've never even met Sokka, but he's part of the tribe every bit as much as any of us are. Hell, he's more part of the tribe than the three of us could ever be. He's Hakuda's son, he's Katara's brother, they've lost so much, Zuko. If you'd lost someone you care about as much as they cared about him, you'd be desperate to find your way to them again, just as they are. You can see that too, can't you? I can, Zuko said, closing his eyes, but that's why I have to keep you guys on track. I get it, okay? I know he means the world to everyone, he was their family, their hero, and you all want him back. But there's something bigger at stake anyhow. And if we lose track of what we came here to do? If so, the blame will be on me, Aang said, raising his hands. Either way, we're not going to do anything too terrible. We're just going to use whatever money you have left to buy thread, and then we'll go to the arena thing. Okay. There's not much, Zuko said, frowning as he slipped a hand inside his pocket, just a few coins. Whatever we can buy with that, then. Wait. Kino's sudden exclamation startled both Zuko and Aang. They frowned at him, as Kino raised a hand carefully. Don't spend it all, he said, I just thought, there's another way to make more money. Oh? And you just came up with it? Zuko asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah. We should bet on Sokka. Zuko's jaw dropped, though Aang smiled proudly and nodded in approval. You're right. That's what you used to do with Suki, right? You'd bet on her to win the fights, and she'd ace them every time. Aang told Zuko, if we bet on Sokka, then chances are we'll make more money. You did just say he was the best non-bender or something, right? Unofficially, the best in the league, yes, Kino nodded promptly. Aang smiled, determination glowing in his eyes. Then that's what we'll do. Half the money for the thread, the other for the bet. He said. Great, then Zuko said, opening his hand and showing them the 5 coins on his palm. Kino and Aang grimaced, having expected more than that. Zuko's nonchalant raised eyebrow spoke for itself, but Kino took 2 coins regardless. We'll find a shop, and get to work on our way to the arena. It's the only way to proceed. Zuko sighed, shaking his head as he followed the pair into a nearby store. It took a while, and quite a bit of haggling, but they walked out of it with enough thread for Aang to make a decent necklace for starters, or so he claimed. All right, our business is slow going, but we'll make it work. Kino exclaimed, beaming as they started their journey across the port, on their way to the Southern Colosseum. We have to, else Zuko won't stop fuming, said Aang. I already accepted not telling Katara right away, you can at least smile a little. I have no real reason to smile as long as I keep seeing that thing there, Zuko growled, glaring at the barge. I know it's only a coincidence, but of all the chances she could have had to travel here, why did she have to pick this week? I suppose fate has a sense of humor, huh? Aang said, shrugging. It's okay, Zuko. Nothing's going to happen, said Kino, breathing deeply. There was movement on the barge's deck, though at this distance it was hard to tell what it was about. We'll go to the arena, we'll watch the fight, Aang will sell his masterpiece necklace to some really rich girl, we'll make heaps of money from that, and... Zuko stopped cold where he stood, eyes wide. Kino blinked a few times, wondering what about his reassuring words could have been so distressing. Both Kino and Aang followed the path of Zuko's gaze to find 2 people were making their way down the pier where the royal barge had been stationed. It was impossible to miss them, for one was clad in the shiniest golden armor they had ever laid eyes upon. People on the dock would scramble into reverences near her, but she walked past them without a care in the world, followed by someone taller, who wore a black-blue armor of his own, along with a set of weapons slung over his shoulders. Reality hadn't quite sunken in with Zuko until he caught sight of them. It had been years since he last saw his sister and, although she was too far away to detail properly, Zuko had the same distinct feeling he had when he first met her after his banishment ended. She still walked with her head held high, as though nothing in the world was quite as important as whatever business she was up to. Her appearance seemed spotless, and in that golden armor she was even more regal than before. He wasn't sure of why the sight of her gave him pause this way, but it did. The coincidence he had begrudged her so much for, the frustrations he'd been feeling about this matter, all seemed meaningless suddenly. She was his sister, after all, and as much as he hadn't quite been worried about her, something inside him was inevitably pleased to see that Azula still channeled the same energy as when he'd last seen her. They had parted on good terms, at least better than on his first exile. They had learned to accept each other, to some degree, as they were. Zuko had set aside his resentment towards her for being successful where he always failed, and Azula had eased up on teasing and tormenting him, even proving helpful a few times when he had dreaded she might be cruel instead. His sister had grown, changed, become a better person, someone he thought might make a decent enough leader for the Fire Nation, once her time came. And as much as he never thought he would have missed her, of all people, suddenly he couldn't help but want to run forward, call to her and greet her, even if he knew she would be utterly shocked to see him again. She was his sister, just as much as Sokka was Katara's brother. He had less reason to worry about Azula than Katara did about Sokka, no contest, but suddenly he found that he wouldn't be all that opposed to a reunion with his sister, even if he was so uneasy about bringing Sokka and Katara together. He wasn't likely to throw off this entire operation just because he had encountered his sister, after all. Is that them?" Aang asked, bringing Zuko out of his own ruminations. The former prince tensed up. "Yeah. That's shit, Aang, stay put." "I mean it," Zuko warned him, near trembling now as the three of them followed the pair with their eyes. "We don't need to cause them any trouble. They're fine, see? He's got all his limbs, he's wearing his armor and has all his weapons." "He's huge," said Kino, his voice small again. "Hell, he really is taller than Hakata, isn't he?" I don't know," Zuko said, frowning but shaking his head, "whether he is or not, though. I can't believe it." Aang said, with a light huff, "Monkey feathers, it's really him, isn't it? And, wait, are they going on foot? We could catch up to them." Kino said, beaming, receiving a quick chop to the head, courtesy of Zuko. "Ow. I said leave them alone, damn it," Zuko growled. "He has a fight. We shouldn't get in their way. I said it before, didn't I?" "You did, but still." Kino pouted. Aang released a deep breath, watching in amazement as the princess and her gladiator climbed off the dock. They were too far away to be seen properly, but there was something to be said for how they walked amidst the commoners, with no retinue of guards, no palanquin bearers. "So, they really are going on foot?" Aang whispered, puzzled. "I would have expected, well, she's the princess. Is it normal for her to walk side by side with him that way?" Well. I didn't think it was, back in the day," Zuko said, frowning, but he smiled soon enough. "Still, now that you mention it, I guess that's just what they did too, when I first met him. He was in crutches, so it's not like he was all dignified through it, but..." "Crutches? Because of a bad fight?" Kino asked. Zuko nodded. "Courtesy of my uncle's gladiator, before she became my uncle's gladiator, that is. She gave him a bad beating, from the looks of it," Zuko explained, "and yet even then, he made fun of me and seemed to dislike me every bit as much as Azula did. They just walked off together, smiling like co-conspirators, and that's how they always seemed to act, I guess. I never understood, not entirely, she wasn't like that with other people, or rather, with anyone else. Somehow, she's climbed off her pedestals for him. She doesn't use palanquins when she's with him, although, well, it's true that they did tend to be above everyone else when they rode her dragon together. Come to think of it, I guess they didn't bring it along for this trip or we would have seen it by now. Ow. That's a shame, I'd like to meet that dragon." Kino pouted. Aang smiled, though. "Dragons, huh?" he said. "Not everyone can tame one, you know." "She did," Zuko said, sighing. "Sometimes I thought it was my father who made everything easy for her." I thought people would let her have her way just because they didn't want to antagonize him. But that kind of achievement, taming a dragon, it either meant she was extremely lucky, or she was truly as remarkable as she always took pride on being. And I guess neither thing was really my business, was it? I'd been chasing after her for so long that I no longer knew who I was. And I didn't know who she was, either. I only knew the sides she showed me, and, well, she's really good at hiding all her weaknesses, from the looks of it. She does have them, she just covers them up like no one else I know. Well, she sounds both amazing and terrifying, Kino said, with a weak smile. You sure about not meeting up with them directly, Zuko? I mean, she is your sister, too. Zuko breathed deeply, and for once he didn't answer immediately with a negative. Both Aang and Kino eyed him expectantly as he remained silent, watching Azula and Sokka vanish amidst the crowd in the port. He guessed they'd see them again shortly, in the Southern Colosseum, but until then. I don't know, he answered, truthfully. Aang smirked. Well, that's already better than a no, he said. I guess you might actually change your mind in time. But we should get going already, we don't want to miss his fight, do we? Zuko shook his head. The three of them made their way to the Colosseum too, though they couldn't catch another glimpse of Azula and Sokka, who were far ahead of them by now. They reached the massive building after a few minutes of walking, with its archways and multiple entrances, many of them far more crowded than they had been on the day before. There were several posters pasted on the walls, some that seemed to support the mist, and others supported the blue wolf. People in odd get-ups, most of them wearing blue outfits fashioned to honor the princess's Gladiator, could be seen throughout the different entrances, and Zuko grimaced at the sight of them. He hadn't missed the wild fans of Gladiator combats, not one bit. They had trouble figuring out where to go after making their bet, though they eventually followed a group of people who did seem to understand how the arena's confusing archways, entrances, and stands worked. After climbing a long flight of stairs, they found themselves at the topmost rows of the stands, though Kino insisted on taking their seats further down, for a better view of the fights. All right, then, now. Now we wait. And Aang weaves the necklace while we do, I suppose, said Kino, with an awkward grin. Zuko raised an eyebrow. Wait? How long will it be, exactly, until his fight starts? He asked, frowning slightly. Kino grimaced. I don't know, but I guess we'll find out soon enough, won't we? He said, with a guilty grin. Bring on the games. Or, whatever it is they say here. This is going to be a long day, Zuko sighed, dropping his head in his hand as Kino and Aang stared avidly at the arena. The arena's megaphone man had started his introductions for a pair of fighters, but neither description matched Sokka. It seemed it'd be quite some time before the Blue Wolf's fight began. The rest of the crowd was eager to see the Blue Wolf though, just as much as Aang and Kino were. Yet the gladiator in question couldn't seem to decide whether he wanted to fight already or to put off the combat forevermore. He sighed as he sat on the bench in the small waiting room he had been guided to, and he raised his eyes at the ceiling, uncertain. This place is weird, he whispered to his companion, who sat beside him, arms folded over her chest. I guess the layout of the actual building made it so there couldn't be waiting rooms upstairs, Azula mused, so the only alternative was for them to be underground. The Southern Colosseum was shaping up to be one of the most unique arenas they'd ever visited. While it appeared normal from the outside, they had been guided to a waiting room underground through a maze of tunnels. The waiting area was right below the fighting pit, going by the constant rumor of shouting and cheering that reached them even here, in the humble, cavern-like rooms and tunnels they had been guided to. I can't say I feel too comfortable about this whole underground deal, Sokka mumbled. Brings back bad memories. Gladiator rumble, Oze Arena. You'll fight above ground either way, Azula said, reaching out to hold his hand in hers. And besides, your opponent won't be an earthbender this time. You won't have to worry about these weird tunnels once the fight begins. By then I'll just have to worry about something else entirely, won't I? Sokka whimpered. Do you think she's already here? In another waiting room. Do you want to go check out if that's the case? Azula asked, softly. Sokka grimaced, shrugging. What do you think is worse? For me to recognize her in public or in private? He smiled uneasily, or not recognize her at all, as the case may be. Why? I don't know, Angela said, frowning. Frankly, either thing would likely mean you'll be too emotional to fight properly, right? Right. That's not a good idea, is it? Sokka said, with a nervous grin. I did just become the best non-bender. Isn't it terrible for me to lose my first fight since then? It is, isn't it? Yeah, well, our career isn't as important as your well-being, Angela sighed. You've lost before. Not in a while, it's true, but, if you lose today, I'll let it slide. I know you would. But, maybe nobody else will, Sokka mumbled. Angela eyed him with uncertainty. Do you want to forfeit, Sokka? She asked. She spoke with no edge, no underlying threats or resentment in her words. And yet Sokka couldn't answer her in earnest. The situation was complicated, unpredictable, and he'd likely make a mess of himself, but he didn't want to let her down. No, he said, hoping to put in enough strength in the word to reassure Angela. I won't run away now. We've come all this way, so I have to do it. I should just stop fretting and focus, right? Right. Angela sighed, leaning against his body, her head settling on his shoulder. The underground room was lit by a few torches, as were all the tunnels underneath the arena. The furniture wasn't as comfortable as that which furnished the Grand Royal Dome, but it seemed apparent that it was the case because gladiators were supposed to be the only ones in the underground maze. The staff member who guided Sokka had been visibly shocked when the princess had been adamant about accompanying him downstairs. I love you, Angela whispered softly. Sokka's chest tightened, as did his hand around hers. That won't change, regardless of whatever happens today. I know, Sokka replied, kissing the top of her head. So, please, try not to torture yourself more than strictly necessary, Angela said, raising her head to look at him. I can't say I enjoy watching you suffer outside of, well, outside of what? Being sent to fight with a huge boner because you left me unfinished. Sokka teased her, a weak smirk on his face. To his delight, she smiled guiltily and shrugged. At least you were vindicated later, right? She said. Sokka chuckled and pressed his brow to hers. I love you too, Angela, he said. Whatever happens today won't change that either, all right? I know that too, she smiled, though her breath threatened to escape her once more. A knot in her throat, tears in her eyes, all of it too quick and sudden, enough that she had to press her face to his armor again, to reel her emotions back into control rather than show them blatantly to him. They waited a while, constantly on edge by the cheers and sounds they could hear above ground. Their closeness ceased every time a fight seemed to end, but if no staff member came by to fetch them, Angela would return to holding Sokka's hand, or he would wrap an arm around her shoulders, or they would trade gentle kisses, even if Angela found herself constantly wiping her makeup off his lips afterwards. They had waited for at least 2 hours when a staff member finally came by. Following fit with their procedure of separating every time the sounds became louder, signaling the end of a fight, they weren't caught in a compromising position, although Angela had been patching up her makeup while Sokka made ridiculous faces in her portable mirror from behind her. Playing with a mirror, regularly using the term potty breaks. Angela said, closing the mirror abruptly just when the door opened. Just how childish can a fully grown man be, I wonder? Oh, princess, is that a challenge I hear? He teased, though his eyes were drawn to the opening door and his good mood vanished quickly. Sorry to interrupt, said the staff member from before, inevitably nervous upon addressing the princess. Your fight is about to begin. I suppose that's all the better. If we wait any longer down here, next thing I know you'll be trying to put on my makeup, Angela huffed, as Sokka chuckled and stood up. You'll be taken to the gladiator's entrance by another staff member, Blue Wolf. I'll guide you to the sponsor's box when you're ready, princess, said the man at the door. Angela nodded. I suppose that'll have to be. She started, but she stopped talking when Sokka interrupted her with a snort and a loud laugh. What now? Oh, this is rich. This is really, really rich, Sokka said, looking at her with gleaming eyes. It's like everything's coming together all of a sudden. Everything? Angela repeated, raising an eyebrow. The staff member grimaced, sensing the princess's temper was starting to reach dangerous heights. What's that supposed to mean? You remember, back when we were just starting out, when you said that I was an uncivilized savage and that, because of that, I'd be able to live in a box and enjoy it. Sokka smirked. Angela's eyes narrowed, and the staff member flinched. Who's going to end up in a box now, huh? Huh. This is amazing. Say, it's not clear to me. Are you, by any chance, implying that I'm the uncivilized savage? Angela said, with a skeptical smirk. Sokka's proud grin answered the question for itself. If you'd like, I'll give you a moment to, sort this out. The staff member said, slinking out through the door and closing it behind him silently. Sokka snorted and doubled over laughing. Angela's eyebrow twitched and she shook her head. You're something else, Sokka, that's for sure, she said, smirking, and yanking him up again, pulling at his hair gently to do so. She kissed him once more, and Sokka couldn't seem to control his chuckling as she did. It had been rather convenient that the balcony here seemed to have been named Box, else she doubted they could have bought themselves any further time together. Okay, I'm good now, Sokka said, though a few chuckles still escaped him. Hell, I needed that laugh. Seems like you did, Angela smiled, cupping his cheek. You and your fixation of turning my worst teasing against me. It's not my fault the universe is so full of ironies, princess, he smiled. I suppose it's not, but you do take as much advantage of it as you can, huh? She sighed, shaking her head. Are you ready? Nope, he said, earnestly, but I'll do this. Don't worry. I always worry, Angela said, pressing her brow to his. I know you'll be dealing with this by yourself in the sand pit, but I'll be watching you through it all. I doubt it's much consolation to say that, but I guess my point is. I'm not alone, Sokka finished. Angela nodded. And neither are you. No matter if one of us is in a box and the other isn't. We ought to find a box to crawl into together, seems to me, Angela smiled, shaking her head and pulling him close for another full kiss. Sokka held her, closing his eyes and enjoying the exchange for as long as they could risk it. Angela prodded his nose with hers when they parted, and he chuckled before pecking her lips one last time. I'll do my best, he whispered. You always do, Angela said, caressing his face and dropping her hand on his armored chest. All right, then. Let's go before they come fetch us again to find us like this, huh? Okay, but, fix the makeup first, Sokka smiled, cleaning his own lips quickly as Angela expertly drew out her portable set once more. I think I'll have to restock on this before we set back to the Fire Nation, at this rate, she said, with a dry grin. Sokka chuckled, only opening the door when she had safely tucked everything back into her pocket, evading the large bags of money that clung to her belt, which she'd had to bring for today's bid. The opposite sponsor, it seemed, was quite the spender. 2 staff members stood in the cavernous corridor, waiting for them. They bowed towards Angela, who approached the one who had addressed them earlier. Sokka joined the other one, taking deep breaths as he did. Shall we? The staff member told Angela, smiling and extending a hand towards the nearest staircase. Angela nodded, but she glanced at Sokka one more time. Their eyes met, much as they had in another island, so many years ago, when they had first seen each other off to their respective duties as gladiator and sponsor. The tension that day, the uncertainties of what might happen, Angela's fear of entrusting her fate to a man who, at the time, had more than enough reservations about her. All of it had withered away, vanished over time, replaced by an unbreakable bond like none they'd known before. Today they couldn't quite exchange an uneasy handshake, nor would they surprise themselves by referring to each other with their names in a respectful way for the first time. Instead, they held each other's gaze, reiterating everything they'd said to each other moments earlier in the waiting room. See you later, Sokka, Angela whispered, with a small grin, echoing their words from that day. His own smile was well and truly earnest, of the sort he had never intended to offer her when their partnership had begun. See you, Angela, he replied, with more strength than he knew he had in him. She turned around slowly, her eyes lingering on his until the last moment. The staff member guided the princess to the sponsor's box silently, respecting the princess's withdrawn behavior. He had half expected to hear screams, shouting, the gladiator begging for mercy as she beat him to a pulp for being so disrespectful. Instead, it seemed they had resolved their budding conflict peacefully, unexpected as that might be. And now Princess Angela was immersed in her thoughts. It was impossible for the man to know, let alone understand, that stepping away from her gladiator was pure torture for Angela right now. The one with Sokka hardly noticed the gladiator's anxiety. Sokka's stomach was twisting, tense, in far worse ways than ever before. Being nervous about going too far with Angela had ever been a bittersweet experience, back in the day, but often there was more than enough sweetness to it to counter the bitterness. Right now, though, he wasn't sure how to handle his racing heart and the unsurmountable fear dwelling inside it. Unless Katara truly was his opponent, and she ran in for a hug, which would still be a problem for Angela and for their reputation in the league, there was very little chance that the sweetness would outdo the bitterness this time around. "All right, here we are," said the staff member, startling Sokka when they reached the means through which he would climb up to the arena. It appeared he was expected to step onto a platform of sorts, awfully reminiscent of the mechanist's hot air-propelled lifts from the Northern Air Temple. "Whoa! What's this, exactly?" Sokka asked, eyeing the system with wide eyes. Is it a lifter? Tell me it's a lifter." Well, it's called elevator, but it's a lifter," he exclaimed, beaming. The staff member blinked blankly. Well, as you wish," he said. "The arena's owner has wanted to make innovations to the Southern Coliseum, such as more interesting ways to introduce the gladiators into the fighting ring. So, you'll wait in your own elevator, and your opponent will wait in hers." "Oh. Right," said Sokka, grimacing. The excitement about the elevators had briefly distracted him from the actual reason he was in the Southern Coliseum, to begin with. "Step inside and, when the time comes, you shall be lifted into the ring," the staff member said, opening the elevator's door and allowing Sokka inside it. The Blue Wolf raised an eyebrow. "See, you said lifted, not elevated." "Should be lifter," he said, pointing at the man with his index finger. The staff member sighed. "You'll have to bring that up to the owner, if you're so set on it." "Yeah, I ought to," Sokka stated, crossing his arms over his chest and breathing deeply. His eyes went to the ceiling again. He could see lights drifting from above, where the fighting pit waited. "I ought to." His own absent-minded words only instilled further fear and dread inside him. He should have brought Angela's necklace with him, just so he could find some comfort in holding onto it when the world seemed to be about to crash down all around them. Angela reached the sponsor's box to find it wasn't quite like every balcony she had visited before. Instead of hovering at the highest point of the building, it was closer to the sand pit than the general stands were. The box was luxurious enough, but it was heavily crowded. From the looks of it, the judges were here too, but she had never seen so many judges before. One man jumped to his feet as soon as she appeared at the archway, a man whose seat was at the first row in the box. His polished appearance and perfect stance betrayed he had been raised a noble, as did his smug smile. "Ah, finally she arrives. Princess Angela, I bid you welcome to the Pearl." What, now?" Angela said, raising her eyebrows with uncertainty, as the judges and other people nearby chuckled at her confusion. "The Pearl, that's the name I've been trying to promote to replace the vulgar Southern Coliseum," the man said, smirking and shaking his head. "I see. Here I thought I'd ended up in the wrong arena," Angela said, with a dry grin. Now the laughter was louder, though the man she spoke to hardly seemed affected by her taunt. "Of course not. This is exactly the place to be, the most modern and remarkable of locations in Whaletail Island," the man exclaimed. "Now, then, please join me, our gladiators will be fighting shortly." "Our gladiators?" Angela repeated, stepping down the rows of seats and towards where the Mist's sponsor waited. "With how you spoke of this place, I would have assumed you were this arena's chairman." "Oh, I am the owner, actually," the man replied, simply. Angela raised her eyebrows. "To be precise, I inherited this place from my father, who built it back when the Superior League was in its early stages. He managed to retain full control and ownership of the building, despite being associated with the League, but the Colosseum was never all that popular. Now that he's passed on, and I took over for him, I intend to make this the most extraordinary arena in all the League." "I see," Angela said, studying the layout of the fighting pit as she finally reached her rival. There wasn't just sand down in the fighting pit. Angela couldn't hide her surprise to see actual plants within the ring, trees and bushes, rather than the less organic furniture that generally decorated other arenas. The stands were massive, rivaling those of the Grand Royal Dome, yet, as there were less inhabitants in Whaletail Island, Angela couldn't help but wonder if the Southern Coliseum had ever achieved full occupation. "I've worked hard to build upon my father's legacy, something I'm sure you relate to," said the Mist's sponsor, beaming. "I've even expanded beyond this building, to adequate to the newer rules and regulations, such as providing a facility for medical checks after the fight. Once our fight is finished, feel free to make your way to the sanatorium with your gladiator so he can be tended to. You'll find it most easily by leaving the arena through the 56th door." "Huh. Very well," then Angela nodded, slightly apprehensive of the opposite sponsor. The man's excitement about showing off all his arena's facilities was akin to a child boasting about his best toys. There was no malice to him, at least none that was apparent right away. He simply basked in improving the Southern Coliseum and its affiliated buildings to the utmost, as any businessman would be expected to. His behavior certainly didn't suit her general image of a White Lotus agent, so perhaps this wasn't a trap. Just so, she wondered if Katara might have agreed to join forces with someone as pompous as this man. She didn't know much about Sokka's sister, but it seemed an unlikely match-up, if it even was one. Still, most people would say the same about her and Sokka, wouldn't they? Perhaps she shouldn't judge the man, or his bond with his gladiator, without knowing what the full picture was. "I've looked forward to this fight for so long, I must say," the man declared, smiling, and dropping on his cushioned seat, urging Angela to sit beside him. "It ought to be fascinating for our two gladiators to face off against each other." "Fascinating?" Angela repeated, her stomach lurching. Yes, she definitely shouldn't jump to conclusions about who Katara might partner up with. Still, she had no intentions of revealing her gladiator's possible relation to her opponent's own, not without knowing for sure that it truly was Sokka's sister. Is it because of their water tribe origins, perhaps? "Oh, naturally," said the man, beaming. "The water tribe sure has its fair share of powerful warriors, wouldn't you agree?" Angela's hand tightened around her seat's armrest. She glanced at the Mist's sponsor. He was smiling casually, as though his words were utterly inconsequential. Before she could prod him for more details about his gladiator, though, one of the judges, sitting behind them, leaned forward. "Shall we settle on a time limit, then?" he asked. The Mist's sponsor nodded. Right. What do you say, 20 minutes? To give the crowd just what they want," the man said. Angela's eyes narrowed. "I don't know if that's wise. I'd prefer a shorter limit than that," she whispered, trying not to betray just how deep her unease went. "Oh, well, then, 15. the Mist's sponsor suggested. Angela sighed and nodded. "Better, at least," she said. And yet it still seemed too long. Was 1 minute too little, by any chance? "Then let's get started," the Mist's sponsor exclaimed, and another man climbed to his feet, approaching the available bullhorn at the corner of the box. The man's voice boomed across the stadium, but as the bullhorn was directed away from them, the loudness didn't particularly bother Angela. As the man began his introduction for the fight, her eyes were drawn by something else that captured her attention immediately, down in the sand. "What is?" she said, frowning, and pointing at the north and south edges of the arena. That." The Mist's sponsor smirked, crossing his arms over his chest. "Water, of course." The stadium seemed to be flooding, turning into little less than an artificial beach when the water overtook the sand at two extremes of the ring. One stream ran between the two growing pools of water, so the fighting area would be parted by waters in 3 different places. The gates of the elevators, through which the gladiators would enter the ring, stood at the eastern and western extremes of the arena. "You see, I heard about places like the Slate and Oze Arena," the Mist's sponsor explained. "It seemed unfair that there would be arenas that favor firebenders and earthbenders when there are none to favor waterbenders. It was only natural that I'd take it upon myself to fix that, right? And yet there's only, 2 waterbending gladiators in the league?" Angela asked, raising her eyebrows in disbelief. The Mist's sponsor laughed and nodded. There are 2. Though there used to be 3 before I got started with these projects," he said. "I believe you were responsible for his most recent exit from the ranking, weren't you? The remarkable Stingray or whatever it was." "Notorious," Angela corrected. The Mist's sponsor nodded again. "That's the one. Anyways, I thought waterbenders are capable of even more ruthless fighting than anyone else, and it would be fascinating if they had a bigger incentive to take part in the league. Bigger than staying in the Northern Water Tribe. Angela said, raising her eyebrows. Would they even hear about your experiment arena if that's where most of them live? Oh, well, there are other waterbenders out there. My gladiator has said as much, he said. Angela frowned. Truly? May inquire where they might be found, if that's so? Angela asked, knowing she was doing a poor job at hiding her obvious apprehension. There's a strange tribe of sorts, somewhere in the Earth Kingdom. She said there were several waterbenders there who could easily be brought on board for the Gladiator League, said the Mist's sponsor, nodding. The other waterbender left in the league, aside from mine, comes from that tribe. Her name is Snapdragon, and she's also here, in Whaletail Island. I see, Angela whispered, frowning. And your gladiator? She isn't from that strange tribe too? No, of course not, said the sponsor, smirking and gesturing at the bullhorn. I wrote his speech for today's fight. He'll reveal just why I was so set on having her fight the Blue Wolf very soon. Angela's unease increased, but she stopped tuning out the man at the bullhorn. He spoke very candidly about the Mist's skill set, as well as Sokka's, but the part that as good as drove a spike into her heart was the tagline she immediately assumed the Mist's sponsor had crafted to promote this fight as best as he could. For not only will we witness a fight unparalleled between the best non-bender of the league and the rising star waterbender, the Mist, today we witness a fight between the last son and daughter of the South Pole. Angela's stomach sank. It was her, then. It had to be. There was only one female waterbender in the South. Sokka had told her as much. And while the crowd clapped excitedly at the prospect of such a match, 3 people sitting at the stands seemed just as perplexed by the megaphone man's words as the princess was. Wait a second, what the heck? Kino said, eyeing the fighting pit frantically. He had been stoked about the fight so far. They had already watched 4 fights and finally it was time for Sokka's. Zuko had been bored, not paying much attention until the Blue Wolf was announced in the upcoming combat, and Aang had been flinching at the violence consistently, trying to focus on weaving his necklace to perfection instead, but now his eyes were wide as plates with confusion, the finished accessory resting on his lap. What's that supposed to mean, the last daughter of? Said Kino, looking at Aang questioningly. He said it's a waterbender. It can't be. I mean, Katara is working at that restaurant. That's where we left her, right? Said Aang, glancing between Kino and Zuko anxiously. This has to be a mistake, Zuko whispered, frowning at the sponsor's box. It wasn't far away from where they had taken their seats, and he could see the expression on his sister's face far more clearly here than he would have, back in the Grand Royal Dome. And from what Zuko could garner, his cold-blooded, impassive sister, appeared as shaken by the announcement as they were. Angela, nervous? Visibly nervous? That was definitely new. So, without further ado, introducing, the Blue Wolf. The elevator's door opened. Sokka had been lifted through the introductions. It had been hard to understand whatever the man was saying while the wheels of the elevator's mechanism creaked loudly. He was welcomed into the strange fighting ring to find a most unique layout, with vegetation and water around him. He scowled at everything with suspicion and unease, knowing immediately that this setting was meant to favor his opponent. And speaking of his opponent. And now, introducing the Southern Colosseum's favorite fighter, the last waterbender of the Southern Water Tribe. The Mist. Another elevator had lifted his opponent at the opposite end of the ring, and after those heart-stopping words, it opened its doors. Had Sokka been holding anything, he would have been sure to drop it right then and there. The last waterbender of the South? A young woman, with skin darker than his own, yet lighter blue eyes. Her outfit was fashioned with white furs, her hair done up in a tall ponytail, with spiky bangs, that ended right above her eyes. There were 2 water skins at either side of her body. Her arms were muscular, and she wore short pants, exposing her also muscular legs. Too tall. Too built. There was no recognition to be found in her eyes, for there was none to be found in Sokka's either. That doesn't look like Katara, said Aang, breathing out in relief as he sank in his seat. Hell, that was scary. Unless she got a makeover in the restaurant, and changed outfits, and... Kino theorized, tapping his chin. and has been fighting in this arena for who knows how long without our awareness, despite she's been in the south with us all this time. Zuko chimed in, skeptical. There's no way it was Katara. That stupid claim that she was the last waterbender of the south is probably her Gladiator tagline, or whatever you want to call it. She must have been using that to promote herself, gain more attention and fans. They've been hearing that crap for ages. It's not like they made it up just for today. Well, I guess, but still. Kino pouted. It could have been her. Katara could have crashed the fight and replaced the actual fighter. I don't know, said Aang, shrugging, though he frowned, but if that's not Katara, then she's not the South Pole's last waterbender, so, who is she? Azula did her best to stay calm, trying not to react too visibly to the mist's sudden appearance. Still, she assessed the woman quickly, as soon as she came within view, and her features weren't all that similar to Sokka's, even from a distance. A quick glance at Sokka an instant later spoke for itself. Where the mist was making her way to the center of the ring, Sokka had barely taken a few steps away from his elevator's threshold, and he remained standing where he was, his face undecipherable, even if Azula, at the sponsor's box, was as close to the fighting pit as anyone could be in this particular arena. Sokka's fists trembled, his breathing shallow. He had spent his youngest years antagonizing Katara, rivaling her, envying her for her powers. He would have known her face anywhere. And it wasn't the face he was staring at now. He gritted his teeth and lowered his head, hating to acknowledge the reality of the situation. All their efforts to travel here had been a waste. All that anxiety, so much nervousness, for nothing. The woman was a complete stranger. Despite knowing he ought to focus on the fight, Sokka glanced at the stands, looking for Azula. The so-called sponsor's box was low and close to the fighting area, as opposed to every other sponsor's balcony he'd seen so far, but what mattered was that he could see her there, her face riddled with the anxiety he knew she'd be feeling right now, for his sake. He met her eyes and he shook his head. With that, Azula's fears were instantly replaced by the deepest sense of dread. She had known Sokka would be devastated if it was all a hoax, worse yet when it had been such a prepared, specific hoax, of the sorts that would hurt him deeply, but she had never expected that a woman who wasn't Sokka's sister would build up an identity for herself by pretending to be the last waterbender of the Southern Water Tribe. Of all the worst-case scenarios she had prepared for, this one hadn't even crossed her mind. The woman had a roughness to her, reminiscent of Topha's. There was little delicacy to her walking pattern, let alone her stance upon stopping at the center of the ring. Sokka gritted his teeth and restarted his walk at last, eyes set on the woman even if his heart was burning right now with the most unpleasant mix of frustration, betrayal, and self-loathing. Oh, he had set himself up for it, he knew as much, but what right did this woman have to call herself the last waterbender of the South when Sokka had never seen her face until today? All tribes had converged after Hakeda's return from the war, so if there had been any other waterbenders aside from Katara, they would have known about them. This woman couldn't be the second waterbender they had heard about, or could she? Hadn't Ose's council claimed it was a man? All possible explanations were far too confusing. Sokka's only resolution, though, was that he would fight this woman and figure out the truth, one way or another. Even if he didn't win, he had every intention to find out if she had come from the south at all, or if she was just a deceiver, as he suspected she was. Why did he? Said Kino, raising his eyebrows as he watched Sokka make his way to the center of the ring. He shook his head. What for? Zuko frowned at Kino's questions. Azula's presence in this island. Sokka's reaction to seeing his opponent might have just explained it. They were here to discover if the mist was Katara. He had never expected to experience any sympathetic feelings towards Azula, let alone towards Sokka, but it was inevitable after this. His refusal to let Katara know about her brother now sat ill with him, even if he knew, rationally, that it was the right thing to do. Even if he knew his family's survival might depend on keeping those two apart. Sokka had been looking for Katara. And Azula had been willing to help him, enough that she seemed disheartened now that Sokka had shaken his head, a clear signal to his sponsor that it wasn't his sister in the fighting ring with him. Zuko knew he didn't understand his sister fully, of course he didn't. Mai had told him as much a long time ago, and he didn't need more reminders of it to acknowledge that was the case. But she seemed so disappointed, so visibly worried about her Gladiator, instead of remaining as stoic and perfect as ever. how much could his sister have changed in the last few years? Granted, he hadn't been paying much attention to her reactions during Sokka's fight in the slate, but had she been this affected by it? Had her gladiator's pain been hers to this degree, and he just hadn't realized it? The frown on Sokka's face was worrisome by the time he reached the mist. The woman, rough and strong-willed as she had appeared, was taken aback by the harsh steel in the blue wolf's face, and she couldn't remain impassive when confronted with it. She started, her voice deep. Too deep for Cataras. Sokka snarled. Who are you? His question was poised immediately. No polite greeting, no attempt to bond with the woman, none of his usual, renowned civility. The mist's eyes widened. Whoa, dude, you don't have to be so. Who are you? Sokka asked again, his voice all the more threatening now, eyes gleaming with rage. You're not from the South Pole, I know that for a fact. So spare me the bullshit and tell me, now. Okay, Jeesh. Said the mist, grimacing. Calm down, okay? I mean, damn, were you expecting to meet someone you? Realization and understanding dawned in her clear eyes when Sokka didn't even flinch upon her guess. The mist's hands dropped at either side of her body, all remnants of her menacing attitude vanishing unexpectedly quickly. Shit, I told Hong Tao this would backfire, but he didn't listen and, shit. Okay, look, I'm sorry, I'm not from the South, but that's how he wanted to promote me. There's always been all that talk and rumors about there being some waterbender in the South Pole, and he thought we'd attract more attention if we pretended I was her, and... Right, said Sokka, the coldness in his glare not quite receding yet, but that the woman had backed down and explained some of her story helped, to some degree. My name is Sedna, she continued, I'm actually from the north, they passed me over when I wanted to fight and even command a unit in the war, so I thought maybe I'd travel south because, well, that's what most people did in the early years of the war. And you got distracted on your way there, I take it. Sokka said. Sedna breathed deeply and shook her head. This opportunity presented itself. It's not ideal. But at least I'm acknowledged, said Sedna. I feel like I'm someone now, more than I ever did before. You can understand that, can't you? Sokka's chest tightened, her words resounding with his very core, even if he didn't want them to. He closed his eyes, letting the wave of sadness and disappointment course through him as the man at the bullhorn kept rambling on about the grand battle of the South. He opened his eyes again, and they sported a dangerous glare when he did. Stop pretending you're the South's last waterbender, Sokka snapped. Sedna flinched. Well, dude, I can't exactly do that, my entire identity as a gladiator is fake, and you can discard it and build a new, genuine one, Sokka growled, with determination. Sedna shook her head. Hong Tao wouldn't let me, she said. Sokka huffed. Then I'll make him, he said, right after this fight's over. Oh, yeah. Said Sedna, scowling. You know, I kind of felt bad for you for a second there, but, this is my life now. You can't just storm in here and make demands as though you own the place. You've been with that princess of yours too long if you think you can get away with that. Maybe I have, Sokka huffed, raising a hand and drawing out his sword. A gasp ran through the crowd. The man at the bullhorn was still rambling, and yet it seemed the fighters were about to start, for Sedna had taken a fighting stance just as Sokka unleashed his sword. Well, I guess you ought to hurry along, huh? Said Hong Tao, urging the man at the bullhorn to announce the fight's start right away. The man nodded, nervously. And, anyways, let's get started. He said. Sokka was already taking his first steps towards his opponent, and Sedna's water skins were open now, that is, in 5, 4, 2, 0, now. His final shout came as a water whip rushed at Sokka. He dodged it expertly, more agile than ever now that he was fighting without an underarmor again. Sedna drew back her whip, aiming and sweeping it horizontally to keep Sokka at bay. The blue wolf dodged below it and pushed himself at his opponent brusquely, his sword in position to stab at her. A cry ran through the crowd as the mist found herself with no choice but to back down and make a run towards the stream cutting across the arena, using its water to toss ice projectiles at Sokka. He shattered them easily, using both his sword and club to destroy the ice, though he couldn't avoid being slowed by the mist's defensive spikes. Whoa! He's Pissed, Kino said, eyes wide. Does he always fight like that? No, he's much more calm, usually, Zuko said, frowning, his hand balling into a fist over his lap. He's freakishly fast, though, said Aang, eyes wide as Sokka climbed over an ice barrier the mist had erected to block Sokka's progress, so she could reach the larger source of water faster and strong. Sokka stopped atop the ice barrier, drew out his boomerang and tossed it at full strength at his opponent. She chanced to glance over her shoulder moments before it hit her in the arm, and by then it was too late to do anything to defend herself. She yelled and fell on the sand, her shoulder bearing a painful cut now. The quick boomerang returned to Sokka's hand just in time for him to jump into nearby bushes. The mist didn't see him hide, busy as she was cradling her hurt arm. Within moments the girl had crawled far enough to reach the water supply, which she quickly brought to her wound. The water glowed, startling all those who had yet to see waterbending healing directly. And yet it wasn't a lot of them, for the mist often resorted to that trick to sustain herself in the middle of fights. Still, both Sokka, hiding amidst the vegetation, and Azula, sitting in the sponsor's box, were intrigued by the waterbender's move. At first, they were confused by what she was doing, but once Sedna could use her arm freely, the healing process's nature became apparent. They both had heard of waterbending healing in the past, but it was the first time they had seen it for themselves. The mist now glanced about herself in unease as she tended to her wound, searching for her opponent frantically. Once she was finished patching up her arm, she breathed deeply and began amassing as much water as she could. If necessary, she would flood the entire arena until she found the blue wolf. He could be as mad he wanted to be, that was none of her business. She was here to fight and win, and she had no intentions of giving up her gladiatorial persona just for his benefit. She yelled as she unleashed a massive water blast upon a set of bushes, but he wasn't there. She aimed a new one to the nearest bushes, then another one. When her fourth blast was about to fall upon a new set of bushes, the blue wolf finally showed himself. He tossed his boomerang at the mist rapidly before making a run for it. The mist knew better this time. She took down the flying weapon with her own ice projectile before rushing after Sokka. He was a non-bender, and a slippery one too. He had to know he was at a disadvantage here, and that once Sedna caught up to him, he would be in trouble. Her plans to take him down were thwarted when Sedna was running past the very bushes Sokka had been hiding in before. He tossed a small sphere powerfully towards her, his motion so quick she couldn't identify what it was before it detonated. A blast of the worst-smelling smoke she'd ever faced struck Sedna right in the face. She cried out loud, and that only made things worse. She needed to breathe something other than this gross concoction of smells, so strong and potent she barely remembered what she was supposed to be doing. She needed to get out of the smoke cloud, immediately. Whoa, that stinks even here. Aang grimaced, bending some of the air away as imperceptibly as he could, as Zuko and Kino coughed slightly. That's so gross. He didn't do that to Suki, did he? Kino said. Zuko shook his head. That stench is new. He's used smoke bombs but, not like that, he explained. The mist had finally clawed her way out of the cloud, as good as jumping into the nearest pool of water in a gambit to stay there, in the most defensible area of the ring for her, while she waited out for the terrible gas to vanish. If the blue wolf dared attack her here, he would never reach her before Sedna could freeze him completely. Of course, Sedna didn't expect a new bomb to soar through the air and detonate right above her, in the pool's area. No, no, no. She yelled, creating a quick dome of ice, blocking the smoke out and protecting herself from the attack. Sokka watched from the tree he had climbed while Sedna struggled against the smoke. It had been a handy vantage point from which he could attack his opponent easily. He released a long, drawn sigh, watching as the thick smoke dropped gradually upon the makeshift igloo. He wouldn't have a long time to compose himself, but hopefully it would prove to be enough time to regain some self-control while Sedna remained inside her dome. But the outrage and indignation had as good as taken over him, driving him to see red. He could only want to strike down that woman for pretending to be his sister, and for refusing to let go of that wretched gladiator persona. She wasn't hurting anyone else by it, he knew as much, but it wasn't fair. It wasn't right. The last waterbender of the South wasn't a fancy title through which anyone ought to wish to earn further recognition, it was the mark of tragedy. They had lost so much, too much, and it was outrageous that someone would be senseless enough to exploit that so carelessly. his eyes shifted towards the sponsor's box, inevitably. Angela's eyes met his, once again, clambered up the tree as he was. They were as good as on the same level in a fighting pit, for once. There was concern in her gaze, apparent even if they weren't all that close to each other. She had known this could hurt him, given him countless chances to back out, offered him the opportunity to bring him home for good, so he could see his sister indeed rather than chase false trails. And he had still fallen for this, like the fool that he was. Had this happened years ago, he guessed Angela would have been angry at him for wasting their time. Today, she showed him nothing but empathy, nothing but heartfelt sorrow. She wished things had turned out differently, just as much as he did. He didn't want to fight anymore. The rage coursing inside him, urging him to make Sedna back down on her gladiator persona, receded slowly, replaced by the true feelings that nestled in his chest, disappointment and sadness. Suddenly, all he wanted was to get out of this damn arena, to hug Angela in bed and stay put with her for a whole week, if he could get away with it. But if he was to leave this place, he had to defeat his opponent. And he intended to do exactly that, so he breathed deeply, nodding in his princess's direction reassuringly. He wasn't okay, but he would finish this fight. She wouldn't be shamed by his performance today. He jumped off the tree swiftly, and within moments, he had retrieved his boomerang. He was halfway to the pool the mist was hiding at when finally she broke out of her ice dome. The ice she'd used turned into yet another smoke screen, but a rather different one. Mist spread all across the terrain, hiding Sedna, as well as the trees and everything on the arena's floor, from plain sight. This was, clearly, the technique that had inspired Sedna's gladiator name. Sokka sighed, shaking his head and closing his eyes. He could barely see a couple inches ahead of himself with how thick the mist was, so it would be better for him to resort to something other than his eyes to locate his opponent. He could hear her footsteps, stomping slick across the sand as she ran towards him. A trickle, water reeling in, to attack in the form of yet another whip. He leapt out of the way, dropping on the ground and crouching until he was close enough to the source of the sound that he could attack his opponent directly. He snuck closer to the mist until her body's silhouette was visible through the fog. She kept the fog at a certain distance from her body, so her own technique wouldn't render her blind as well. Still, it would be useless for her to protect herself with mist if he rounded her and attacked her from behind. There was little honor in doing that. Sokka knew as much, but right now he was well past the point of caring. All he wanted was to put an end to this fight immediately, whatever the cost. He rounded her carefully, quietly, before rushing at her from behind. Sedna screamed when she noticed her opponent's presence, and she drew all the fog to herself instants before Sokka could reach her. The blue wolf was drenched by the small water particles, and unsurprisingly, he felt them freezing over his armor and body. If only he hadn't expected it, he would have been far more affected by it, but frost only seemed a fitting accessory when he felt ice cold inside. Sokka continued to move, disregarding the pain of the frost against the exposed parts of his body, and he punched his opponent in the stomach. The woman bent over, breathless, but not powerless. She reached up to the exposed skin on his arm, clawing at Sokka with the sharpest nails Sokka had ever dealt with, and he had certainly dealt with sharp nails before. He flinched before realizing what the mist's secret was. Her nails were coated with sharp ice, and she cut at him as though using 5 simultaneous razors. Sokka steeled himself against the pain before striking her arm with his club, hard. A cracking sound, and the weakening grip on his skin, were accompanied by a desperate scream. With a broken arm, the mist wasn't quite as capable of just healing this one better within moments, and she fell to the ground, cradling the dreadful, painful wound against her chest. It didn't have to come to this. Sokka huffed, as what little remained of the fog slowly dropped on the sand. It wouldn't have, if you hadn't, if you didn't. Stop it, stop, please. The mist cried out loud, trying to kick Sokka away. To her relief, he relented and backed down, keeping his distance. The woman writhed on the sand, teeth gritted, holding her arm against her body pitifully. Perhaps 5 minutes ago he would have felt vindicated by the sight, but right now, Sokka's chest was heavy with disappointment and sadness. He shook his head and knelt beside his opponent again, putting away his sword and club for now, unwilling to hurt the woman with his weapons anymore. Stay away, stay away. She mumbled, using her right arm to crawl away, putting more distance between herself and Sokka. I thought you were my sister. The mist seemed to forget about her wounds temporarily, his words slapping her as a powerful water blast might. I haven't seen her in 5 years, he continued. I didn't know for sure that you'd be her, but everything fit. And then, when that guy said you were her, I thought, shit, I really thought you had to be. But when I saw you, I realized I'd been a fool to kid myself like that. I should have never. I'm sorry, okay? I said I was. Sedna pleaded. Don't hurt me anymore. Please. I never meant for it to be like that. I know you didn't. You couldn't have known, Sokka said, shaking his head, but you do realize there's a reason that rumor spread. That there's just one waterbender left. All the southern waterbenders were killed systematically, by the Fire Nation, for ages. Even if you don't give up that pretense for me, because yeah, I'm the asshole who snapped your arm broken, at least do it for benders like yourself. Those who died unsung, and who deserve better than being treated as a fancy accessory for you to bulk up your gladiator career. The mist remained silent now. Sokka breathed deeply as he switched to sitting with his legs crossed, elbows resting on his knees as the woman beside him eyed him warily. Why aren't you finishing me off? She asked. Sokka shrugged. I can't say I feel like fighting anymore, he whispered. I could beat you still. With my legs, or my arm, or... Go ahead, then. That ought to motivate me to end this right away, Sokka said, his voice said all the same. The mist gritted her teeth. Just do it. Please. Make it stop. It hurts. She said. Sokka sighed and shook his head. Okay. I'll help you, he said, standing up, yet, instead of attacking, he leaned down and picked up the mist by drawing her right arm over his shoulders. What are you doing? Want to finish this fight? Let's finish it, he said, walking her to the central water stream. The entire arena was shocked and speechless as the blue wolf brought the mist, who had seemingly taken a wound bad enough to render her helpless in battle, to a proper source of water that she could continue using against him. He deposited her beside the water and stepped away, shaking his head. Get on with it. I really don't want to drag this out any further, he said. Sedna quickly scooped up enough water with her bending to relieve her broken arm before turning to glare at Sokka apprehensively. Why would you give me a chance to fight back? She asked. Sokka shrugged. Maybe I just didn't like having such a one-sided fight with someone who, despite not being her, still reminds me enough of my sister to make me feel dead inside when I hurt her, he whispered. Sedna huffed. So, if I didn't remind you of her, you would have just... Yep. Knocked out a guy once in something like 5 seconds into a fight, Sokka said, shrugging. He definitely didn't remind me of my sister. The mist gritted her teeth and turned towards Sokka. If just for now, if just in a last-minute bid to take him down. She summoned water, as much as she could, and she brought up a large, arm-wide whip this time, through which she attacked him viciously, but Sokka dodged, and dodged again, until he had slipped close enough to her that, even if she drenched him, she wouldn't have enough time to freeze him in place. And he struck her with 2 outstretched fingers, at the back of her neck. The mist fell in a heap in the water, the whip she'd been holding falling into the stream once more. Sokka stepped into the stream to drag her out of the water, ensuring that she wouldn't drown. Sedna coughed, yet couldn't move, something that, it seemed, she had never experienced before now. What did you do? What did you? I can't feel my body, I can't feel my... Chi blocking, Sokka said, closing his eyes and standing up as he left her lying on the sand. They ought to do the countdown now. And I guess I hit you well enough that you won't be able to get up in 10 seconds, so... Up in the sponsor's box, Hong Tao was aghast. All his previous pride and confidence were well and truly gone. Azula had only sighed after the mist had collapsed, relieved Sokka had managed to hold his own despite experiencing such visible emotional turmoil, and the judges around them seemed nervous about starting the countdown, even if it was clear the mist was incapacitated. Well? Sokka asked, his voice finally reaching the stands for the first time in the fight. It had been a rather loud crowd, divided between being supportive and horrified by Sokka's thorough victory over the mist. The rules do establish your opponent must be unconscious," said the man at the bullhorn. Sokka cursed under his breath and leaned close to the mist again. "Bullshit rules, always the same nonsense." "Well, sorry. You're a promising fighter," said Na. He said, before pressing his hands to her temples. The mist cringed, but she was powerless to stop him. As it was, there was nothing she could do about such an embarrassing, quick defeat at the hands of a man who should have been too emotionally compromised to be so effective. "But I can't take this anymore." Those were the last words he said before the mist lost her consciousness. Sokka sighed and stood up, spreading his arms in the most sarcastic gesture of showmanship anyone in the Southern Colosseum had witnessed until that day. "Happy now?" he asked. The bullhorn man eyed Hong Tao warily but nodded, and he began his countdown. "And no. This can't be, so easily, too," Hong Tao said, eyes wide, "but my gladiator was the best waterbender." "She may yet improve," Azula whispered, next to him, giving Hong Tao pause. "Don't give up on her. But, please, do consider rebranding her somehow. I don't expect you to have much respect for the water tribes, most people don't, but claiming that she's the last southern waterbender in vain is quite outrageous." "What do you mean, in vain?" Hong Tao snorted. "My gladiator isn't from the south. Else my gladiator wouldn't have been quite as quick to fight her as he was," Azula said, glaring at the man. Hong Tao's eyes widened. "I came here ready to lose, just so he could see someone from his tribe once more. His performance made it clear she was a total stranger for him, and yet you tried very hard to convince everyone of the opposite, all for a cash grab, from the sound of it." "I," said Hong Tao, nervous and apprehensive. "Pick your battles carefully the next time you decide to play games more dangerous than simple gladiator fights," Azula said, stretching her hand towards him. "Countdown's over. The winner is the Blue Wolf," the bullhorn man exclaimed, and a moderate cheer coursed through the stands at his words. Hong Tao breathed deeply and shook his head. He wasn't used to losing, despite it wasn't the first time it had happened. It irritated him deeply, but he handed the bag of winnings to the princess, large as it was. The bid had been considerable, for he had ever been liberal about how he spent his money. Even so, letting go of it was rather painful when it came about this way. I'll consider what you've said," he whispered. "Your gladiator is, well, he's every bit as impressive as they say, it seems. Yours will be as well, in time, if you ensure to train her further," Azula said, nodding in his direction. "Thank you for the fight." Sokka sighed, staring at the mist's unconscious, immobile body with far more sadness than he expected to. It wasn't her fault, not entirely. They had assumed she was Katara even before finding out she was even pretending to be her. He was the fool who had fallen for the trick, only because she seemed to suit Katara's profile perfectly. He had no one to blame for jumping to conclusions but himself. Watching the Blue Wolf stand there, solemn and miserable, only depressed Aang and Kino. They had hoped to catch a better glimpse of Sokka than this, despite having evidenced he was a remarkable fighter and strategist through his thorough triumph over the mist. Never had they expected a fight against a waterbender to be so one-sided, let alone to a non-bender's favor. Katara would either be delighted or horrified to hear her brother was that efficient. But Zuko had understood what they hadn't. None of the conversation between Sokka and the mist had been audible for them at the stands, but he had made the connection, most of all through his sister. And as he saw her stand up to leave the sponsor's box, he realized this was his last chance. If he wanted to talk to her, to check on her and make sure she was all right, perhaps even to tell her Sokka had nothing to worry about, that his sister was fine, he only had one opportunity to do so. "Guys, can you wait here for a bit? I have to go to the bathroom," Zuko lied, promptly pushing himself up and rushing out the nearest set of stairs. Their attention on Sokka was only broken by Zuko's hasty departure. "He must really want to go, huh?" Kino said, following Zuko with his gaze until the banished prince was gone from view. Aang only shrugged. Azula sighed as she walked across the confusing corridors of the Southern Colosseum. She held the winnings in her hands, irritated by how large the bag was. She'd generally rather tuck the winnings into her pockets, but this bid had been so large that even her own bags of money didn't fit inside her pockets, and they were fastened onto her belt instead. If those didn't fit, neither would Hong Tao's bag. She had naturally brought the allotted money to pay Hong Tao in case Sokka lost against his supposed sister, the scenario she had braced herself for from the very start. Oh, hell knew how she'd patch him back together again after this. He would be sulking for weeks, perhaps even months, and she knew that it didn't matter how much she insisted that she could take him to the South Pole to meet his sister for real, he'd refuse to go, and... Angela. The voice that called her name came from one of the countless archways in the outside corridor of the arena. She had walked near absent-mindedly, only planning on slowing down once she reached the Gladiator's entrance, which she hoped would be near that sanatorium Hong Tao had mentioned. And yet that familiar voice, calling her name for the first time in years, gave her pause immediately. She didn't place it right away, but the curt pronouncing of her name, the light lisp, the lack of a proper greeting all should have given away his identity immediately. But it wasn't until she turned fully to face him that her eyes widened completely. He was paler and thinner, in worse shape than she remembered seeing him up to date. Had it not been for the usual giveaway of his identity, that large scar over his left eye, she might not have recognized her brother at all. Her jaw dropped, taking in the worn clothes, the half-knot he wore his hair in now, and the awkward smile on his face. This wasn't possible. This couldn't be happening. And yet she blinked once, twice, and the man before her didn't vanish from sight. He still stood there, regarding her with unusual timidity, looking completely out of place within the complicated maze of hallways in the Southern Colosseum. Zuko. She finally spoke, the name sounding utterly foreign from her lips now. It wasn't as though she hadn't spoken it in ages, she had mentioned him plenty of times ever since he'd left the Fire Nation, but she hadn't ever expected to find him, or rather, for him to find her, when he had allegedly vanished off the face of the earth, the last she'd heard. It was him, though, and there was no doubt about it. His smile grew more earnest as he stepped out of the shadowy archway, and with light falling upon his features, Angela's doubts were dispelled for good, replaced by utmost incredulity. "You're? What in the... Huh?" she said, prompting Zuko to chuckle at her reaction. He had hoped to surprise her, but it was definitely the first time he had managed to catch his sister off guard to such degree, for sure. "Been a while," he whispered, with a casual shrug. Oh, it certainly had been a while, and he definitely owed her more than a few explanations, Angela thought. She had to run to check on Sokka, of course she did, but Zuko's random, unexpected appearance posed far too many questions that required answers as quickly as possible. She only hoped her gladiator would forgive her for not meeting up with him immediately when she knew he needed her so badly. Chapter 185, Whaletail Island 5. It's weird for him to be so desperate to go, huh? Kino mused, as he and Aang made their way down from the stands they'd been sitting at. "I guess," said Aang, eyeing the necklace he'd weaved with a small smile before tucking it into his pocket. Zuko was never. It's Lee," Kino corrected him, with an awkward grin. "We don't know any Zukos, do we, Kyuzin?" "Oh, right. Lee was never that bad at holding his water," said Aang, scratching the back of his head. "I wonder if he just wanted to cash out the bet right away." "Gee, it's not like the money's going anywhere," Kino mused, with a smirk. "Though, you have to hear this, Kyuzin, you really do. I have a great idea." "Another one?" Aang said, raising his eyebrows. Yeah, look here. We should start betting on all the fights we can, with the money we earn from Sokka's. We'll make so much more money this way than with a job, right?" Kino declared, as they reached the ground level. Enraptured by their conversation as they were, neither man noticed a small group of staff members were carrying the mist on a stretcher through the Gladiator's entrance, and she was still unconscious. Sokka followed them at a distance, though he stopped right before leaving the Colosseum's building. Upon noticing he wasn't following anymore, one of the staff members glanced back at him, confused. "You, Blue Wolf, sir? You should come along, the sanatorium is right." "Yeah. I'll go in a bit," Sokka said, nodding in the man's direction. "I'd rather wait for my sponsor here." "Oh. You're certain?" asked the staff member. "I'm barely wounded anyhow," Sokka shrugged. The staff member blinked a few times before nodding. "Well, as you wish." "Congratulations on your victory," said the man, bowing his head towards Sokka. Victory had tasted poorly countless times before. Sokka had lived through more than his share of unpleasant fights so far, but this one seemed to cut away at him, piercing his gut as he rested against one of the columns in the building, overwhelmed by despair. He had no idea if he'd done the right thing, he had no idea how to feel about himself at all, and he supposed only Angela would help him reach a conclusion about it all, if someone could. He released a deep sigh and glanced over his shoulder, wondering if she was on her way. Two men, one tall, one short, the first one sporting a headband, the second one with curly messy black hair, stared at him with the largest eyes he'd seen today. As conflicted as he was about the fight, it was hard to continue focusing on his sorrows when he was the object of other people's scrutiny in such an unpleasant manner. What? Is there something on my face? He asked, nervous. The two men flinched, one of them even whimpered. Kekino, said the tall one. The short one nodded. It's him. It's Sokka. The tall one exclaimed, his hands going up to his black hair. Sokka eyed the two men warily, wondering why on earth these two, as lanky and seemingly inoffensive as they were, would trigger all his defensive instincts. He had to hold back from reaching for a weapon, any of them, even if he didn't quite know why. Though there was a pretty straightforward reason to be so uneasy about them, how on earth had two complete strangers from Whaletail Island learned his real name? Why she had been so determined to make sure no one could recognize her brother, Angela frankly didn't know, but she had instinctively guided him to the least crowded corridors in the Southern Coliseum all the same. Zuko had followed silently, agreeing non-verbally with her determination to keep his presence concealed. All right, this looks empty enough, the princess said, upon reaching an inner corridor of the building without as many torches lining its walls. Even if someone caught sight of them they wouldn't likely recognize either member of the royal family. With that, she turned to look at her brother, or whatever she could see of him in the darkness. Anyhow, so, mind explaining how on earth you've turned up here when your men seemingly searched this island thoroughly, searching for you to no avail? At least, that's what I heard. And here I thought we could start with pleasantries instead, Zuko sighed, though he smiled a little regardless. It's nice to see you too. I'd be more inclined to exchange pleasantries if you weren't supposed to be missing, if our uncle hadn't been traveling the world for around a year trying to figure out where you are. Angela said, staring at him skeptically. As she expected, Zuko was crestfallen upon hearing that, and of course, being an utter pain in the ass towards me because of it. To this day he's still absolutely certain I'm the reason you left, so. But I told him, ugh. I said it wasn't because of you. Zuko groaned, shaking his head. I suppose this is why our family's brand of stubbornness really grinds people's gears, huh? Angela said, though she couldn't help but smile at Zuko's irritation. I guess so, he mumbled. Either way, though, I haven't always been in Whaletail Island, if you really want to know. That I'm here right now, just when you are, is nothing but a coincidence. Really? Angela asked, frowning. But this is the first time I even come here. That's a lot of rotten luck you have, then, if you were hoping to avoid anyone who knew you. Tell me about it. Zuko smiled. Truthfully, when I found out you were here I wanted nothing but to run in the opposite direction, but... Gee. And here I thought we were becoming friends, Angela said, with an even more sarcastic smile than before. That brought a laugh out of Zuko, surprisingly so. Admittedly, we're closer to that than we ever have been, feels like to me, he said. Still, I mean, I don't know if Father wants me locked down or something. I didn't want anyone to see me, even if there's apparently no wanted posters for me anywhere. Well, I don't believe there's an actual manhunt for you in process, Angela said, folding her arms over her chest. I don't think our father expected it would be necessary. From my understanding, you intended not to return to the Fire Nation until he's, well, gone. Or deposed. Or abdicates to you, I guess, Zuko said, shrugging. Angela's amusement was absent upon breaching this conversation subject, but Zuko hadn't noticed the difference yet. I can't say I intended to show myself in any Fire Nation-held lands for the time being, but I had no choice right now. No choice. Angela repeated, raising an eyebrow. What's that supposed to mean? Did someone threaten you into coming to a colony? And no, well, not exactly, said Zuko, grimacing. You see, well, I've found a place to live, and it's a good place, but it's difficult to make do sometimes. It's been rough lately, so I I thought maybe I could come to Whaletail Island to find food and bring it back home. Oh. Angela said, blinking blankly. Well. I'm afraid you came to the wrong venue, then. No food in the Southern Coliseum so far, though I suspect the owner might be receptive to that idea if you bring it up to him. Yeah, I didn't expect to find food here, Zuko said, with a weak grin. I wanted to get a job. I came with some, friends from where I've been staying at. We only found one opening in a restaurant, so one of them is there. I went with the others to the northern port, thinking we'd find jobs there, but apparently we have to arrive at dawn if we really hope to get one. Punctuality has never been your strong suit, Angela smiled. Zuko scowled. Well, if the guy had warned me all along that he was that uptight about it, I would have made more efforts to arrive early. But he didn't, so we didn't know what to do, I guess. While we were there, I saw you and Sokka were on your way to the arena, so we ended up coming here to watch the fight. Huh. Well, I hope you bet on him, if you had any money to do so, Angela said, though she wasn't smiling. Might at least give you some profit. Yeah, we did that, Zuko admitted, nodding weakly. I'll probably go collect the money in a bit. You should, Angela said, biting her lip. So, not that I wish to pry or anything, but you're being quite mysterious about these friends of yours, and your new home. You don't want to know more about them. Trust me, Zuko said. Angela's eyes narrowed dangerously, though, and he was taken aback by it. Don't I? She said. Zuko, you're not bunking up with the White Lotus, or are you? What? No. Of course not. How does one even do that? Zuko said, frowning. Wasn't that just a group of terrorists father locked away? Not really. But if you thought it was that small, I guess you really aren't with them, Angela said, easing up immediately at Zuko's honest reaction. So there's more of them? Have they caused more trouble lately? Zuko asked, frowning. Angela bit her lip. Something like that, she whispered, though father has dealt with them in his own way, I suppose. You don't sound so pleased about that, said Zuko, uneasy. Angela sighed. It's nothing. You have enough to worry about, it appears to me, she said, frowning. Either way, if it's not the White Lotus, then I'll assume your friends can't be anyone too alarming. Which means, though, that you could probably just tell me. I'm sorry. It's not that I don't trust you. Oh, you don't trust me, Zuko, Angela said, smiling. Why so unwilling to admit it now? Well, I'm saying, it's not. Zuko said, grimacing before shaking his head. It's just not that simple, is all. I doubt you'd run back to tell father where I am, but you'd rather not risk it, Angela finished. That's fine. Frankly, if I were in your position, whatever that is, I might even feel the same way. Still, before you go back to wherever your secret hideout might be, please do me a favor and send a bird to Iroh. Tell him you're fine, safe, whatever you are, so he can put a stop to his nonsense. It's odd that you'd rather he stops traveling around, Zuko said, with a small smile. I thought you two were getting along a little better, but going by how you spoke about him just now, I'm assuming you don't exactly miss him. It's not about him. As far as I'm concerned, he can spend the rest of his life tasting tea brews as far away from me as possible, Angela huffed, though the harshness of her words faded with her next sentence. It's about Toph, actually. Toph? Zuko said, raising an eyebrow. What about her? Iroh damn near abandoned her to go on his wild goose chase after you, Angela said, with a dry grin. Zuko's eyes widened. She had no one else to turn to but me, until Iroh decided to come back to his senses and take her with him. I know it's bound to sound insane for me to be worried about her, but as much as she may enjoy traveling around, I don't know that I can trust Iroh won't have another crazy fit of frustration over how hard it is to find you, a fit that might result in him abandoning Toph somewhere beyond my help this time. Wow. I mean, I'd like to think he wouldn't do that, but you really are worried about her, Zuko said. Angela tensed up. Well, yes. Sometimes people worry about others. It's not exactly unheard of, she said, rolling her eyes, hoping she wouldn't be blushing. The torchlight wasn't strong enough to let Zuko see it, if that was the case. All right, then, Zuko said, biting his lip. Though, if you really want me to send that bird, you'll have to pay for it yourself at the post office. I don't think I can afford it. Right, Angela said, nodding thanks for agreeing to it, though. It'll be one less concern for me, if nothing else. Though, just in case, don't mention you found me or met me or anything about me, really. The last thing I'd need is for him to think I abducted you somewhere and forced you to write a letter to dissuade him from finding you. You have a very active imagination, Zuko said, raising an eyebrow skeptically. Angela snorted. Considering Iroh is dead set on holding me responsible for your disappearance, it's not that far-fetched that he might reach worse conclusions yet if he hears you met with me rather than him, she said, and yeah, I realize you've said this was pure chance, but how hasn't Iroh found you yet, when it appears we bumped into each other by mere coincidence? Is he just that bad at looking for people? Because maybe it's his fault that you never found the Avatar, you know. Zuko had been about to laugh off the notion until he froze. He had, casually, run into Aang in the South Pole just when Iroh hadn't been around. Granted, Zuko had been the one to choose most their destinations through his initial banishment, but there was something to be said about ironies when it came to Iroh's history at failing to track down anyone he set out to look for. Well, either way, it's fine. I didn't really know what I'd write him, but if you don't want me to mention you, I won't, Zuko said, with a reassuring hand gesture. Angela nodded. Good. And, well, as you haven't mentioned her so far, should I assume the worst, or are you going to surprise me and say you and Suki are still going strong? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows dubiously. To her surprise, and simultaneous relief, Zuko actually smiled upon that question. He nodded promptly, pride gleaming in his eyes even in the shadowy corridor. We're doing well, yeah. She's the main reason I'm doing this, actually, Zuko confessed. She came up with the idea. Angela theorized, did you leave her waiting somewhere rather than bringing her along to talk to me? I admit I wasn't all that nice to her back in the day, but... Yeah, you weren't, but I never expected you to be. I mean, it's you, said Zuko, with a shrug. Angela's raised eyebrow didn't daunt him, but no, Suki didn't come with me. She had to stay home, she shouldn't travel in her condition. Condition? Angela repeated, her momentary indignation at Zuko's jab fading quickly. What do you mean? Is she sick? That's one way to put it, said Zuko, though he smiled again. Even then, Angela didn't seem to be anywhere close to guessing whatever it was that ailed Suki. She's pregnant. Zuko wasn't sure what to gather from his sister's reaction now. She seemed speechless, jaw dropped, eyes wide. Whatever her reason to be so shocked by the notion of her brother as a father, it couldn't possibly be something flattering. So, yeah, she's better off staying home, Zuko continued, rubbing the back of his neck. Her first pregnancy was difficult enough as it. First? Did you just say? Angela's voice was unexpectedly high-pitched, and at this point Zuko couldn't help but laugh at her shock. Yeah, it'll be our second kid, Zuko said, smiling happily. I know you'll think it's ridiculous, but I really love being a father. Hell, you're a father. My brother is a... Angela said, now with a disbelieving smile that froze on her face. So that makes me an aunt. That's right, Zuko said, smiling proudly. I'm only hoping you'll get along better with my kids, if you ever do get to know them, than Uncle does with you. Well, that's a very low bar to set, Angela smirked. As long as you don't tell them what a nightmare of a sister I was, they shouldn't dislike me as much as I dislike Iroh. I'll try not to, Zuko chuckled. I guess I shouldn't have to bring up our history of bad blood if they get along. If they were fighting all the time like we did, though, I'd have to resort to it, to try to teach them by example, somehow. It's not like they'll really see just how well we get along now, though, Angela said, skeptical. Not unless you came home, or I went to your secret hideout, wherever that is. It's not a hideout, Zuko smiled, but it's all the better. That way I can warp our story to whatever I see fit at the moment, and you won't be there to correct me. Oh, I see, Angela said, raising her eyebrows. I can already imagine just what tales you'll spread about us. Oh, my sister was so hopeless, she couldn't even take up the measliest fire-bending forms. It was up to me, her ever-generous and talented brother, to help that loser. Come on, he said, unable to keep from laughing at his sister's impersonation of him. It's spot on and you know it, Angela smiled. Speaking of fire-bending, actually, the first one is a bender, Zuko said, smiling. Her name is Mari. A fire-bending girl? Azula said, smiling approvingly. Seems just right to me, I'll say. I think you two would get along quite well, Zuko grinned. She's feisty, seldom does as she's told. By you? No doubt, Azula smirked. If you have that much trouble roping her in, she's definitely my kind of people. See? I knew it, Zuko chuckled. She can be nicer than you though, just so you know. Only because I haven't gotten to her yet, Azula declared, proudly. Give me a week with her and she'll never respect you again. Zuko laughed louder now, despite himself. Regardless of his initial impressions, his sister had changed a lot since he'd last seen her. He could tell she was only joking, for the amusement on her face was different than it used to be. And yet that was that same wit he had ever dreaded and wished not to have to deal with back in the day. Perhaps she wasn't the only one who had changed, seeing as this time around, that cutting wit was nowhere near as harmful as it once had been for him. It's good to know you two are still going strong, though, Azula said, breathing deeply. For a moment I really thought you ditched her and ran off with your new buddies, or she ditched you and that was why you ended up with them. No, we're on the same boat, figuratively, Zuko said, nodding. Things have been difficult, what with adapting to a new lifestyle and everything, but I've learned a lot. I'd like to think I've grown, too, but I don't know that for sure. Well, at least it appears you did, Azula said. If nothing else, at least projecting growth and maturity ought to help you in life, somewhat. I'd hope so, Zuko said, smiling. I've worked directly, without anyone doing things for me. Ever since Suki and I took off on our own, I've done my best to build a home for us, quite literally too. It took a while, but I succeeded, surprising everyone, especially myself. That's good to hear, Azula said, nodding. So, yeah. Things are good, in general, Zuko said, proudly. Just the food problem, really. It's something no one should ever have to experience. I can imagine, Azula whispered, her voice gaining a darker quality now. Well, I hope you only ever have to imagine it, and never live through it, said Zuko. So, back when I returned to the Fire Nation, all those ages ago, it barely even crossed my mind to ask how you and everyone else had been. So, what's going on with you? I hear Sokka is supposed to be the top non-bender now, or something. Yeah, he defeated the actual top non-bender, a couple of months back, Azula answered, averting her gaze from Zuko. He frowned, wondering why she wasn't owning up to that achievement with more pride, as he would have expected from her. We're doing well, all in all. Though, truly, things have been hectic, to say one thing, since you left. I figured. You've never been the type to stay put when you could be living all sorts of adventures, Dragon Emperor, Zuko teased her. Azula smiled weakly. I'm guessing you've gotten used to this whole Crown Princess deal, huh? The new armor suits you well enough. Oh, right. It is new to you, Azula said, glancing down at it quickly. I got it merely a few weeks after you left. It hardly feels new to me anymore. Well, it works well for you, Zuko said, smiling, though his grin faded before he asked his next question. Is it more difficult dealing with father like this, or just more of the same as before? Surprisingly, it's, well, more complicated in many ways, Azula whispered. You'd think I'd be used to it. I've been at his right hand since I was a child, but maybe being Crown Princess gives everything a different perspective. Does it? Zuko said, frowning a little. How so? Well, I guess I can try to metaphorize it, Azula said, a hand on her chin. Imagine you step on a turd in the street. Ugh, is that the best you can do? Zuko asked, grimacing in disgust. But instead of acknowledging it's a turd, and that you need to clean up, you only step harder, yelling there's no turd whatsoever, and that everyone who claims otherwise is a fool, Azula continued, with a dry grin. That, more or less, is our father's ruling philosophy. And that's what I've been dealing with, up close, for the past years. You oh. That's, still gross, but now I feel bad for you, Zuko said, grimacing. Azula smiled, shaking her head. Having more power has its benefits and disadvantages all the same, she said. I've started new projects, and I'm making my mark in the Fire Nation, but I often can't seem to make him see sense even when he's as good as setting himself on fire. If you can't, no one can, Zuko said, folding his arms over his chest, which means things aren't very promising for the Fire Nation's immediate future, I guess. Some things have improved, surprising as it may seem, Angela said, or they will, at least. I've taken it upon myself to make it so. Well, that's good, Zuko said, nodding. I'd sooner trust you'll set things right than expect father to see sense, really. As long as he allows me to act, I can generally try to do that, Angela whispered, before shaking her head. Anyways, as far as everyone else is concerned, everything's alright, in general. Mai and Ruanjian are doing well. Uday is a slow learner when it comes to talking, but I think he's finally making some progress on that front. As for Ty Lee, she's getting married, actually. Wait, what? To whom? Zuko asked, eyes wide. Angela smiled. She took a page out of your book, you could say. After a more complicated and convoluted trip than I care to retell, we managed to help Haru find his mother and reconnect with her. Ty Lee assumed Haru would want to stay with his mother, and offered him his full freedom so he could do that. He took her up on the offer for freedom, and immediately asked her to marry him, so. Whoa. I wouldn't have expected Haru, of all people, to be so forward, Zuko said, amused. Angela smiled. No one did. Ty Lee was over the moon about it, as you may imagine, Angela said. Outside of that, I already told you about Iroha's endless trip, so I guess that's that. And you? Sokka? Have you two just been hard at work at making him a better gladiator, or? Angela's stomach lurched. Some foolish, gullible side of her felt compelled to tell Zuko that, just as he had found someone to spend his life with, so had she, but indeed, it was foolish and gullible. She couldn't reveal that kind of information to anyone, not even if it was her own brother. She didn't think he'd bring her any harm for it, but the less people knew, the better. Well, mostly, yes, Angela lied, shrugging. What else would you expect us to do? I don't know. You were performing ceremonies, last I knew, Zuko said, smiling a little, and you'd tamed a dragon, too. You did mention things have been complicated, so. Well, Zuko, to put things bluntly, Angela said, with wide eyes, if you seriously wish to hear all about it, we'll probably be here for far more hours than I can spare. A lot has happened, in many regards, and I don't think we can catch up at leisure right now. Oh, right. You do have to. He didn't seem okay, Zuko mused. Angela tensed up and nodded. No, he certainly wasn't, Angela said. Zuko bit his lip. They said, the narrator guy said she was the last waterbender of the South. Zuko whispered, hoping Angela wouldn't be able to see through him, that he knew, of course he knew, that it had been a hoax. Is that why you were here? As a matter of fact, yes, Angela admitted. He hoped it might be his sister, and, going by how the fight unfolded, it wasn't her. So. I doubt he'll be happy in ages after this. But that's for me to worry about, not you, so. Zuko nodded, though Angela suddenly stretched a hand towards him. Until then, she'd been holding a bag of money with her, and Zuko was confused by why she'd hand it to him suddenly. What? Hold this for a moment, please. He did as he was told, watching with confusion as Angela released yet another bag with money, if smaller, that had been hanging on her belt. She placed it atop the other bag nonchalantly, and Zuko grimaced as he stared at all the money he was holding. Oh, whatever joke she had planned, this was downright cruel. He could buy so much for his family with this. All right then. I guess, the best of luck to you, and your own, Angela said, walking around him as she made her way to the corridor's opening. I have to go see to a miserable gladiator now, and we do have to make haste to the Fire Nation anyhow. One of my biggest projects up to date should come to fruition soon, so. Wait, what exactly? Zuko said, looking at her in confusion. She hadn't explained why she was making him hold the two bags, almost pretending she hadn't done it at all. What? Angela said, raising her eyebrows. Why did you give these to me and just walked away? Zuko asked. Angela shrugged. Because I hoped that way you'd just shut up and take it without making a fuss. She said, with a dry grin. Zuko's eyes widened. Whoa. And no. Angela, I get that I look like hell, but like a walking corpse, if I may, Angela added, nonchalantly. Zuko cringed. He genuinely doubted he looked that bad, or did he? But that's still no reason to give me this. You and Sokka earned this. Zuko said, pushing the bags back to Azula, who held up her hands defensively and shook her head. Sokka will understand. Not to mention we have more than enough money, so neither of us needs it, Azula said, shrugging. Zuko's jaw dropped. Seriously, Zuko, I'm not trying to be condescending or anything, just take the money and... Azula, I get it, you want to help, and I can't say I'm in the best position to refuse anyone's generosity right now, Zuko said, shaking his head, but... I've learned to work for what I earn. I don't wait for people to take pity on me, nor do I expect things from others that I wouldn't do for them first. I can't pay you back for this, so... I'm not doing it so you'll... Shit, Azula said, smiling, and shaking her head too. Well, it's good Sokka isn't here now. He'd have the laugh of his lifetime to hear me say this to you of all people, so I trust you'll keep it secret from him. What are you saying? I'm trying to say that I'm not doing this so you'll owe me anything, dum-dum, Azula said, for once saying her worst nickname for him without any spite. Zuko could barely give his eyes and ears any credit. If it makes you feel any better, then, take it as my share of gifts I owe you for the, 13 birthdays through which I gave you nothing. You did give me your dagger, so... But that's still too much, Zuko said, staring at the money in disbelief. Azula. Ugh, what do I have to say so you'll take it? Azula growled. It's not for you, then. Use that to buy food for Suki, Mari, your unborn child, all your new family and friends, to pay for the messenger hawk that will take your letter to Iroh, all those things, and you can still get a job, if you're that hell-bent on it, and use the money you earn yourself for your own needs. See, the perfect compromise. Zuko actually laughed now at Azula's exasperation. She rolled her eyes, but before she could come up with a new idea to convince Zuko to accept her gift, she found herself in the receiving end of the most unexpected hug. Her eyes widened, Zuko smiled, his arms tight around his sister, each hand clutching at a bag of money. She could only guess he wasn't expecting her to respond anyways, for she had been left standing even more awkwardly than she had been back when Toph had first hugged her. I haven't done this in a while, have I? Zuko said, amusement in his voice. Nope. And I'm pretty sure you never did it out of your own volition either, Azula said, with a disbelieving smile now. Mother would be pleased, then, Zuko chuckled, still not letting go of Azula. The words sat strangely with Azula. Something inside her told her that her mother would still find fault with what she'd done, somehow, for she always did, but she couldn't really convince herself of it. Not if Zuko, Ursa's predilect child, had said himself that she would be happy about this. Despite herself, despite not planning to get choked up by her own gesture, Azula swallowed hard and patted her brother's back gently, if awkwardly. She was on the receiving end of plenty of hugs lately, but she had never expected Zuko to embrace her again, let alone willingly, for the remainder of their lifetimes. Okay, that's enough torture for you, I guess, Zuko chuckled, tears gleaming in the corners of his eyes. Azula stared at him in astonishment. You just don't know how much this means to me. I have been terrified of losing them, Azula, but if I can get enough food, blankets, heck, I could even buy Mari toys. Well, try not to go too crazy, Azula said, with a small smile though. Blankets? Please tell me you're not living in the streets somewhere. No, that's not, no, Zuko smiled, shaking his head promptly and rubbing his eyes with his forearm. Azula sighed in relief. Good. Because if you were, I'd have to incorporate you to the rehabilitation center's system and that'd be a really strange experience, Azula said. Zuko raised an eyebrow. Rehabilitation center's system. Zuko repeated. Azula shook her head. Just one of my countless projects. Don't mind me, she said, smiling and nodding towards him now. At any rate, be well, Zuko. Take care of your family, and your mysterious friends. I will, Zuko smiled back, clutching the money to his chest as Azula started down the corridor, making her way out of the maze of archways within the Colosseum. Thank you, Azula. Seriously, Oh, do go on, praise me into infinity, that's everything I ever wanted to hear from you. Angela smirked over her shoulder, hoping her taunts would convince Zuko to settle down and do the entire opposite thing. Yet he proved he'd changed, and grown, when he laughed and shook his head, not caring one bit if he was playing right into her hand. "I'll return the favor someday," he said. Angela snorted dismissively and shook her head. "I don't even know how, but I promise." "Thank you." Angela smiled, unable to hold back from doing so even when she had turned her back on her brother. She knew she had done the right thing, of course she had. She didn't need that money in the first place, and neither did Sokka. If anything, now she had to thank the Mist's sponsor for wanting them to make a significant bid, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to help Zuko in a significant manner. And yet her momentary happiness receded when she remembered the fight through which she had acquired all that money. Sokka might even be angry now, for she had taken far too long to show up when he needed her most. Her stomach sank as she glanced up at the exits, finding they were numbered. From what she'd been told earlier, she needed to go to the 56th door. And she was standing before the 12th. "Perfect," she growled, rushing down the rows of doors as fast as she could. He might already have gone to the sanatorium, so she could meet him there, or he might be waiting for her before going for his medical check. Either way, she had to make haste to find him. Zuko could barely give his eyes credit. He opened the 2 bags, eyeing the countless coins within. He laughed, shook his head, even dropped on the floor in utter disbelief. Oh, no doubt his sister had changed, in too many ways to count. Once he told everyone what she'd done. The irony that his sister would wind up saving the Southern Water Tribe, without even knowing she was saving it, wasn't lost on him. He snorted and shook his head still, guessing Suki would be delighted to hear about this. She had ever believed Angela was better than Zuko thought she was. Today she had proven Suki right, by miles. He picked himself up, though, determined to find Aang and Kino as quickly as possible. Even Katara couldn't possibly resent Angela after this. There was no way anyone could hold the princess's worst deeds against her when she was making up for them in such a grand manner. Though the thoughts gave him pause just as he was climbing the stairs again. Maybe Katara would ease up on Angela some, but she wouldn't ease up on Zuko himself, not at all. He grimaced. He had no reason to stop Katara from meeting with Sokka anymore, well, aside from protecting Angela from Katara's poorly contained wrath, of course. And wanting to protect his sister was quite a new concept for Zuko, too, yet it seemed right to want to watch Angela's back, to some degree. She'd helped him many times before, whether he'd deserved it or not. Keeping her safe from her gladiator's sister seemed a good idea to him. Even so, perhaps if he explained everything to Katara she wouldn't be so resentful towards Angela. All he had to do was have a serious, down-to-earth conversation with Katara before Angela and Sokka were gone, and they'd be leaving soon, wouldn't they? Angela said they had to make haste to the Fire Nation. Would it be possible to reunite Katara and Sokka? Would they manage to bring Katara to Angela's barge on time? He thought, momentarily, that they might have a good chance at succeeding at that, until he glanced at the rows of stands where he'd been sitting with Kino and Aang only to find they were empty. Zuko froze on the spot, the loud crowd deafening as another fight was waged down in the sand pit. Where were they? Hadn't he told them to wait for him? Why would those 2 vanish just now? He gritted his teeth, so now it wasn't just Katara he had to find, but the other 2, as well, in a huge building with countless different exit doors, so figuring out wherever they might have run off to would be near impossible. If only he hadn't been holding more money in his hands than he'd had in a lifetime, he would have lost himself to frustration rather quickly over their untimely disappearance. It took Aang every ounce of his willpower not to lose his composure more than he already had. The blue eyes he was staring into, not too different from Katara's own, had sent a loud enough message about how unwelcome their intrusion of his privacy was, after all. Oh, I mean, sorry. Aang tried to recover quickly, smiling awkwardly. I'm Kyuzen. And this is Kino. And we've been huge fans of yours, well, for a long time. Huh, said Sokka, frowning. Well, great. Nice meeting you, I guess. You come on, Kyuzen, he's not in the mood for us to bother him right now, said Kino, grinning awkwardly and reaching for Aang's forearm. But Aang shot him a meaningful glare before stepping closer, even though Sokka seemed tempted to step away. We don't mean you any harm. We really would just like to talk. For a little while? At least, while you're waiting for, well, whatever you're waiting for. I'm waiting for my sponsor, Sokka answered, simply. And curses, how he wished she'd get here quickly. He wasn't sure he'd be in the mood to put up with these two for very long. His words surprised the bolder, tall man, though. Your sponsor? The princess, he said. Sokka nodded. That's her, all right. Princess Azula, he said, simply. The man grimaced. Say, we don't know a lot about her. Aang said, biting his lip. Sometimes you hear things. But, sometimes they don't sound entirely real, you know what I mean. You think any stories you've heard of her are fabricated? Sokka said, frowning, such as. Well, not necessarily fabricated, but, you know. Said Aang, toying with his thumbs, but Kino jumped forward suddenly. Is it true she took you away from your home and then trained you for years so you'd be an unbeatable gladiator? He blurted out suddenly, surprising Aang. Sokka blinked blankly. Not exactly. Not right away, anyhow, he said, folding his arms over his chest. She did take me from home, but I ended up in an amateur arena. By chance she found me there again, and, why is that so fascinating to hear about? Because we're your fans. Aang said, dubiously, we'd like to know you better, you see. Heh. Sokka said, looking at them skeptically. We heard she tamed a dragon. Kino said now. Sokka huffed lightly. Well, that is true. Though he's lazy and stubborn, so he decided to stay in the Fire Nation instead of coming here with us, Sokka said. Kino's eyes widened. Is it true you've ridden it? He asked, near trembling now. Sokka grimaced at the man's reaction. Yeah, but. What's with you, dude? Calm down. Sokka said, as Kino inched away, covering his mouth with his hands. Aang chuckled. He's ridden a. Oh, curses, a dragon. Kino covered up, not quickly enough, yet just on time before blurting out Aang's actual name. I guess I forget just how foreign this kind of thing is for most people these days, Sokka said, though he smiled a little. He ought to come with us on these trips after all. His ego would get scratched just the way he wants it to be. It sounds amazing that you've had a chance to ride a dragon, even if not your own, Aang said, eyes gleaming. From what I remember reading, that is, firebenders are the only ones who could bond with dragons, but if he respects you enough to let you ride him, then. Respect is a word I'd use loosely with that troublemaker, said Sokka, still smiling, but, yeah. I hear it's a pretty rare thing, but Azula has always allowed it. Must be so cool, Kino said, eyes gleaming. Living with the princess. Though, actually, we hear you don't live with her. Is that right? How do you hear something like that down in Whaletail Island, of all places? Sokka asked, glancing at the Southern Colosseum with confusion. Is there some sort of weird gladiator trivia club here or something? Yeah, and that's where we hear weird facts about gladiators. Said Aang, with wide eyes and an accompanying smile. Sometimes they give you extra points if you talk to a gladiator, you know, to confirm those facts. Kino said, nodding. Aang nodded too. I'm well due my Grand Master status by now, he declared, proudly. Kino pouted. And I'm just an apprentice, but that will change if I can gather some information about you. Their quick cover story seemed to work, at least momentarily. Sokka's confusion receded, although it was clear he wasn't comfortable yet. Well, fine, then, Sokka mumbled. I guess I can deal with it if it's that important to you guys, as long as you don't ask anything too invasive. Oh, cool. Then forget all about his eating habits. Kino said. Sokka snorted. Well, that kind of invasive is fine, Sokka said. I can eat anything, in general, but I prefer meat. Meat. Aang repeated, crestfallen, but Kino laughed and spread his arms out. That's amazing. I would have thought a water tribesman would prefer, fish. Kino said, awkwardly, but you know just what's right for your tummy, My tummy. Sokka repeated, slightly amused. Well, yeah. Living in the Fire Nation has a few perks, the food has always been one of them. It feels like there's no end to the countless kinds of meat-based dishes. And how I miss them. Kino sighed dramatically. Aang eyed him warily while Sokka raised his eyebrows. You do? Why's that? Oh, well, we don't get the same variety of foods down here at Whaletail as in the mainland, you know, said Kino, shrugging and smiling nonchalantly. Sokka nodded. As for why Kyuzen is glaring at us, he's just a weirdo vegetarian, so he doesn't like talking about meat. Whoa. Vegetarian. Sokka said, looking at Aang as though he'd sprouted a second head. What do you do that to yourself for? I know, right? I always ask him that. Kino pouted. Aang's eyebrow twitched. I don't exactly like it. Nothing wrong with not wanting to eat meat. Well, you're one of the weirdest people I've met lately, if just for this, Sokka said, shaking his head and smiling a little. What are you, some sort of air nomad? Aang's hysterical laugh made Sokka flinch. Kino gritted his teeth as the Avatar composed himself, shaking his head promptly. That? No way. I could never. I am a firebender. From the Fire Nation, Hotman. Hot, what? Sokka repeated, blinking blankly. Kino flinched, looking at Aang pleadingly now. You know, that's how we all call our people, don't play dumb now. You've lived with Fire Nation people long enough to know. Aang said, grinning. Sokka's awkward grin spoke for itself. Aang's confidence decreased immediately. Well, that's just a joke. And that you're a firebender is also a joke, I wonder? Sokka asked, with a dry grin. I've tried to make that joke myself, a few times. Curiously, I've managed to be more convincing at it than you were just now. Oh, you don't believe me? Aang pouted, raising a hand in front of himself. Well, check this out. Within moments, a small plum of fire danced on Aang's palm. Sokka glanced at Kino, asserting that there was no physical contact between the two to know for sure that the taller man wasn't faking his fire through his friend, as Sokka himself had done with Azula before. All right, seems believable, he admitted. And you? Not a firebender. Oh, no. I'm a non-bender, like you. Which is why I admire you so much, of course. Kino declared, proudly. Oh, how I wish I could be as effective a warrior as you, though we didn't see enough of your swordsmanship today. We always hear you're really impressive, like in that fight in the, what was it called again? The plate. Aang mused. The crate. Kino said. The slate. Sokka ventured, and the two jumped and nodded. That's the one. Kino declared. Oh, is it true the princess lent you her sword for that one? Is it? Yeah, and it's also true that I'm the one who taught her what to do with the sword in the first place. Surely that's not something your funny little group knows about. Sokka smirked. Kino's jaw dropped, with an amazed gasp. Why, you teach her stuff? Like swordsmanship? Aang said, eyes wide as he smiled. So, wait, would you describe you two as, well, friends? Sokka's pause worried Aang, for the blue wolf glanced away, as though trying to figure out what to say. Perhaps their relationship was complicated, just as Zuko and Suki had described it. I suppose that's one way to put it, Sokka mumbled, but generally we refer to each other as partners. We try to go about things evenly, though sometimes it's hard to be on equal grounds with a princess, but we try, at least. Whoa. That's incredible, Kino said, smiling. It must be so amazing to have a good bond with someone so important. Yeah, and speaking of her importance, did either of you see her on your way here? Sokka asked, glancing over Kino's head. Seems a bit weird she would take so long. Well, I didn't, Aang answered, truthfully. Maybe Kino did. Nope, I didn't either, Kino said, shrugging. Sokka sighed. I hope the other sponsor isn't being a pain or something. It's weird that she hasn't arrived yet. Anyways, do you have any other questions? Why, heaps, sir. Kino exclaimed. Sokka grimaced. No need to call me sir, pal, he said. I'm just an ordinary guy like yourself, no fancy title to my name. You're the Blue Wolf, though. And the crown princess is Gladiator. Kino said, proudly, doesn't get fancier than that for a lot of people. Heh. I guess not, Sokka admitted, raising an eyebrow before shaking his head. Either way, you don't have to call me that. It's not necessary. Okay, then, Sokka. Kino repeated. Sokka frowned. Say, how exactly do you two know my name? Is that part of what you learned with your weird group of Gladiator fanboys? Why yeah. Said Aang, biting his lip. I mean, we don't know where the information comes from, so, might be someone in the capital is leaking information you don't want them to. Sounds like it, Sokka said, eyebrow twitching. Ugh, well, whatever your source, I guess it is better if you do call me Sokka. So, Sokka, how long will you be here? Aang asked, and not that I want to pry or anything. But, well, will you be staying for a few more days? Not likely, Sokka said, sucking in a deep breath. This whole trip and challenge was, well, I won't call it a complete waste of time, but Azula was as good as humoring my whim by agreeing to this fight. She had enough reasons not to do it, and yet she did, so, it's only fair that I don't make her stay here longer than necessary. Is there something going on at the capital? Something that needs her presence? Aang asked, curious. Sokka shrugged nonchalantly. Something like that. Not just in the capital, anyhow. Sokka said she's got a pretty big mission going on right now, reforming slavery laws and such. Or, well, as she puts it, writing them for the first time. It's a big deal, and it ought to help out a lot of guys like me, if you really want to know. We do, Aang said, eyes wide, though now with more impressed determination than innocent curiosity. Why, you're saying the princess is working to the betterment of the Fire Nation's humblest people? Yep. She's going to hold slaveholders accountable for their mistreatment of their slaves. She'll keep tabs on all markets, on all numbers of slaves bought and sold. It's a huge undertaking, and one I shouldn't have distracted her from just for this nonsense. Sokka sighed, shaking his head. Nonsense because the mist wasn't, well, the last waterbender of the south? Aang asked, biting his lip. Sokka nodded. Got that one right. That's the entire reason we came here. I wrongfully assumed she was the last waterbender, and then they actually tried to make me believe it. Sokka said, with a bark of disbelieving laughter. Utter nonsense. I shouldn't have fallen for it in the first place, but that'll teach me. You well. Said Kino, eyeing Aang nervously. The Avatar's face was the picture of chagrin, and suddenly it seemed Zuko's insistence that they kept Sokka's presence a secret from Katara would go to waste entirely. Either way, I don't know where my sponsor is, and it's starting to worry me, Sokka said, frowning, and glancing around again. I probably should go look for her. Wait. Aang exclaimed. Sokka sighed. Haven't I answered enough questions yet? Really? He asked, hands on his hips. Look, I get that this is a big deal to you, I'm your hero and whatnot, but I really shouldn't be wasting any more time here. I'm sorry that this feels like a waste, but... Aang said, desperate. He had to make Sokka stay, somehow. He had to figure out something, anything, to convince him to go home, even though he couldn't exactly tell him that, or could he? See, can I ask a couple more questions? Just 2 more. 2. Sokka said, leering at him skeptically. Fine. If it's just 2, maybe. But be quick about it. Right. Aang said, swallowing hard and nodding. So, okay. I guess one of the main things I want to know is, are you, well, happy? Not right now, I mean, I can see that you're not, and I get it, but, in general? Have you been treated well since, at least since the princess took you as her gladiator? Sokka frowned at the question, though he knew what the answer was immediately. That he would hesitate instead of giving it bluntly was strange, though. He had been happy, happier than ever in his life. Maybe it hadn't been a smooth ride all along, the low points through their journey together had been really low, after all, but the better moments, the bliss he'd felt by Azula's side, that leisurely, silly party right before the slave riot, he'd been content, satisfied with his lot in life, feeling as though he'd found true belonging somewhere. All his life, even if inadvertently, he had wanted approval, to be someone, to be loved and appreciated, to be considered an extraordinary warrior, and he'd achieved all that by her side. So why would he hold back from admitting it? Was it because the disappointment with the mist was still so fresh in his mind, and he felt unworthy of any happiness because of it? Or was it because these two, as goofy and innocent as they appeared, still gave him a bad feeling, to a fault? Be it as it may, there could be little harm in answering with the truth. Not the full truth, naturally, but he didn't mean to elaborate on just how happy Angela made him anyhow. I am, he said, despite his voice hardly reflected it. Like you said, right now I'm not in a good place, really. But I was very lucky that she found me again and wanted me to be her gladiator. Sounds like you're grateful, Kino said. Sokka smiled a little and nodded. Makes little sense, I suppose, he whispered, biting his lip, but if you'd lived in an amateur arena you'd understand. She saved me. Aang's eyes widened. Suddenly he wasn't all that sure Katara would be happy to hear any of what Sokka had to say, especially if he genuinely thought of the princess as a savior of some sort. Huh? Saved you from the amateur league, or? Kino asked, hoping to make him elaborate. Sokka shrugged. She's saved me from more than enough things, not just the amateur league, Sokka said. Most of all, she has saved me from myself more times than I can count. And more times than I should count, considering that kind of stuff is indeed quite personal and I probably shouldn't be talking about it with total strangers. So, that being said... Wait, Aang said. Sokka huffed. Wait, why? You said 2 questions, you asked one, he asked another. Well, that's Kino's question. My second question is, it's another one, he said, gritting his teeth. Kino pouted, not knowing what Aang might want to ask Sokka that they hadn't asked yet. If he had to go then he had to go, and they'd do best to leave him alone or else they might risk the princess's wrath. And speaking of which... Kino's eyes widened when a young woman appeared down the corridor. The golden hairpiece she wore matched her armor, and that, paired with the certainty of her stride, would have given away her identity quite quickly, even if Kino hadn't already seen her earlier that day. He glanced at Aang urgently, who blinked a few times before catching sight of the princess too, right over Sokka's shoulder. That is, I. Aang mumbled nervously. Sokka stared at him skeptically. Okay, the last question I want to ask is, okay, this will probably come off invasive too, but if you can answer me. Kyuzen. Kino growled, urging him to hurry. The princess was moving faster now, and he suspected they were already within her earshot. Okay. If you could send a message to your family, what would you like to say to them? The question was posed with no ill intent, but the only ones who could know that for sure were Aang and Kino. Sokka, though, was taken aback by the words immediately. His lips parted and he seemed utterly stunned, as though Aang's words had dealt him a worse wound than any the mist could have given him earlier today. But no one was quite as outraged by the question as the newest arrival. Did you just ask my gladiator if? Angela asked, leveling them with an angry glare. Kino and Aang immediately flinched, backing down nervously as Angela stepped between them and Sokka. Who the hell are you two, asking those sorts of questions to people you don't even know? Angela. Sokka said, his voice weak, though he was visibly relieved. Hell, where were you? I'll explain later, Angela said, grimacing apologetically. Sorry I didn't come by fast enough to, well, stop whatever this nonsense is, truly. You should be ashamed of yourselves. We are. Totally. Kyuzen here, he's a dumbass. Kino exclaimed, bowing down to Angela. Please forgive us. Ugh. Angela scowled, eyeing the man with distaste. At the lack of an acceptance of his apology, Kino dropped to his knees, even prostrating himself before Angela completely. We are sorry. Very sorry. For crying out loud, get up already. Angela snapped, prompting Kino to jump to his feet. I don't need you crawling and apologizing, I need you to stop pestering my gladiator this instant. So, if you're so hell-bent on manifesting your remorse, the best way to prove you're sorry is by leaving him alone. Right. So we shall. Kino declared, grabbing Aang's shoulder. See, come on, Kyuzen. He said, looking at Sokka remorsefully. Okay. I'm sorry, that was out of place. I'm sorry, truly. I hope things only get better for you from now on, though. Good luck with your future as a gladiator, and everything else you might be up to. It was an honor to meet you. He was the one to bow to Sokka now, far more respectful now than all through their conversation. Sokka had remained silent while Azula lashed out at the shorter man, but suddenly his unease about the tall one receded, to some degree. He seemed more honest, if just briefly. Some part of Sokka wanted to answer the question, despite Azula's best efforts to make them leave him alone. Perhaps he didn't want to answer it for this Kyuzen guy, even if he suddenly seemed more respectable than before, but maybe he wanted to answer it for himself. Maybe he needed to, for he had never been as close to returning to his family as he had been today. Wait. He whispered, just before Aang turned around. Azula frowned, glancing at Sokka in confusion. Sokka, she said, and to both Kino and Aang's surprise, the gladiator placed a reassuring hand on his sponsor's shoulder. That Azula wouldn't flinch, let alone shrug off his hand as though it were utterly unacceptable for him to touch her, even if just her armor, was even more inexplicable for the Avatar and his companion. I think I want to answer him, actually, Sokka said. Azula's eyes widened. You, really? She said, but... Sokka, you don't have to do this. I know. But, somehow, I want to, he sighed, glancing at Aang again. Well, Kyuzen. I doubt this will be much use for your weird trivia group or whatever it is, but here goes. Oh. Okay, said Aang, swallowing hard and nodding. If I could speak with them again, if I could see them. Sokka said, his voice trembling as the idea took form in his mind, his sister, his father, his grandmother, if there was a chance, any chance he might be able to pass on a message to them, what would be the best thing to say? I'd say I'm sorry. Azula stared at him, his hand still on her shoulder. He really had no reason to answer those two fools, whoever they might be, let alone to bare himself, his deepest vulnerabilities, to people he'd likely never see again. And yet he was doing exactly that. I'm sorry because I messed up, all those years ago, Sokka said, closing his eyes. I was a boy, playing at being a man, and I disappointed them. I made the wrong decisions, for glory, for stupid reasons that had no bearing on reality. I was a fool, and I didn't realize it until it was too late. I'd like to think I learned my lesson, but I don't think I'm the man they hoped I could be just yet. Sokka. Azula whispered, his name a breathless sigh in her lips. Sokka's fingers tightened on her armor. So. I miss them. I love them. And I hope one day I will become someone they can be proud of. Until then. I have a lot more to learn, and grow, before we meet again, he said, finally opening his eyes again. So yeah. That's the message I'd send them, if I had the chance. Good enough for you? Why yeah, I mean, of course it would be, Aang said, eyes wide. I'm so sorry. You got your answer. You'd best be on your way now, Azula said, glaring at him, though not as harshly as before. It seemed Sokka's answer had affected her, too. Aang nodded and bowed his head towards them again. Yeah. I'll go now. He said, at first grief-stricken, both by Sokka's words and the princess's insistence that he ought to leave. And yet his eyes glowed with determination within moments. He couldn't let this end this way. Screw Zuko and his caution, screw every reason why he wasn't allowed to help Katara find her brother again right now. Sokka was in agony. He had thought he'd see his sister today, only to find the mist wasn't who she had been pretending to be. But his sister was in this island anyhow. And even if the consequences might be dire, even if their priorities ought to be different, Aang couldn't hold back his impulses to follow fit with Zuko's wishes anymore. He gritted his teeth and ran out through the nearest archway exit, dashing faster than anyone Sokka or Azula had seen so far. A light gust of wind brushed against them in his wake. Well, that's... nice meeting you both. I wish you the best. Heh. Okay, bye. Kino said, awkwardly moving towards the door before bolting after Aang. Azula and Sokka were left to watch the two men with uncertainty until they faded from view. By the time they were gone, Angela sighed, and turned to Sokka, reaching up to clasp his hand in hers. "I know there's no point in asking if you're okay, but," she said, before shaking her head, "why did you answer him? You owed him nothing." I know. I guess I kind of wanted to answer for myself, if nothing else," said Sokka, sighing. "Who were they, anyhow?" Angela asked, frowning. Sokka smiled a little. "They said their names were, Kyuzan and Kino. He said, they might give Yang a run for his money in the weirdest Blue Wolf fan contest, if you want to know." "And that's saying something," Angela huffed, grimacing. "Well, at least I found you before they could do anything worse, though I should have found you sooner anyhow. Might have spared you, well, that." "Yeah, and why didn't you?" Sokka asked, frowning. "Was the other sponsor giving you trouble?" "I wanted to go look for you, but those two kept me distracted. And no, I left the box quickly enough," Angela said. Sokka raised his eyebrows. "Can't have a gladiator making fun of me for spending too long in one, now, can I?" "You shouldn't, definitely." Sokka smiled a little. "Then, where's the money? You were bothered about having to carry that much on you, so." "Heh." That Angela said, grimacing. He wasn't always that perceptive when it came to their winnings, often ignoring them unless he was running out of cash, but she had made enough of a fuss about them back when they had been on the barge, before making their way to the Southern Coliseum. "Well, you see, I ran into someone. Oh, curses, I'm so sorry." "Sorry?" Sokka repeated, with an awkward grin. "Whoa, Angela. Talk about being ominous." "It's just not fair," Angela said, rubbing her brow with her index finger and thumb. "You came here hoping to find your sister and, well, the mist wasn't her, so." "Yeah, but it's all over now, I guess." Sokka sighed. "No need to worry about that anymore. Moreover, what does that have to do with why you were late?" "Sokka," Angela said, breathing deeply as she readied herself to drop this figurative bomb on her gladiator. Footsteps. Rushing footsteps, resounding loudly through the corridors. Heavy breaths accompanied them, too. Both Angela and Sokka pushed aside their conversation momentarily at the sound of someone making their way towards them in such a hurry. Sokka's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets with how wide they were, his jaw dropping when a frazzled Zuko stopped next to them, breathing heavily, carrying a pair of bags under one of his arms. "Angela. Sorry to barge in, good work today, Sokka," Zuko said, with an awkward grin. "Nice seeing you." Whoa, what?" Sokka blurted out, staring at Zuko as though he had come back from the dead. Angela grimaced, though she answered Zuko's words with raised eyebrows. "Did you need something?" she said, softly. Sokka yelped, staring at her in disbelief. "Angela, it's Zuko," he squeaked, to no avail. She only nodded. "Yep. I can see that," she said, breathing deeply, "and I assume he wants something, so." Okay, just, did you two happen to see two men, Zuko said, glancing about himself with uncertainty. "One's taller than the other? He's wearing a headband, they're both in kind of old clothes, I guess. And they like asking inane, insidious questions that they have no right to ask." Angela blurted out, the venom in her voice characteristic to whenever she was in a bad mood. Zuko's eyes widened. "Oh, shit. Why, you guys, they bothered you?" "Oh, I'm going to kill them," Zuko said, slapping his forehead with the palm of his free hand. "Where did they go?" "That way," both Angela and Sokka answered, pointing at the street. Zuko gritted his teeth and nodded. "Great. Thanks," he said, shaking his head before waving at them. "See you guys, someday, I guess." "Wait, what?" Sokka exclaimed, but by then Zuko had dashed away, surprising them by even boosting his jogging with his bending, leaving small plums of fire in his wake as he sped up as much as he could. This time around, Angela and Sokka were left staring after Zuko, confusion plain across their faces. "So, those two were Zuko's friends, it seems," Angela said, finally, shaking her head. "No wonder he didn't want me to know about them." "Zuko," Sokka said, blinking blankly and looking at Angela meaningfully. "Why you ran into Zuko?" That's why you were feeling so bad about. Well, you're the one who came here hoping to find your sister, it's not fair that I'm the one who found my brother. Angela said, before sighing, though I guess he needed it, some would. Things don't seem to be going so well for him, and I mean, considering the kind of inconsiderate friends he has, I'm hardly shocked. Angela. Sokka said, and he clasped both her shoulders with his hands. Angela grimaced warily under his stare. Please, start from scratch, will you? Okay, okay. She said, sighing, and taking his hands in hers. On our way to the sanatorium, then, if you would. Sokka nodded, and together they walked to the small building, though his face remained a mask of confusion. The princess was nervous, uneasy, surely feeling like a hypocrite of sorts, for she had been able to find a brother she hadn't even been looking for, when Sokka hadn't had remotely the same luck, but Sokka was far too confused and curious about Zuko's sudden, unexpected appearance, to think about the world's unfairness right now. Perhaps later, once he had fully processed the story, he'd go right back to sulking, but for now, he genuinely wanted to know what on earth had brought the exiled prince to the Southern Colosseum just on the day of Sokka's scheduled fight against the Mist. Aang ran desperately, knowing he was reckless for propelling himself to go faster by using his airbending. If Zuko had seen him do it, Aang knew he'd never hear the end of it. But how to help himself? How, when Sokka had spoken as he had, confessing to wanting to reunite with his sister, he had even tried to do as much. The princess had agreed on this trip so he could meet her in the fighting pit. If that was the case, how could this be a bad idea? How could it be terrible for Aang to run to Katara's restaurant so he could help her meet her brother for the first time in half a decade? He lost his way several times, however, the rows of houses were too similar, the roads confusing. He could have made better time if only he were more familiar with Whaletail Island's new layout, but as it was, he backtracked at least thrice until he finally identified the restaurant he had been looking for. He whimpered in relief, slowing down clumsily by the front of the store. Oh, if only he could have just used his air scooter instead, he would have arrived sooner. K-Cat. He started, hoping to call for her as he crossed the threshold in the restaurant, but common sense held him back, for a moment. Was it right to use Katara's name? Shouldn't they have a pseudonym for her as well? You want a table? Asked one of the waiters, a man who looked utterly uninterested in serving Aang despite his offer. Aang swallowed hard. I came earlier today, with the girl who's doing the dishes. He asked, is she free, or? She went home like half an hour ago, dude, said the man, eyeing him up and down. Her shift's been over for a while. Not looking to replace her, are you? We already have a. Oh, crap. Thanks. The man couldn't finish his sentence before Aang returned to the street through the doorway's curtain, grimacing as he tried to recall the right path to the southern port. Aang. Aang. The Avatar turned warily to find Kino had caught up with him at last. If Aang hadn't gotten lost so many times on his way to find Katara's workplace, chances were he could have avoided being caught by Kino altogether. The non-bender breathed heavily when he reached his friend. They were underfed, and had very little energies on any given day, so Kino's stamina was worse than it ever had been. Even so, the urgency of the situation had brought him to catch up to Aang. I'll be damned. Why you can't do this, he gasped, once he had caught his breath enough. Aang gritted his teeth. Katara's going to kill her. She's going to lose her mind and she's going to. Katara isn't like that. Remember what she did to me when I found out about you? Kino exclaimed. Aang froze. Oh, yeah, I forgave her, but do you really think I forgot about it? I didn't. And she had way less reason to hate me then than she does with the princess. Seriously, Aang. It's not right, Kino, Aang said, shaking his head. Sokka, he wants to see her, every bit as much as Katara wants to see him. And I know it's dangerous, but I can't just sit by and let this go without helping them however I can. Aang. Kino said, and the airbender shook his head before placing a hand on his shoulder. It's Kuzan, he said, bitterly, before taking off again, another gust of wind in his wake. Aang. Kino yelled, turning to look at his friend in disbelief. Oh, screw you, you stupidly talented bender. I can't keep up, too tired, too hungry, I'm just gonna drop dead, right on this sidewalk and... Kino. Kino had been about to let himself fall on the ground, but hearing Zuko's voice behind him gave him pause. He grimaced, feeling quite a powerful urge to cry of desperation. "Why, this isn't fair. This really isn't fair," he said, turning to look at Zuko, whose eyes gleamed as he stared at him. "I just wanted to go fishing, damn it." "What?" Zuko asked, breathlessly as he finally caught up to Kino. "I wanted to go fishing, and I wanted to be someone. And then I'm suddenly caught up in this ridiculous mess and everyone's going to stop being friends because this sucks. Aang's gonna break his word and do whatever he wants, and then Katara's gonna kill us both because we didn't want her meeting Sokka, and then Sokka's gonna be pissed if Katara and your sister kill each other, and..." "Whoa. Kino!" Zuko exclaimed, placing his free hand on Kino's shoulder. Kino sobbed now, shaking his head. "We were just here for food." He whined. "Food, and now this? I can't take it, Zuko, I'm not strong enough. We can have food. Now we can," Zuko said, lifting the bags he'd been holding since the Southern Colosseum. Kino frowned. "Why, you said what now?" I know I'll come off as the worst scumbag because I went to talk to my sister when I didn't want Katara seeing Sokka," Zuko sighed, "but she gave me their winnings. All of them, and then some. We have money, Kino. We won't have to work, we can use this to buy everything we need and..." "Why, you didn't need to go to the bathroom?" Kino asked, with a sad smile. Zuko grimaced. "And no, I didn't," he said. "I lied because I knew Aang would be angry. But see, now I think. If Katara knew how Azula helped us, she wouldn't be all that ready to attack her, or steal Sokka away, or... Why, you're kind of underestimating Katara a bit, if you ask me," Kino said, eyes wide. Zuko breathed out. "If we catch up with her before Aang tells her. Not gonna happen unless he gets lost again, but sure. We can explain things better," Zuko finished, "and avoid the worst possible outcome. I mean, Aang's already going to talk, right? Might as well try to minimize whatever damage Katara's going to try to do to my sister." "Very noble, but I don't know if that's going to be possible," Kino said, grimacing. Zuko huffed. "At least we'd better try," he growled, grabbing Kino by the back of the neck and pushing him towards the street they'd taken earlier that morning to reach the restaurant. "Come on. Ugh, I'm going to need a week of rest after all this running around," Kino moaned, as Zuko started sprinting, leaving him behind quickly. He whimpered and shook his head, picking up the pace in hopes to keep up with the exiled prince. The southern port was just as active in the afternoon hours as it had been earlier in the morning, therefore, not very active at all. Katara had returned to their small ship to find it safe and sound, nothing out of place, unsurprisingly, of course. They hadn't brought anything remotely valuable enough to warrant being stolen in the first place. She had climbed aboard again, tucked away the few coins she had been paid with at the restaurant, and she sighed, remembering her foolish conversation with Aang the previous day. His nervousness had been endearing, there was no denying that. She smiled at the memory, wondering if it'd be a good idea to pretend nothing had happened. If she went right back to acting as she normally did, Aang would likely feel better about himself in no time, and he wouldn't know she had overheard him telling Kino and Zuko that he actually wanted to be with her. She had never been quite as giddy while washing dishes as she had been today. The restaurant's staff was hardly polite, but where she would have been irritated about it in different circumstances, Aang's words kept playing over and over inside her head. Of course I'd want kids with her. I'd want everything with her. She had never been in a relationship before, let alone had she fancied anyone until she met Aang. Some men in the tribe were good-looking, she supposed, but none of them had appealed to her the way Aang did. That he would feel the same way about her, though, it was terrifying in some ways, for she'd never done this before, and she doubted Aang had any more experience than she did. Would they do it right? Could they have a relationship successfully? For starters, could they ever even consider acting on their feelings? She had never really thought about confessing to him, but perhaps she needed to start from the beginning, right? They were friends as it was, so if they were both interested in each other this way, why not take the next step? We just need to talk about it. Talk about it properly. Like grown ups. We're both adults, no need to tiptoe around these subjects as if we were silly kids, Katara said, breathing deeply and nodding. Right. That's what I'm going to do. I'll just get him alone, next chance I have and era. Katara. And I guess that's now. She said, raising her eyebrows and turning towards where she heard Aang's voice. Her heart sped up already, in anticipation. And yet the giddy feeling inside her turned to dread when she saw the expression on Aang's face, along with the fact that he was speeding himself up with airbending. Something was wrong. Aang. She called him, as he rushed down the port on his way to their pier. What are you doing here? Did someone get hurt? No one's. And not seriously, at least, I suppose. Oh, monkey feathers, what am I even saying? Aang exclaimed, upon reaching her. His face seemed drenched in sweat, even with the headband he was wearing. Okay, if this is about our situation yesterday. Katara started, uneasy, but Aang shook his head. And no, Katara, that's not. He said, swallowing hard. We can talk about that later. But right now I need to tell you something, and I should have run back to tell you as soon as I found out. I'm sorry, but I hope this is enough. What's going on, Aang? Katara said, her voice deeper now, her unease increasing with every word he spoke. Aang breathed deeply again, closing his eyes before staring at her meaningfully. Sokka is in this island. For a moment, Katara said nothing. Aang could see the questions in her eyes, but Katara's shock had silenced her as she stared at him, indignant, confused and desperate. And then she snapped. What? What did you just? Sokka is. She repeated. Aang nodded. You're serious? Aang. We went to watch his fight, he said. Katara's outrage only increased at that. You did what? What the hell, Aang? You should have broken him out or something. Look, I don't know. I don't know anything, okay. Aang said, gritting his teeth. We surely didn't do the right thing all along, and we should have told you, we should have, but did you just find out about this today? Katara asked, her eyes bulging dangerously now. You guys were just wandering around and heard people saying he was here, or? I don't know how Kino and Zuko found out, really. I only found out when we got to the port. They wouldn't give us a job and then they mentioned the princess was here and oh, no bloody wonder that bastard wouldn't want me to know. So much for, I don't get along with my sister. He was trying to protect her from me. By keeping me from my brother. Katara exclaimed, her rage increasing steadily. He wanted us to stay focused on our task here, because he said we had to get the food. Aang said, gritting his teeth. But I had to tell you. I talked with Sokka after the fight, directly, Katara, and you saw him? You talked to? Katara said, her fury diminishing at that confession. Aang. What did he look like? Is he alright, or? He wants to see you again, Aang said, swallowing hard. His words stunned Katara. Outright I asked if he was happy and he said, well, he generally was, but his fight here? It was against some girl who was pretending to be the last waterbender of the South. He thought it was you, he wanted to see you again and… Oh, hell. Oh, Aang. Katara said, a hand reaching up to cover her mouth. I have to find him. Why you have to take me to him? Yes, Aang said, promptly. Katara would have smiled, if her shock hadn't been so strong. Still, that's why I'm here. Because, they'll probably leave today, I don't know, he said. The princess has stuff to do in the capital, so I thought it was now or never. And it's now. It's absolutely now. Katara determined, pushing past him and climbing off the ship and onto the dock again. Aang sighed in relief, having feared Katara would sooner fixate on their mistakes rather than on doing what she had to do. Sokka wouldn't be in Whaletail Island for much longer, and there was no time to waste. At this point he was likely returning to the royal barge, if he wasn't there already. They were almost out of the bay when they came across another running pair, a pair they knew all too well. Katara! Zuko exclaimed, Had the waterbender been any less emotionally compromised, perhaps she would have noticed Zuko didn't sound half as hostile as expected. "You bastard!" Katara roared, though, disregarding all nuances in Zuko's expression. Before he knew it, Katara had unleashed the contents of her waterskin, splashed him with them only to freeze him where he stood. He yelled in pain, and Kino gasped as he saw the one-sided struggle at a distance. He was still too far away, and too exhausted, to help Zuko in any way that mattered. "Katara!" Kino yelled breathlessly, but to his chagrin, the waterbender only kept running, bumping hard into him as she made her way through the streets and into the island's street network. Aang grimaced as he watched Katara running off, and he thought Zuko as best as he could. Even so, some ice crystals remained on the firebender's body, and the temperature shock was keeping him in place, eyes wide in horror as he breathed with difficulty. "Sorry. But Aang said, apologetic, "I'm sorry, but I have to go." "Why, you two are just, shit," Zuko groaned, dropping on the ground as his body failed him. Zuko's expletive hadn't likely been intentional, though Aang guessed it seemed to round up his sentence fairly well anyhow. This new conflict between Katara and Zuko promised to be much worse than all their previous problems, but it'd be worse yet if Katara couldn't reach her brother on time. He had to do his best to help her find Sokka, whatever the cost. "Aang! Help him! Aang!" Kino yelled, as Aang took off again, running past him, though at least without crashing against him the way Katara had. "I'm sorry," he said again. "You can help him, I have to catch up to her before, you know." Kino's eyebrow twitched and he shook his head before running to pick up Zuko. The exiled prince was trembling and breathing heavily, eyes closed. "Well, if our friendships survive this debacle, it'll be a damn miracle, huh?" Kino said, helping prop up Zuko onto his lap. "I think I've never been this mad at so many people for so many different reasons." "Why yeah? Get in line," Zuko growled. Kino pouted. "I didn't do anything wrong to you, though. I obeyed you. Or at least I mostly did. You went off to talk nonsense with Sokka, pissed off Azula, dumbass." Zuko huffed. Kino gasped. "You went off to talk with your pissed-off sister before she was pissed off anyways. So we're even," he declared, as Zuko struggled to push himself up to a sitting position. "We've got to catch up to them," Zuko said. Kino huffed. "I'm exhausted, you're hurt, one of them has airbending to enhance his running and the other one's the better rested of us all since she hasn't run across an entire city the way we did. I'm sorry, Zuko, but we're never catching up to them even if we take off now. All we can hope for is that no one will be dead by the time we reach them." Zuko eyed Kino in disbelief. Azula wouldn't possibly want to go that far, but if Katara was violent, if she tried to attack them, her guards would try to take her down and... "Okay. Let's try and get a move on before that happens, then," Zuko groaned, pushing himself up to his feet. "Let's go." Kino groaned and shook his head. So much for a simple, easy quest for food, and now it seemed the tiny world he'd been so comfortable in, the South Pole haven he had grown so fond of, had been thrown into chaos entirely merely over a visit to Whaletail Island. Sokka sighed, resting against the barge's railing as he stared at Whaletail Island wistfully. Of all outcomes he could have expected, Zuko showing up instead of Katara seemed the least likely one, and yet that was exactly what had happened. He hadn't begrudged Azula for it, despite she seemed to be kicking herself over it all the same. She had begun explaining the conversation she'd held with Zuko while in the sanatorium, but as his only wounds were those inflicted by the mist's ice nails, he had been free to go rather quickly. Azula had finished the story on their way to the ship, and by now he was alone on deck while the princess made sure they were ready to take off. Azula had given orders since the previous day for the barge to be fully stocked for their return trip once they came back from the southern Colosseum. The ship would soon sail away from the south, taking Sokka far from his family once again, though truthfully, after the encounter with the mist, he couldn't quite say he felt close to them at all, even if he knew he was, geographically, closer than ever. The emptiness in his chest was all too familiar. It was the same blend of despair that he had grown acquainted with through all his lowest points over the past 5 years. He guessed it had begun earlier yet, when his father told him of Roan's fate, when he had refused to let Sokka come to war with him, or even earlier than that, when his mother had been killed, perhaps. He sighed, trying not to let his thoughts traverse such dark territories in his mind anymore. He had to brighten up, else Angela would beat herself up over this mess of a trip forever, and he did want Angela to be as happy and calm as possible. That wouldn't happen if he kept moping around, would it? He heard her footsteps behind him suddenly, and he tried to school his expression into an easy grin, though what came out was an awkward grimace. He sighed again and shook his head, guessing it was better to be forthright with her for now, rather than putting up pretenses. She'd see through him in a heartbeat anyhow. "We're about to start moving," Angela said, her voice gentler than usual. "I figured I'd check on you one more time. Do you really want to go back to the Fire Nation, or would you rather we set course for the South Pole? Because honestly, we're already here, and I can just say the word and." He chuckled and turned, smiling more earnestly than he had moments ago. Angela searched his face with her eyes, uneasy, even if the warmth in his grin seemed to promise he was already healing from what had happened today. "Say the word, huh?" he whispered, stepping towards her and raising a hand as to touch her hair, but perhaps not right now. There were many sailors on nearby ships, not to mention a few guards on deck. Whatever intimate gestures he wanted to make he'd have to save for later, even if it was evident Angela would welcome them gladly. "Well, then. I say we should go back home, Angela." "Back?" she whispered. Sokka nodded. "To the Fire Nation," he finished. She gritted her teeth first, but sighed before long. His hand fell on her shoulder again, and once more she squeezed it gently with her own. "All right, then," she said. "I'll let them know to stick to the established course." "As you wish." "I'll be fine, Angela," Sokka shrugged. She gazed up at him, compassion gleaming in her eyes. He sighed. "Though it is hard to be fine if you go around looking at me like that. Stop making me want to." "I get it. Fine. I'll stop," Angela interrupted him, prompting him to smile as her cheeks flushed, "though, well, you can do whatever you want later, as usual." "As usual? Are you acknowledging I get my way when we're in, private?" he said, his grin widening. Angela laughed and shrugged. "Might as well let you have that tiny victory over me, just for now," she said, smiling too. I guess I'll see you tonight, then." "Yeah. I won't keep you waiting," Sokka said, winking even if she knew he spoke half-heartedly. Angela smiled and nodded, turning around just as the ship began moving slowly. Sokka watched Angela walk, ever mesmerized by her figure even if he was still miserable enough about today's outcome, but he'd put it all out of his mind. Yes, he would. Maybe he hadn't found his sister again, but he still had Angela, and that counted for everything. One day, for sure, he'd come back and... "Sokka!" He frowned, leering at Angela with confusion. "Angela!" he said, stopping her on her tracks right as she was about to enter the barge's tower. "Did you just call me?" "Me?" Angela said, glancing over her shoulder at him. "I didn't, but..." "Sokka!" The voice was coming from the port. Sokka frowned in further confusion. That wasn't an unknown voice, not really. He turned, glancing over the railing of the barge. The stern wasn't as decorated as the prow, yet it was difficult to see what was going on in the bay because of all those fancy gold ornaments attached to the back of the ship. The voice calling for Sokka was urgent, female, and if Angela was to be asked, it sounded somewhat angry. Had today been a normal day, she would have assumed it was yet another wild fan, someone like Hina, perhaps, but after bumping into her brother by sheer coincidence, Angela wasn't ready to dismiss this as some irrelevant happenstance. And neither was Sokka, who kept an eye on the docks, waiting to glimpse whoever seemed to be calling his name, hoping to do so before the barge was too far away for him to identify whoever it might be. By the time the ship was past the end of the pier, she finally came into view. Sokka's eyes widened, his mouth falling open instantly as he saw and heard the lean, dark-skinned woman screaming. "Sokka! Shit, Angela!" Sokka exclaimed, his entire body tingling, hair rising over his skin. "Angela! What the?" the princess said, Sokka's reaction utterly confusing and worrisome. He turned to look at her, the despair in his eyes matching the female voice calling for him. "It's Katara," he said, glancing at Angela in horror. He didn't need to say it twice. The princess gritted her teeth, her hands tightening into fists before running inside the ship, at haste. Sokka let her go, not knowing what she'd run off that way for, but he couldn't be rational right now. He could see Katara running over the dock, near stumbling over the wooden planks as she carried on calling for him. Sokka! Come back, Sokka! She exclaimed, though the ship continued to sail into the open waters, slowly and surely. Katara! He roared back, and it seemed to him that only then had his sister realized he was, indeed, on deck and staring right back at her. Eye contact at such a distance would be expected to be inconsequential, meaningless, for they couldn't quite see each other in detail, and yet it was the first time they had seen each other in 5 years. The first contact they'd had, directly, in longer than they had ever been apart before. Years of fearing the worst for each other, of hoping desperately that one day they might meet again. Katara! Sokka said, unable to keep from smiling even if the barge was flowing further away. For she was alive, she was all right. She was, why was she even here? What on earth was his sister doing in Whaletail Island? Sokka! Sokka, please! Katara yelled with all her might. Sokka could just jump into the water from where he was, couldn't he? And then the ship would go away, and the princess wouldn't notice he was gone until it was too late. But it seemed the idea wasn't crossing his mind at all. He ran to the back of the ship, clenching the railing desperately as he watched his sister shrink in the distance. No, no, please, no! Katara cried out, watching as the barge carried on forward. Well, then, she'd bend her way up there. She'd freeze the water, she'd run over the ice, she'd make her way to him somehow, no matter how hard it might be, but... She was about to take action when the ship suddenly, unexpectedly, halted. Sokka should have guessed it would do that, but his logical thinking had gone amiss entirely for now. He glanced about himself in confusion, not knowing why the barge would slow down when it should be speeding up instead, and then it began moving in the opposite direction. Back into the port. Back to Katara. A wild grin spread over his face, the widest he'd sported on it since the party song had thrown for him. Azula had commanded this. Oh, he knew she had. Of course she had. They stopped. Katara said, unable to give her eyes any credit when her brother's smile became apparent. They. "K Katara?" Aang asked, finally catching up to her, exhausted as he was. What's? They stopped, Aang. They. She exclaimed, reaching out to grab his hand nervously, her entire body trembling. She nearly shrieked in disbelief when she noticed the ship was moving back into the port. It was, and she had no idea why it'd do that, but it was. She wouldn't have to bend her way to Sokka, it seemed, for he was coming back, somehow, for whatever reason, and she wasn't about to let this chance go to waste. Sokka gritted his teeth, wondering briefly if he ought to just jump off the tall barge and onto the dock. His knees would suffer for it, possibly, but he'd taken worse jumps before. And spirits, he was desperate enough to do just that, right this moment. He had been about to climb over the railing when a troop of sailors showed up in a hurry, carrying the barge's ramp, so he could climb off the ship safely. The sight of them only brought him to laugh in disbelief, his hands going up to his hair as he stared at them in grateful wonder. And of course, the one who had orchestrated everything stood by the tower's threshold now, offering him a gentle smile, even if she didn't seem as confident and proud as she often was. He laughed, tears gleaming in his eyes, and he couldn't help but thank his princess soundlessly, his voice failing as he looked at her from a distance. Aang. Katara whimpered, her hand clutching his clothes desperately, as though she might lose her footing if she didn't hold on to something. Tears were streaming down her face as the barge came to a halt anew, right in front of them. The sailors had barely settled the ramp in place when Sokka ran past them, damn near stumbling his way down. His feet were too big, his entire body too clumsy, and all he could do with his surge of happiness was laugh in disbelief, for there she was, staring at him with tearful eyes on that pier. "Sokka, oh spirits, Sokka!" Katara exclaimed, making her way towards him just as clumsily as he did, her strength failing her when Sokka finally reached the bottom of the ramp. His boots didn't offer him proper traction just then and there, so he almost fell over when he stepped onto the dock, and yet he didn't care. He didn't care if he had to crawl or stumble to reach his sister in a heap of wild, outpouring emotions, because there she was, for the first time in so long, in far longer than it should have been, his sister stood before him, and there was one thing he absolutely had to do right now. She sobbed when his arms went around her body, squeezing her so tight that she was more breathless for it than she had been after running so desperately. Her own arms went around his shoulders, the tears now rushing out as a waterfall, it seemed. Her legs were unresponsive, her heart drumming wildly, not knowing how else to react to the otherworldly joy she felt upon the reunion that had nearly not happened. "It's you, it's really you, Katara." Sokka laughed into her ear, and the familiar sound of his voice was all the sweeter still. She sobbed, clutching at his clothes desperately, as though to never let go of her brother again. "Sokka! I can't believe. Sokka!" She managed to blurt out amidst the tears she was dropping on his shirt. Aang stood at a distance, smiling gently. Perhaps it had been a messed up day in many regards, perhaps he had said the wrong thing to Katara yesterday and making up for it would require far more efforts than just this. But he had never seen her as happy as she was right now, and that alone was worth every hardship they'd endured today, as far as Aang could tell. Azula stepped forward, near the ramp, watching the reunited siblings with apprehension at first, but before long she grinned as well. Sokka's large frame towered over his sister considerably, and that only made the scene more moving. Azula had told him for so long that she could bring him home, that he could meet his family again. He had refused, surely out of fear of their rejection, paired with consideration towards Azula herself. She had so much to do, so many projects to deal with, and she shouldn't have devoted her time to a side venture. But reuniting the love of her life with his family only brought Azula relief, and an unexpected sense of satisfaction, a sense of satisfaction she was quite familiar with. She ever associated it with Goldfire, of course, making Sokka happy, the happiest she could make him, always promised to give birth to that unique sensation within her chest. Still, unlike Sokka, who was too caught up in his reunion, Azula noticed Katara hadn't reached the dock alone. A man stood nearby, staring at the embracing siblings, a tall man with a headband over his forehead. Her confusion increased, despite his presence seemed to explain a few things, too, the invasive questions, the eagerness to know what Sokka might want to tell his family if he had a chance. It wasn't gratuitous, as she had thought at first. He was with Katara, in whatever capacity. He had brought her to Sokka, just in time before the two siblings were separated by miles and miles of ocean once again. If just for that, she wouldn't begrudge him much, despite having disliked him so strongly right away. The man with the headband glanced up at her just then, coincidentally, and tensed up to find Azula's gaze on him, but when she nodded in his direction he smiled brightly, waving shyly at her. The tall man with the headband, where was his friend, though? Azula frowned, glancing down the dock in curiosity. Had he come alone? Or was he somewhere? Just then, she remembered who had been asking about those two. Her eyes widened upon the realization, and that was when the last two members that comprised the strange group came into view, the shorter man with the curly hair, and none other than her brother, both looking exhausted as their chests heaved, but they seemed relieved, at least, upon seeing Katara was only hugging Sokka. Azula smiled in disbelief, damn near glaring at her brother now. No wonder he hadn't wanted her to know who he was with. She had no idea how Zuko had ended up in such strange company, but he certainly owed her a lot more explanations than he'd been prepared to give her earlier. Eventually Zuko raised his eyes to the barge, and he grimaced but waved sadly at his sister. Azula shook her head, in a gesture that she hoped he'd understand from afar. Zuko sighed and hung his head, in defeat, but Azula smiled anyhow. If nothing else, her brother ought to take pride in having surprised her in just about every way she could be surprised today. It didn't seem likely that Sokka and Katara would let each other go for hours, and no one was prepared for that to change, yet Sokka pulled away slightly, taking his sister's face in his hands to look at her properly. Soft laughter couldn't seem to stop pouring out of him, and the sight of his blissful grin finally brought Katara to smile as well. I can't believe it's really you," Sokka blurted out, not bothering to mask the happy tears scrolling down his cheeks. Katara nodded. "I can't either. I wanted to find you. I wanted to save you, she said, her voice choked up even now. Sokka's warm smile didn't make it hurt any less when he shook his head and hugged her anew. "You didn't have to save me, not anymore," he whispered. Her eyes widened. So he had needed it, at some point? Had he wanted someone to help him escape the princess, or was it whatever had happened before that? But he no longer wanted to be saved, or so he had said. Had Zuko and Suki been right to say he had found a place at the princess's side? Her fingers dug into his clothes, not knowing what to make of this. Despite all her hatred, despite having prepared for this for ages, Katara wasn't sure she'd have the courage to fight the princess for Sokka's freedom, something she had assumed she would have to do one day. At least, she couldn't bring herself to do it right now, when her emotions were getting the better of her as they were. Anymore? What's that supposed to mean? She whispered anyhow, despite herself. She dreaded she wouldn't want to hear the answer to her question, but she spoke it all the same. Sokka chuckled and pulled away again, holding her at arm's length. Katara's teary eyes were profoundly confused, and he couldn't blame her in the least. Of all he had prepared himself for, he had always known that, whenever he met Katara again, he'd owe her thousands of explanations. You know, it's a long story. A lot of long stories, he said, smiling nervously, but if you want to hear them. Of course Sokka, I haven't seen you for 5 years, all I've heard sounds so surreal that I need to know if any of the nonsense I've been told is true, or I don't know, I'll lose my mind, at this rate. Sokka chuckled and caressed the top of her head, though her words gave him pause. All you were told? By the people here in Whaletail Island, or? Only then did he glance over his sister's head, to see the tall man with the headband. Kyuzan. And not far behind him, Kino, and Zuko. Oh, hell, you were friends with those two. Sokka said, with a disbelieving laugh, and Zuko. Well, I'm mad at most of them right now, so I wouldn't say we're friends at the moment. Katara said, struggling to wipe her eyes dry. Sokka eyed Zuko with a disbelieving smirk. The exiled prince, weary and defeated, merely raised his arms to show he surrendered entirely, now in Sokka's direction. Sokka laughed louder now and shook his head, squeezing his sister against his chest one more time. Okay, I think we owe each other a lot of explanations. And that's a lot, Sokka said, chuckling, so, give me a second, okay? A second? What for? Katara asked, nervous. Her voice was still fragile and choked up, tearful as she was. I'll check if I can settle things so we can spend, well, at least one more night here. She won't mind, I think, Sokka said, glancing over at Azula. Katara froze where she stood. It was the first time she'd seen the princess. The urge to lash out at her, to take her down for everything wrong she'd done against her pole and family, ought to have taken over her immediately, if it weren't for the fact that Sokka had let go of Katara, and rushed up the ramp all over again, to speak with the raven-haired woman clad in that gleaming golden armor. What is? Katara said, staring after Sokka uneasily. Aang cut the distance between them with 3 quick strides. He's just going to ask for more time, said Aang, placing a hand on Katara's shoulder. They were in a hurry, but the princess had brought him here so he could meet you. So, maybe everything will be alright. Katara's lips were parted, as though she wanted to say something, but she glanced at Aang in despair, unable to utter another word just yet. The Avatar offered her a supportive grin, hoping she'd be reassured once Sokka was done smoothing matters over with his princess. Azula. Sokka said, his mood the utter opposite of what it had been merely 5 minutes ago. Azula breathed deeply, looking at him with an uneasy smile. It's her, for real this time, it's her and I figured. I doubt you just run around hugging people willy-nilly, or calling them your sister's name, unless they're really your sister. Azula teased him lightly, and Sokka couldn't help but laugh, covering his face with his hands. It's her, he exclaimed, loud enough for the others to hear him down at the dock. Oh, Azula, please, tell me we can stay one more night. At least one more. I know you have so much to do, and I absolutely want you to get to it as soon as possible, but you have been waiting for this for a long time, Azula finished, nodding, and I'm not going to deprive you from it. Just make sure to come back here when you're ready, if you ever are, of course. Wadash. He said, before shaking his head promptly. Hey now, why you have to come too? I have to do what, now? Angela said, fear plain in her eyes and voice woe. No, I'm sorry, but, no. You're crazy if you think you can have me and your sister in the same place without anyone growing overly hostile, or... Oh, come on, you've put up with me for ages. Sokka laughed in disbelief. You've endured all my rants about the Fire Nation, you've changed your mind about so many things. There's no way you wouldn't be able to at least be cordial with her. You give me too much credit, Angela said, with a sarcastic grin. Look, I'd gladly go, Sokka, but I don't think it's a good idea. You have so much to explain and it'll be so much better if I'm not there too. None of that, Sokka said, smiling, and stepping closer, patting her shoulder again. Besides, your brother's bound to be there too, and, I'm thinking we ought to go to a nearby tavern, we saw lots of them yesterday. You still have one bag of money, right? I'm all out, so, you basically need me there to pay for your drinking? Angela asked, equal parts indignant and amused. Sokka smiled shamelessly. You've put up with worse coming from me, haven't you? Angela rolled her eyes but smiled, rubbing her forehead and shaking her head slightly. Sokka's puppy eyes didn't help matters much. There was a part of her that was ecstatic that he'd want her there, the part that was very lacking in self-preservation, much like Sokka's own flaw. I suppose I have, she admitted, before sighing in defeat. If I do this, do you promise you'll do everything in your power to make sure your sister doesn't try to attack me when my guard's down? In all fairness, Angela, even if she did. Oh, then you won't. Come on. You're the best firebender ever. Sokka laughed in disbelief. Why would an untrained waterbender be a hazard to you? Angela's eyes shifted towards Katara, finding the young woman below seemed mostly nervous and anguished. Truthfully, at this distance she didn't look nor sound half as daunting as Angela had always guessed she might be. Perhaps she had little to worry about, and yet confirming directly that Sokka's family would likely never want her anywhere near their beloved warrior only made her uneasy. Still, she sighed in defeat again and shrugged. Sokka bit his lip in anticipation. So, when do you not get your way, really? Angela huffed, turning around as Sokka squealed, throwing a fist in the air. Ha ha. You won't regret. Wait, where are you going? I need to inform the crew, or send a message or something. Really? Angela sighed, shaking her head. I'll be there in a bit. Well, if you take too long I'm going to rush back up here and find you. Sokka said, beaming as Angela looked at him skeptically over her shoulder. You're impossible, she said, though she smiled. Sokka chuckled and returned to Katara, who seemed to stop holding her breath upon seeing her brother was still in such high spirits. It's all good. We'll head to one of the taverns at the port. I saw there's a lot of them yesterday and, well, they do look kind of filthy, but Angela's dealt with worse. Sokka chuckled as he reached Katara. He draped an arm around her shoulders again, though this time his sister wasn't remotely as eager to hug him back as before. What? Katara said, nervous. Why, Yuri not trying to say she's going to be there too? Well, yeah. I asked her to, Sokka said, smiling, and patting her head gently. Katara's eyes widened. She didn't want to come along, so it took some convincing. You see, she thinks you'll try to kill her, so, please don't. Katara's eyes couldn't have been wider. Sokka chuckled, hugging her tighter and pressing a kiss to the side of her head. Shit, I missed you. So much more than I even processed. My little sister, he sighed happily. Katara patted his chest slightly, though she soon withdrew her hand, near scared. Wait, why are you so? Why Yuri so big and muscular now? Katara exclaimed, looking at Sokka in disbelief. He chuckled and shrugged. That's what proper training does to a man like me, Sokka smirked. In a really good diet, too. You have no idea just how different things are over there, but I'll tell you all about it, I promise. I think we'll only have one night, so I guess I won't be able to tell you absolutely everything, but I'll try to summarize things to the best of my ability. Okay, I guess. Katara said, though her unease was apparent still. By then, Sokka had glanced up at Aang, who had remained close by. The Avatar grinned awkwardly, but to his relief, Sokka actually seemed happy to see him now. Gladiator Trivia Fan Club, huh? He asked. Aang snorted and shrugged. Hey, you're the one who came up with it, Kino, and I just rolled with that idea. Aang chuckled. What are you two talking about? Katara said, and Sokka laughed as he explained how he'd already met Aang and Kino earlier. Azula didn't have to go too far to find someone to inform about what her next movements would be. Both Song and Rui had rushed to the deck upon realizing something had interrupted their voyage home, and they were waiting for an explanation from the princess by the tower's threshold. What happened? Song asked. Azula breathed deeply. I am not entirely sure, she admitted, with an awkward smile, but, well, we were trying to find his sister, and then it wasn't her in the southern Colosseum, so we assumed she simply wasn't in this island, but she was. Azula glanced over her shoulder at the dock upon finishing her sentence. Song seemed speechless upon Azula's last claim, and Ruishi frowned with confusion. She was? So, you mean, when he was shouting like a madman earlier? He asked. He was shouting her name, and she was shouting his right back, and so on and so forth, Azula said, with a dry grin. At any rate, he wants to spend the night catching up with her, from the looks of it, so, please relay to the crew and guards that we won't be setting sail until tomorrow morning, at best. Huh. Fair enough, said Ruishi, smiling a little. You're sure it's fine, though? Some people might think. I don't think I can avoid arousing suspicions anymore, let alone now, Azula said, with a resigned sigh. I can't just drag him back home without giving him a chance to be with his sister. I ought to be far more selfish, yes, but he'll be a much better gladiator in future fights if you let him have this moment of leisure, Song said, promptly, with a pompous voice. Azula snorted but nodded. That's a good excuse, at least, she said. Song smiled. At any rate, he wants me to go with them. So, well, should I come along too? Ruishi asked, or any of the guards? No, I don't think that will help in the least, Azula said, smiling awkwardly. Best leave things as they are now, I suppose. I'll check with you again by tomorrow. You're certain of this? Ruishi said. Azula nodded. Sokka will come back up here to fetch me if I take too long, too, or so he threatened, so. Azula said, eyes wide. Song giggled. Well, be careful, then, Song said, with an encouraging grin. Azula nodded. Watch over him, and good luck with Katara. I fear I'm going to need it. All of the good luck in the entire planet, I suspect, Azula said, eyes wide. Song laughed and shook her head. You've done right by Sokka. I only hope she'll realize that, Song said. Azula shrugged but smiled. Let's hope so indeed. I'll see you two in, well, several hours, at best. Azula nodded towards them, and both Ruishi and Song offered her encouraging smiles. She felt like a fool, making her way back to the ramp, this time to climb it down just as Sokka had, but Sokka would have returned to drag her off the barge's deck anyhow, and she'd rather not look more undignified than strictly necessary, as things stood. Zuko and Kino had approached the other three by then, even if uneasily. Aang smiled apologetically at them, though also matter-of-factly. See? It's not the worst-case scenario, now, is it? Aang asked Zuko, who rolled his eyes and sighed. I supposed at least you thought me. I can't hold that against you. He mumbled. Katara scowled. You didn't deserve to be thought at all, she growled. Zuko glared at her. Sokka glanced between them both, surprised. Whoa, you two don't get along? He asked, amused for real. Sometimes we can tolerate each other's existence. Sometimes, Zuko said, curtly. Sokka laughed and patted his sister's back. Well, damn, that's my sister all right, he chuckled. To everyone's surprise, that brought out a smile from Katara. And, that's mine. Zuko said, raising his eyebrow upon seeing Azula was climbing down the ramp. Why is? I told her to come with us. We're all going to go to a tavern because, well, there's too much to talk about. Sokka laughed and, well, I may have convinced her that we need her to pay for it all. We can't make Zuko use the money she gave him earlier, so. She gave you what? Katara said, looking at Zuko in disbelief. His skeptical scowl spoke for itself. Oh, so now you want to hear about it? That's convenient, Zuko hissed, prompting Katara to roll her eyes just as Azula reached the bottom of the ramp. Sokka relinquished his hold on Katara to grin at the princess. Azula had no idea why she felt as ridiculously nervous as she did, though perhaps she did. Being frozen alive by an angry waterbender with an understandable grudge on her didn't sound exactly appealing, and yet that was the only outcome she could imagine for this situation. Heh, so I didn't have to go drag you down here after all, Azula, Sokka smiled cheekily. She glared at him skeptically. Why, no, you did not. I'm here now, at your beck and call to pay for all your expenses, as I ever have to be, Azula sighed. I swear, you take such advantage of my status. Katara eyed her warily, though the hostility so far was silent, cautious. Azula tried not to look at her, hoping not to give the woman any reason to take offense by her very presence. Well, from what I gather, we've all gotten to know each other so far, in very strange circumstances, but we have nonetheless, Sokka smiled, glancing at Kino, Aang, and Zuko with raised eyebrows, with the exception of you two, that is. Azula froze, as did Katara. Everyone eyed the two women and the man between them with no end of uncertainty, but Sokka remained resolute and impassive before wrapping an arm around his sister's shoulders again. Katara, meet my sponsor and partner, Princess Azula, he said. Katara was hardly experienced in terms of relationships, she had admitted that to herself just today, but the affection she had sensed in Sokka's description of the princess didn't escape her notice. She gritted her teeth, remembering all too well what her father had warned her of. If she hoped to find Sokka again, she had to be ready for any scenario, including the one she least wanted to accept. Heh, Katara said, breathing deeply before meeting Azula's eyes with her own. I suppose that's her indeed. There was more hostility in her tone and behavior now than before, though Azula didn't reciprocate it. Instead, she was visibly uncomfortable, damn near ashamed of herself, which she found ridiculous, to some degree, but she had learned to do away with her pride in many regards so far. This seemed the wrong moment to cling to it. That's so friendly of you, really. Sokka smirked, rolling his eyes but letting the matter go as he glanced at Azula and well, Azula, finally, you can meet the sister I've talked more than enough about. This is Katara. I gathered as much by how you yelled her name earlier, but, thanks for the introductions, Azula said, with a dry grin. Sokka chuckled and squeezed Katara again. And as that wasn't awkward in the least, time to get going and hit the tavern. He said, beaming and tossing a fist in the air. I have so much to tell you, Katara, you can't even imagine the crazy stuff that's happened in the last 3 years. No, I suppose not. Katara said, her voice uneasy, though she allowed Sokka to ferry her away without complaint. Azula watched them go, with no shortage of remorse and unease. It was foolish of her to be so self-aware around Sokka's sister, but it was truly impossible to help it. There was no way she would ever make a good impression on Sokka's family, she had known that all along, but it was one thing to know it, in theory, and other to live it, in her own skin and bones. Well, you didn't kill each other. That's a better start than I pictured, Zuko said, smiling awkwardly as he approached Azula. His sister only shrugged. I didn't particularly intend to kill her, though I suppose it could have happened, in self-defense. Azula sighed, glancing up at him. You owe me about 1,000 explanations, you realize. Heh. I guess I do, he said, scratching his head. Though I will say, if you ended up taking refuge in the South Pole, of all places, it's no wonder Iroh never found you. Azula smiled, shaking her head. Zuko laughed too. It's the last place anyone would look, but I didn't exactly do it on purpose, you know, he explained, biting his lip. Azula raised an eyebrow. You hid in the South Pole by accident. Yeah, you know what, maybe we ought to get going, they'll leave us behind at this rate. Zuko smiled, pointing at the other 4, who were already halfway down the pier. And you'll explain everything later? Azula asked, as they began their walk to the tavern. Zuko chuckled and nodded. Yeah. And you'll laugh at me all you want, because I suppose that's all I deserve for it, he said, prompting Azula to start laughing. Indeed, hell, you're already doing it and I haven't even started explaining. It had been a strange outcome for an even stranger day, but somehow, nobody was in deadly danger, everyone had been cordial enough, even in the worst cases, and all siblings had been reunited, miraculously so. There were countless explanations to be made, as well as forthcoming revelations, but for the time being, Angela had to admit this was the best result anyone could have hoped for from this wild trip to Whaletail Island. Check the description for the links to the author.